The Middom Project. Folio 1647. By Anna Lee. Revision 1, Initial Submission. Chapter 1, Childhood. Middle school was, in hindsight, where the descent began, not with any single rupture, but as a slow and quiet unraveling that followed two parallel tracks. One belonged to me, a private drift into disillusionment that would linger for more than a decade. The other was broader, almost imperceptible in its scope. A decline so gradual and continuous that it ceased to be recognized as such, settling instead into the rhythm of ordinary life, like a tide that withdrew so slowly no one marked its passing. Of the two, mine was the gentler. I would not romanticize it, but neither was it without comfort. It felt, at times, like moving through the world wrapped in a familiar cloak, idly brushing away small sorrows as one picks lint from a worn sleeve. I had been born in the south of Middom during what was widely proclaimed a golden age, an era remembered for its glittering surfaces. Cities shimmered beneath cascades of LED light, bridges and towers gleamed in silver and neon, their reflections trembling across dark water. The country had vaulted, within a generation, from subsistence to spectacle, from the stripping of bark to the hum of electric engines and glass rising endlessly toward the sky. Yet, as I came to understand it, these outward successes were never the true architects of who we became. It was the harsher years that preceded them that lingered most powerfully, years that clung to the national psyche with the persistence of habit. Like those raised in hunger who never lose the instinct to hoard, even in times of plenty, the past remained present, shaping decisions long after its necessity had passed. The figure most often credited with ushering in the foundation for this transformation, embodied that inheritance. He had been, first and foremost, a peasant, and then a soldier, a man shaped by scarcity and sharpened by conflict. His rise was neither gentle nor ambiguous. Land was seized, structures torn down, and resistance met with swift finality, all framed within a language of justice and renewal. He promised equality, an end to old hierarchies, a future unburdened by the weight of inherited disadvantage. But in truth, the people did not long for equality in any abstract sense. What they wanted was simpler and more immediate: relief, security, a chance to claim something for themselves. In that sense, M's promise functioned less as a principle than as a mechanism, a lure constructed from the very impulses it claimed to transcend. After his death, those who remained understood that endurance depended not on fidelity, but on adaptation. The system shifted, cautiously at first, allowing space, just enough, for wealth to flow and for new fortunes to emerge. Yet the underlying structures remained compromised. Corruption, once a byproduct, became endemic, seeping into every available space and constraining the possibility of anything resembling fairness. Discontent followed predictably, gathering force until it surfaced in the place now referred to simply as the square. What occurred there has since been reduced to abstraction. At the time, however, it ended in a silence that was anything but abstract, the dense, immediate silence that follows violence. In the years that followed, the physical traces were removed, the language softened. It became an incident, a word that neither denied nor acknowledged, but blurred. There was no official record, no sanctioned image. Only fragments remained: private recollections, half-spoken accounts, and the quiet persistence of grief among those who had lost someone and could not set that loss aside. For the rest of us, life continued, as it invariably does. And, as I would later recognize, there existed an unspoken corollary that governed much of our thinking: if something did not touch us directly, it was easier, perhaps even necessary, to let it recede into irrelevance. I was born 2 decades after what was known, when it was acknowledged at all, as the Square incident, a ghost of an event, erased with such efficiency that it lingered only as an absence. It had been removed from the record as cleanly as an unwanted message, leaving behind no trace for those of us who came after. I did not learn of it until much later in life, and even then, only by accident, through the unlikely archive of the Middom Project. What I remember most clearly is not the discovery itself, but the conditions in which it occurred. By then, I had long since withdrawn from the rhythms of work, retreating instead into a quieter, more insulated existence. My body had begun its slow negotiations with age, and I sought comfort where I could find it, most often within the dim, controlled interior of my apartment. With the blackout curtains drawn tight against the outside world, the space took on the quality of a refuge, or perhaps a self-imposed enclosure. It was there, one evening, that I retrieved the old tin from the back of a closet, a dented container filled with hard drives accumulated over the years. I selected one at random and inserted it into the USB port. When the files appeared, what struck me first was their order. Most of the drives I owned were chaotic, cluttered with fragments and unlabeled data, but this one was different. At the top of the directory list sat a single, neatly titled folder, The Square. At the time, the name meant very little to me. In retrospect, it seems remarkable that it did not provoke a stronger reaction, that it failed to suggest even a hint of significance. But it was not the title that drew me in, it was the anomaly. This was the only drive that suggested intention, that something within it had been preserved, arranged, perhaps even protected. That, more than anything, was enough to arouse my curiosity. I poured a measure of white spirit, settled into the sofa, and began to watch. The footage that appeared was crude by contemporary standards, grainy, unstable, marked by the visual noise of older recording devices. A young man, barely distinguishable through the distortion, clung to a light pole and spoke into a megaphone, his voice straining against the collective murmur of a vast crowd. Behind him stretched a dense assembly of bodies, punctuated by banners and makeshift tents, filling a public square recognizable the world over. The clip was brief, no more than half a minute. I recall waiting, almost expectantly, for some transition, a shift into clarity, an edited sequence, the beginning of something more polished and deliberate. But nothing of the sort followed. Instead, the next file began immediately, equally unrefined, carrying the same raw, unmediated quality. One clip gave way to another, each as unadorned as the last, as though I were watching fragments of a record never intended for presentation. As I continued, a faint unease began to take hold. The accumulation of images resisted easy interpretation. They did not conform to the narratives I was accustomed to, nor did they resemble the stylized reconstructions I might have expected from historical media. They felt, instead, disconcertingly direct. It was only when a particular sequence appeared showing a group of officials delivering speeches in a setting I recognized with immediate clarity that my understanding shifted. The courtyard was unmistakable, and so, too, were the figures who occupied it. These were not actors, nor archival stand-ins. They were the same men whose images had accompanied my entire life, unchanged in posture and tone. In that moment, the distance between past and present collapsed. The footage was not an interpretation, nor a reconstruction. It was a record. I remember the sharp burn of the white spirit as I swallowed, the sensation cutting through the dullness that had settled over me. What followed was less a revelation than a recognition, sudden, unavoidable, and profoundly unsettling. The scale of what I was witnessing, and the ease with which it had been concealed, forced a conclusion that, in retrospect, should never have been surprising. I had lived my entire life within this system. The notion that something of such magnitude could be hidden was not an aberration, but a function of the world as it was. The Square incident, as I would later come to understand it, marked a decisive turning point, one that quietly redirected the course of Middom without ever being openly acknowledged as such. In its aftermath, the party adjusted its posture with calculated precision. Small private enterprises were permitted to emerge, and foreign manufacturers were drawn in with the promise of inexpensive, compliant labor. For a time, the effects felt transformative. Many Middomese experienced a newfound sense of prosperity, purchasing modern apartments and convincing themselves they had, at last, secured a lasting stake in the future. Only much later did it become clear how conditional those claims truly were. 70-year leases dressed in the language of ownership, their permanence no more certain than the optimism that had accompanied them. The true consolidation of wealth occurred elsewhere. The party, retaining ultimate control over land and embedding itself within the structure of nearly every major enterprise, became the primary beneficiary of this new arrangement. The revenues generated were vast, and they were directed with intent. They financed not only the expansion of military capability, but also the construction of a surveillance apparatus unprecedented in both scale and sophistication. Alongside this, the physical landscape of the nation was remade. Infrastructure projects multiplied at a relentless pace, railways stretching across provinces, subway systems threading through cities, airports expanding into vast, self-contained hubs. These structures stood as visible proof of progress, their scale reinforcing the impression of an ascendant, modern state. My understanding of this history, however, came not from official accounts, but from my grandmother's, whose stories carried both memory and omission in equal measure. While my parents worked, it was these elderly hands, speckled and veined, that raised me. They chased me through our cluttered apartment with bowls of rice porridge and pig liver, urging me to eat as I laughed and slipped between scattered toys. When I was your age, they would say, half in warning, half in wonder, food was not something you left behind. It took me years to notice what was missing. Our family's history did not extend backwards so much as it narrowed, compressing itself into a single, defining point. My grandparents spoke often of their childhood hunger, of the years they later called the great jump ahead, but rarely of anything that came before. It was as though their suffering marked not just a hardship, but a beginning. Everything earlier had been quietly abandoned, left unspoken and eventually unimagined. In this way, the lowest point became the first point. What had been, in truth, a long descent into deprivation was absent from the story entirely. There was no narrative of decline, no sense of a fall, only a starting line drawn at the very bottom. From there, the direction of history appeared singular and unquestionable, forward, upward, improving. The past had been edited not to erase suffering, but to isolate it, to sever it from its causes, to present it as an origin rather than a consequence. And so we inherited a version of history that could only move in one direction. The years following the Square incident were remembered most vividly, spoken of as a time when wages rose, when property values climbed, when ownership, however illusory, became the measure of progress. Even events that were widely known, such as the Great Cultural Abandonment, were rarely examined in any depth. They lingered at the edges of conversation, acknowledged but never pursued. What occupied us instead were the visible markers of ascent: housing prices, investment returns, the steady climb of numbers that seemed to confirm what we had been taught to believe, that life was improving, that it had always been improving, and that whatever darkness lay behind us was both distant and irrelevant. It did not occur to us, then, that a story which only ever rises must have had its fall removed. Around that time, foreigners began to appear in Middom with increasing frequency, their presence at once ordinary and faintly unreal. Their yellow, red, or brown hair, their pronounced noses and unfamiliar features, drew quiet attention wherever they went. For my grandparents' generation, these encounters carried the weight of novelty, and the first sighting became, in our family, a story repeated often enough to take on the quality of legend. They had been in their mid-40s, seated at a large lacquered table in a local restaurant, eating noodles as they always did, when two men took their places opposite them. By all accounts, it was not simply their appearance that struck them, but the manner of their being. They spoke in soft, rounded syllables, their voices lacking the clipped force my grandparents associated with speech. The words seemed to drift rather than land. Even their attempts at using chopsticks, awkward, imprecise, were remembered with a kind of reluctant fondness, as though their clumsiness made them less distant, more comprehensible. In the years that followed, such encounters became less remarkable. Foreigners appeared not only in the streets, but on television, where they spoke in English while subtitles rendered their praise into something both legible and affirming. Their presence seemed to validate what we had been taught, that Middom was rising, that it was being recognized. English, in turn, took on a new significance. It became a language not merely of communication, but of access and entry point into a wider world that had, until then, remained abstract. For some, that world became tangible. During those years, it was still possible to leave Middom, and many who possessed the means did so. The paths varied. Wealthy businessmen, having accumulated capital in a rapidly expanding but uneven market, often found the transition relatively straightforward. Others pursued education abroad, though this route demanded far more tuition fees that strained entire families, unpaid labor disguised as opportunity, and a succession of costly examinations designed to measure linguistic competence. Yet for those who succeeded, the outcome justified the sacrifice. Departure was not merely a personal escape, it was an investment in a different future, one that could extend beyond a single generation. My family, however, remained where we were. By the time such possibilities emerged, my parents had already settled into the constraints of their lives, and when those possibilities narrowed again, I was too young to have considered them. We lacked both the resources and, perhaps more significantly, the inclination to attempt what seemed uncertain and distant. As a result, the idea of leaving rarely surfaced in conversation. It existed, if at all, as something belonging to others. Those with choices. Among those who did have such choices, emigration was spoken of carefully, often in lowered voices. At the time, I could not determine whether the impulse arose from a genuine attraction to life elsewhere or from a growing awareness that something within Middom was less stable than it appeared. Yet for many, such reflections were secondary. The visible markers of success, apartments, vehicles, the accumulation of material comfort, proved more immediate and more persuasive. Even for those who left, adjustment was not guaranteed. The habits we had acquired, the assumptions we carried, did not easily translate. We had been raised within a framework that allowed for little deviation, and the encounter with a world defined by plurality, of belief, of lifestyle, of possibility, could be disorienting. Freedoms that might have seemed desirable in theory often felt unfamiliar in practice. To some, they were unsettling. There were, of course, exceptions. Some adapted, even flourished, and later chose to return, drawn by a sense of obligation or by the opportunities that Middom still appeared to offer. Yet history, though rarely discussed in full, had established a pattern. Idealism, when it re-entered the system, was often absorbed and repurposed, and those who carried it were not always rewarded for their intentions. It was into this moment, this brief convergence of openness and constraint, that I was born, an only child, as most of us were then. Our home was a modest two-bedroom apartment, its tiled floors cool beneath bare feet, its walls functional and unadorned. Care rotated between my grandmothers, who took turns tending to me while my parents left each morning for their government positions, dressed in the uniform simplicity of pressed white shirts. My earliest memories of that time are not, in truth, memories at all, but photographs. In them, I sit on the floor, surrounded by cheap plastic toys, smiling with a wide, uncomplicated expression. There are hundreds of such images, my parents feeding me, laughing exaggeratedly to coax a response, their faces open in ways I would later find difficult to reconcile. For as I grew older, those images began to feel strangely detached, as though they belonged to another narrative entirely. The brightness they captured did not persist. The smiles faded, replaced by something more restrained, more measured. What had once appeared effortless took on the quality of effort itself. At the time, I lacked the language to articulate this change, and I did not think to question it. It seemed, instead, like a private observation, one of those quiet recognitions that does not immediately demand explanation. Only later did it occur to me that others might have experienced something similar. That they, too, might have looked back at their own carefully preserved images and wondered, without ever quite asking, when the light within them had begun to dim. I was an only child, as most of us were by then. Any siblings I might have had were denied existence by a policy conceived long before my mother was born, written into law with a certainty that extended its reach across generations not yet imagined. Had she attempted a second child, the consequences would have been immediate and severe: forced termination, sterilization, the quiet erasure of her livelihood. It is difficult, even now, to fully grasp the implications of that design. That lives could be precluded decades in advance, their absence predetermined by a decision made in another era, under entirely different conditions. That decision, like many that shaped Middom, could be traced back to M. In his time, the imperative had been growth. Population was strength, and strength was survival. Incentives were offered, promises made of food, of stability, of a future secured through numbers. And for a time, it worked. But when those incentives were withdrawn, the consequences of that earlier push became increasingly apparent. The population, once an asset, was now framed as a burden. What followed was not a measured correction, but a reversal characteristic of the system itself. There was no gradual recalibration, no attempt at balance. Instead, the response came with abrupt force, compressing the birth rate through policies that allowed little room for deviation. It was an assertion of control that favored immediacy over nuance, an approach that treated complexity as something to be resolved through finality rather than adjustment. The initial impact was uneven. Those closest to childbearing age felt it most acutely, their expectations interrupted, their assumptions about family life rendered uncertain almost overnight. For others, the effects were less immediate, diffused across time in ways that made them harder to perceive. Yet the consequences accumulated quietly, shaping the demographic structure in ways that would only become fully visible years later. In those early years, the countryside seemed to empty itself into the cities, though at the time I would not have described it so dramatically. It was only later that the scale became clear, entire population shifting direction, peasants moving in vast numbers toward the promise of work and warmth, like migratory flocks following an instinct they could not ignore. The factories absorbed them without pause. Men and women, their skin darkened by years in the fields, now lived in crowded dormitories, their lives reorganized around production schedules and remittances sent back to distant villages. Their hopes, however, were not for themselves. They were transferred almost entirely onto their children. Classrooms swelled to improbable sizes, 80 students or more each, competing for proximity to the front, where the chalk marks on the board could still be clearly seen. Advancement was narrow, structured, and unforgiving. Those who succeeded in examinations moved forward to middle school, and for a smaller number, beyond that. For the rest, the path closed early. It was a system sustained by delicate balances. Wages were low, but not so low as to deter migration. They remained just sufficient to justify separation, parents leaving children behind in the care of grandparents, families divided across geography in pursuit of incremental improvement. All of it was framed within a larger narrative, that Middom was rising, that it was destined for endurance and dominance, that what was being built would last for generations beyond counting. The visible evidence of that claim accumulated quickly. Wealth, once generated, was directed back into construction, into high-rises and planned developments that reshaped the urban landscape. My parents, like many others, participated in this transformation. They purchased a second apartment, larger than the first, in a district of tall buildings arranged with calculated irregularity to manage the flow of wind. The complex included features that, at the time, felt aspirational: a swimming pool, newly planted trees lining paved walkways, small ornamental structures placed carefully among expanses of concrete. For me, the defining feature was simpler. I had a room of my own. It was a small luxury, but a meaningful one. It offered a separation from the shared spaces of my earlier childhood, from the dense proximity of family life, from the nightly sounds that had once filled the apartment, most notably the uneven chorus of my grandmother's sleep, which had seemed capable of rattling the very structure of the building. Privacy, however limited, felt like a form of progress. My parents' lives, meanwhile, were structured within a broader cycle that extended beyond the household. A portion of their income was automatically directed into designated funds, accessible primarily for the purchase of property. In this way, earnings were quietly routed back into the same system from which they originated. They made steady payments against their loan, aware, though rarely explicitly, that timing had defined the limits of their success. Had they entered the market earlier, the outcome might have been different. As it was, they settled into a form of modest stability, neither precarious nor expansive. As material conditions improved, regulation expanded alongside them. The party's presence became more detailed, more attentive to the minutiae of daily life. Public expression was gradually narrowed, appearances adjusted, behaviors guided, deviations discouraged. In some places, even leisure was subject to increasing structure, access restricted, movement regulated, activities defined in advance. These changes did not arrive all at once, but accumulated incrementally, each one small enough to accept, yet collectively indicative of a broader shift. Beyond its borders, Middom's posture grew more assertive. Territorial ambitions were pursued cautiously but persistently, often meeting with limited resistance. At the same time, official narratives emphasized the instability of external powers, particularly Guernica, which was portrayed as disordered, volatile, and in decline. Its political turnover, its internal divisions, its visible freedoms were framed not as strengths, but as evidence of systemic weakness. It would take time for the contradiction to become apparent. Despite these characterizations, Guernica remained economically and culturally influential, its reach extending far beyond its borders. The disparity between portrayal and reality was not immediately resolved. Instead, it lingered as a quiet inconsistency, one that was easier to overlook than to interrogate. Relations between the two nations grew increasingly strained. Trade disputes emerged, framed externally as conflicts over fairness and compliance, and internally as attempts to obstruct Middom's ascent. Whether such claims held truth was, at the time, less relevant than how they were understood. To many of us, they reinforced a familiar narrative. That opposition was a sign not of fault, but of success. Within Middom, the outward indicators of progress continued to accumulate. Salaries rose, property values climbed, and each year the state staged elaborate displays of national strength. Military parades showcased advanced machinery, while miniature replicas found their way into the hands of children like me. I remember animating those small models with Imagine Motion, filling the room with the sounds of engines as my parents watched the evening news, their attention fixed on images of new infrastructure, bridges spanning impossible distances, tunnels driven beneath the sea, presented as evidence of collective achievement. At the time, it felt as though the trajectory was assured. Only later did it become possible to see how early the first fractures had appeared, and how easily they had been overlooked. It was around the time I entered primary school that the government's concern over the population became visible, though not in a way that suggested generosity or reform. The policy that had defined an entire generation was loosened, not out of reconsideration, but out of necessity. Families were now permitted a second child. But for many, the question was no longer whether they could, but whether they still had time. Each afternoon, outside the school gates, groups of mothers gathered in tight circles, their conversations urgent and animated. They were not debating the merits of a second child so much as calculating the limits of their own bodies, how many years remained, whether it was already too late. The policy had shifted, but time had not waited for it. For a brief moment, there was a surge. Women who still could rushed to give birth, seizing what felt less like an opportunity and more like a closing window. But the momentum faded quickly. The cost of raising children, education, healthcare, the quiet, relentless drain of daily life remained unchanged. For most families, the permission came too late to matter, or too expensive to act upon. The policy left behind strange distortions. Some families ended up with children separated by a decade or more, a teenager and a newborn sharing the same household, bound not by intention but by timing. It became one of those peculiar markers of the era, instantly recognizable to anyone who had lived through it. The brief surge carried consequences of its own. As those children moved through the system, classrooms swelled beyond capacity. At every stage, kindergarten, primary school, middle school, the same pattern repeated itself. Too many students, too little space. It became clear that the government's intervention had been abrupt, reactive, and largely indifferent to the practical realities that followed. My parents, though technically still eligible, chose not to have another child. Like many of their generation, they understood that permission alone changed very little. A few of my classmates did gain younger siblings, most of them 7 or more years apart, an age gap that spoke less of choice than of delay. Looking back, it seems one of the party's enduring miscalculations was its belief that life could be directed through policy alone. It failed to grasp that people, especially parents, required more than instruction, they required space, time, and security. Without those, compliance gave way to quiet refusal. People did not rebel, they simply opted out. I was one of the children shaped by that system, though not in the way it had intended. And in later years, others would fall further outside its expectations, some in ways far more visible, and far more destructive. My mother's decision, in retrospect, was never really a decision at all. Her life was already full to the point of exhaustion. She worked long hours with little rest, and beyond that carried the weight of everything else: home, family, obligation. Even her appearance demanded time, an unspoken requirement she continued to meet with discipline. When she wasn't working, she was cooking, cleaning, caring for me, and escorting my grandparents to endless appointments. There was neither time nor energy left for another child. And yet, despite all this, optimism lingered. People continued to buy apartments in vast, gated communities, enclosing themselves within symbols of progress and security. My primary school years were not unhappy, though in hindsight, the signs of strain were already present. Relations with foreign countries grew tense, and access to outside information narrowed as news outlets and platforms were blocked one by one. At the time, I barely understood it, though I remember my parents' quiet frustration, especially with the endless propaganda they were required to consume, much of it filled with vague warnings about external threats. It was also then that Guernica changed leaders. The old one, voted out, was replaced by another, whose arrival sparked a brief, cautious hope. Perhaps things would ease. Instead, they tightened further. The atmosphere grew heavier, more constrained. And somewhere in the background, almost unnoticed, another shift was taking place. Foreigners began to disappear. Not suddenly, but gradually, one by one, like the last guests leaving a gathering after it had already ended. The music was gone, the room unsettled, and those who remained seemed not to notice that something essential had already slipped away. It was around the middle of primary school that I began to understand, in a quiet and unremarkable way, that I did not like studying. There was no moment of rebellion, no conscious rejection, only a slow accumulation of fatigue. The days felt long, the work unending. If there was any mercy, it lay in proximity. The school stood within the same cluster of buildings as our home, sparing me the additional burden of travel. Each evening, at 5, I made the short walk back, already tired, ate with my parents, and retreated to my room. I avoided the dormitories whenever I could. They were dense, airless spaces, saturated with the smell of sweat that never seemed to dissipate, made worse by the absence of air conditioning and the oppressive summer heat. Compared to what would come later, however, those years still contained fragments of freedom. School had not yet expanded to occupy every waking hour. I could still claim small intervals for myself, an hour stretched across my bed, phone in hand, drifting between games and unfinished homework. Beyond the confines of school, the city itself was beginning to change, though I did not fully grasp it at the time. Ours was one of the first in the south of Middom to falter economically. Year-end bonuses disappeared. Factories, once constant and dependable, began to close. In certain parts of the city, men gathered in loose groups, waiting for temporary work, faces worn, bodies marked by years of labor. When nothing materialized, they returned quietly to the countryside they had once left behind. My parents' situation remained stable, at least outwardly, but I sensed the shift in their behavior. They became more cautious, more deliberate in their spending, saving with an urgency that had not been there before. Even small decisions took on greater weight. I remember, with some relief, that they limited my summer camp to 2 weeks. The camps themselves were misnamed. There was nothing of leisure in them, nothing of exploration or rest. They bore no resemblance to the images occasionally glimpsed of foreign childhoods, tents, open fields, fires lit at dusk. Ours took place almost entirely indoors. We avoided the outside, and even small animals inspired unease, as though the natural world itself had become something to be managed or feared. The purpose of these camps was not recreation, but reinforcement. They were extended sessions of study, framed as opportunity but experienced as obligation. The message was simple and unyielding: work harder. That message, repeated often enough, reshaped my relationship with my parents. Mealtimes became evaluations. My perceived shortcomings were discussed openly as I ate, as though they required immediate correction. When I struggled with assignments, particularly in mathematics, the response was consistent. Concern expressed through criticism, urgency conveyed through repetition. My mother's expression, sharpened by the slight distortion of her glasses, became something I came to anticipate. At the time, I interpreted this as pressure, even as hostility. It bred resistance rather than motivation. I completed what was required of me, but without engagement, moving through tasks mechanically. Only later did I come to understand the source of that intensity. It was not ambition alone, but fear. Fear of instability, of illness, of a future in which they might be left without support, reduced to a life of quiet scarcity. By the time I recognized this, the distance between us had already formed. I had learned to protect myself by withdrawing, constructing a barrier that was not easily dismantled. Junior high school was, in retrospect, where the decline became unmistakable. What had once felt like pressure hardened into routine, and routine into something closer to confinement. School ceased to resemble education and became instead a kind of permanent camp. We lived in dormitories, dozens of us packed together, rising at 6 each morning and returning to bed at 10, the hours in between accounted for with near total precision. There were classes without pause, broken only by meals and brief, regulated exercise. We wore identical tracksuits, assembled in straight lines, and moved in unison, jumping, stretching, responding to commands delivered in clipped, authoritative tones that left little room for hesitation. At the time, it felt self-contained, almost complete in its own logic. Only later did I come to think of it as a set of nested worlds, each enclosing the one within it. Our lives as students formed the smallest of these, tight, repetitive, and seemingly sufficient. Beyond it lay a larger structure we could sense but not fully see, and beyond that, another still. We existed at the center of something layered, though we lacked the perspective to recognize it. Outside that enclosed system, however, conditions were shifting. At home, my parents' salaries were reduced, though they were instructed not to speak of it. Each believed, at first, that the change was isolated, that it applied only to them. Their concerns remained contained during the working week, held in check by the routines of their jobs. But on weekends, those anxieties surfaced. They emerged abruptly, filling the apartment with a tension that lingered before gradually receding, only to return again with the following week. The situation worsened with the collapse of the forever great construction company, an event that carried consequences far beyond its immediate scope. For some of my parents' older colleagues, it marked the end of what little certainty remained. Their children had completed their education, but there were no positions available, no clear path forward. The assumption that effort would lead to stability began, quietly, to erode. Within school, the only connection I shared with my parents' world came through political education. It was pervasive, extending far beyond the classroom. Slogans and directives appeared everywhere, on walls, along roads, within public buildings, each reinforcing the same expectation of alignment. In lessons, we were taught to interpret our circumstances through a narrow lens. Difficulties were attributed externally, responsibility assigned elsewhere. Certain nations were positioned as adversaries, others as objects of suspicion or disdain. Even then, there were dissonances. I found myself drawn, in private, to aspects of the culture we were encouraged to reject. It was a quiet contradiction, one I understood instinctively to be best kept unspoken. Questions, I had learned, could carry consequences disproportionate to their intent. To ask why certain groups were viewed as enemies, or what justified that hostility, was to risk being misunderstood in ways that could persist. There were also signs, small at first, that older patterns of judgment were returning. I had seen it before, though I didn't understand it at the time. At a family work gathering when I was still in primary school, the adults spoke in lowered voices, but not so quietly that we couldn't hear. One mother leaned down to her child and said, plainly, not to play with a particular girl. The reason was simple: her parents were divorced. The girl stood only a few meters away, smiling uncertainly, unaware that something about her had already been decided. No one confronted her, no one explained it. The exclusion was subtle, carried out through absence rather than action. Children drifted away from her without quite knowing why, following instructions they barely understood but instinctively obeyed. At the time, it felt confusing more than anything else. Divorce did not seem like something a child could control, yet it marked her as if it were a failing she carried. Only later did I recognize what it represented: a quiet inheritance of judgment, where the boundaries of acceptability extended beyond the individual to the family, and where guilt, once assigned, did not easily dissipate. It was never announced as a rule. It didn't need to be. My parents' concerns extended beyond economics and social order. There was also the possibility of conflict. As an only child, and a boy, I was acutely aware, though never directly told, of what that might imply. The rhetoric surrounding the breakaways had intensified, framed in terms that suggested both inevitability and entitlement. They were described as something that belonged to us, separated but not independent. At the same time, it was evident even to those of us within this system that the situation was more complex. The breakaways were not alone. They were supported, materially and strategically, by the Gunnikins, whose involvement imposed limits that were not easily overcome. Official narratives emphasized strength and capability, projecting confidence in outcomes that, in practice, remained uncertain. Meanwhile, broader shifts were underway. External pressures increased, and access to certain technologies became more restricted. Manufacturing, once central to Middom's expansion, began to relocate gradually to other regions. This movement was rarely acknowledged directly. When it was mentioned, it was often framed as inconsequential, or as part of a larger strategy. The contradiction between observable change and official explanation became easier to recognize, though no less difficult to reconcile. At the time, these developments did not fully cohere. They appeared as separate concerns, economic, political, and personal, each contained within its own context. Only later did it become clear how closely they were connected, and how deeply they shaped the environment in which we were being formed. In junior high, the tone of instruction shifted from insistence to accusation. Our teachers stood at the front of the classroom, their faces flushed, their voices sharpened by frustration as they scolded us for our failures that, we were reminded, carried consequences for them as well. Bonuses were withheld, we were told, because of students like us. It was a system in which disappointment flowed downward, and blame followed the same path. I was, more often than not, among those singled out. Mathematics in particular felt impenetrable, a succession of abstract problems that seemed to depend on some hidden logic I could never quite retain. Each solution appeared obvious only after it had been explained, and then vanished again just as quickly. English, by contrast, offered something different. It was the one subject I approached with a degree of interest. The language contained phrases that lingered in my mind, though not always for the reasons intended. I remember encountering the expression "youth is wasted on the young," and feeling, even then, that it failed to account for the conditions in which we lived. Youth, as I understood it, was not something we possessed freely. It was structured, directed, managed. If anything, it seemed more accurate to say it was spent by others on our behalf. Relationships within the classroom reflected the broader structure we inhabited. We did not form friendships so much as we shared proximity. Each of us occupied a place within a ranking system that defined not only our performance, but our perceived value. Cooperation existed, but only within limits. Beyond that, there was an unspoken understanding that we were measured against one another. My own position within that system was unremarkable. I ranked 39th out of 55. Far enough from the top to remove any expectation of distinction. I continued to study, as everyone did, but with diminishing clarity about what that effort produced. In Middamese, the same word serves for both study and learn, and at the time, the distinction between them felt increasingly blurred. Activity was constant, but comprehension was uncertain. To describe this as cynicism would not be entirely accurate, though it may sound that way. We did, in fact, learn, but not always what was intended. Over time, many of us developed a resistance not only to the process of studying, but to the idea of learning itself. It was not expressed openly. There was little in the way of overt defiance. Instead, what emerged was a form of adaptation. Much later, I encountered the term quiet quitting, used to describe workers who fulfill their obligations without engagement, having lost any sense of investment in what they do. The concept felt immediately familiar. It captured, in a different context, something we had already come to understand. We completed what was required of us, but rarely more. Effort was calibrated carefully, sufficient to avoid consequence, but no greater than necessary. Efficiency became a priority. Assignments were approached with the aim of completion rather than understanding. Speed mattered more than depth. The objective was not to internalize knowledge, but to move past it as quickly as possible. What we valued most, though, was rest. Sleep became a persistent deficit, something we sought whenever it could be found. In a system that accounted for nearly every hour, even brief moments of stillness took on a disproportionate significance. To pause, to do nothing, felt, if not like resistance, then at least like a temporary reprieve. Learning, in the sense it was intended, became secondary. What remained was the appearance of it, maintained just convincingly enough to satisfy expectation. I never imagined myself with children. Even then, they seemed to demand a kind of patience and sacrifice I did not possess, and, if I was honest, they held little appeal. I was not alone in that view. By that time, the state's appeals for larger families had begun to ring hollow, received with a kind of weary disbelief. People spoke of the first child as something that consumed everything: time, money, energy, leaving little behind. To repeat that experience was, for many, unthinkable. At home, however, the refrain was different. As I grew older, my parents' insistence on university hardened into something closer to doctrine. It was presented not as one option among many, but as the only viable path forward. Success, they implied, existed along a single track, and deviation from it led inevitably to failure. What we were never taught, in all that focus, was how to choose, how to weigh alternatives, or even to imagine them. The search was always for the correct answer, never for a meaningful one. Their anxiety was not entirely misplaced. By then, the number of graduates had expanded beyond what the system could absorb. Each year, millions entered the workforce, only to find themselves competing for opportunities that had not kept pace. The result was a kind of quiet saturation, an environment in which effort no longer guaranteed advancement, and credentials no longer ensured stability. My parents sensed this, even if they did not articulate it directly. At times, I wondered whether their frustration stemmed more from my performance or from the broader reality they could not control. Yet their response remained the same. They urged me forward, presenting examples of exceptional students who had succeeded against improbable odds, stories repeated so often they took on the quality of myth. If others could achieve it, why not me? In retrospect, what stands out is not the logic of these arguments, but the urgency behind them. They sought guidance wherever it could be found, placing their trust in systems and individuals whose success rates did little to justify such confidence. It was less a strategy than an expression of necessity. At the same time, a different concern began to take shape. Retirement, once assumed, became uncertain. The structures that were meant to support it appeared increasingly fragile, strained by demographic imbalance and economic pressure. My parents spoke of working longer, into their late 60s, perhaps beyond, not as a choice, but as an inevitability. The prospect weighed on them, though they rarely dwelled on it openly. It revealed itself instead in small ways, in fatigue that lingered, in the gradual changes of appearance that no longer seemed reversible. Against this backdrop, I moved through junior high school with a kind of detachment. My academic performance remained consistent, though not in a way that inspired confidence. I neither improved nor declined, I simply persisted. By my final year, even the teachers seemed to recognize the limits of that trajectory. The pressure, however, did not diminish. As examinations approached, the atmosphere within the classroom shifted. Students grew quieter, more withdrawn. The signs of strain were visible, fatigue settling into their expressions, concentration giving way to something more brittle. Advancement depended on ranking, and only a portion of the cohort would be permitted to continue along the established path. I understood, even then, that I did not belong to that group. The realization did not arrive suddenly, it had been forming gradually, gaining clarity over time. By the point of the examinations, it felt less like a discovery than an acceptance. When the day came, the experience was marked less by fear than by a kind of resignation. The outcome, whatever it might be, seemed already determined. Around me, others approached the same moment with a different intensity, those whose positions were precarious, but still within reach. For them, the stakes were immediate and personal in ways I could observe but not fully share. There had been an incident, shortly before the examinations, that briefly disrupted this pattern. One of the highest performing students, someone consistently ranked near the top, was said to have died after falling from his family's apartment. Officially, it was described as accidental. Unofficially, few believed that account. The details circulated quickly, carried through the informal networks that existed alongside the official ones. What followed was not what I might have expected. There was no collective pause, no sustained reflection. The event was absorbed into the ongoing rhythm of school life, discussed in fragments, then set aside. Even the discrepancy between explanation and belief was accommodated without resolution. It was understood, but not pursued. Before long, attention returned to the examinations themselves. I continued as I had before, rising early, studying late, maintaining a routine that was less about progress than about endurance. The effort provided a kind of structure, if not a sense of purpose. In the end, the examinations were manageable. Not exceptional, but not disastrous either. For reasons I could not fully explain, they seemed to align more closely with what I knew than I had expected. When the message with my results arrived, it carried none of the shock I might once have expected. There was no sharp disappointment, no sense of rupture, only a quiet confirmation of something I had already come to accept. 37th in the class. A number low enough to close the door to advancement, but not so low as to feel unexpected. I submitted my application to senior high school anyway, more out of expectation than conviction, and for the first time in months, I allowed myself to exhale. That summer passed in a kind of suspended ease. I slept late into the heat of the day, the thin sheet clinging to my skin, and spent long hours playing computer games with classmates whose prospects resembled my own. Those who still held some possibility of advancement were absent, sent away to camps and programs designed to prepare them for paths I could no longer access. Their absence made the division clearer, though it was rarely acknowledged directly. For a short time, my parents allowed this pause. Then, gradually, the familiar urgency returned. Suggestions became expectations. Expectations became instructions. It was decided, without much discussion, that I should find work. Our circumstances did not allow for extended delay. Some of my classmates came from families with property or savings sufficient to absorb uncertainty. Their futures could be deferred without immediate consequence. They occupied a different position entirely, insulated from the pressures that shaped the rest of us. Housing remained prohibitively expensive, and entry-level wages offered little relief. The arithmetic was widely understood. Decades of income required for even modest ownership, far longer in the most desirable cities. For those already within the system of ownership, however, such calculations were less urgent. Their children could afford to wait. The broader contradiction was difficult to ignore. Middom continued to describe itself in ideological terms that no longer aligned with lived reality. Wealth had become the primary measure, and the structures surrounding education reinforced that pursuit, directing attention toward outcomes that were increasingly difficult to attain. When those outcomes failed to materialize, the result was not necessarily protest, but drift. A generation uncertain of its place, familiar with expectation but disconnected from fulfillment. I might have joined them, had circumstances been different. But my parents' position did not permit that kind of inertia. Their concerns had become more immediate, their resources more constrained. Work, in their view, was no longer optional. At 15, my options were limited. The most visible forms of employment, delivery work, for instance, were not available to me, though I observed them closely. Young drivers moved through the city with a kind of urgency that bordered on risk, navigating traffic in pursuit of marginal gains measured in minutes. It was a system that rewarded speed above all else, and it revealed, in miniature, the pressures that had come to define the wider economy. Beyond that, there existed another category of work, less visible in aspiration, but always present. These were the roles that remained unfilled unless necessity intervened. Manual labor carried out under difficult conditions, repetitive tasks performed for long hours, environments that offered little comfort or recognition. They were not discussed openly, except in terms that marked them as undesirable. Yet they persisted, forming a parallel track for those who could not access other paths. Had I been able to choose freely, I might have remained at home a little longer. But by then, I had already begun to notice the changes within my own household. Conversations at dinner grew quieter, more tentative. My parents spoke in fragments, circling around concerns they did not fully articulate. Salary reductions had become more frequent, and with them came a new uncertainty, reports of delayed payments, of obligations continuing without compensation. It was not yet our situation, but it felt close enough to consider. There were also retrospective demands, requests to return income from previous years, presented as corrections rather than impositions. The explanation was accepted outwardly, though not always believed. It was one of many instances in which compliance required a degree of silence. Amid these pressures, certain priorities remained unchanged. The apartment we owned retained its significance, not only as shelter, but as a foundation for what might follow. It represented stability, possibility, and, in ways that were rarely stated directly, continuity. Without it, other expectations, marriage, family, the extension of the line, became less certain. These were not ideas my parents imposed explicitly, but they were present nonetheless, shaping their decisions and, by extension, mine. In that sense, my search for work was not simply a response to immediate need. It was part of a larger attempt to maintain a trajectory that, though increasingly difficult to sustain, had not yet been abandoned. I never fully understood how the job came to me. It was, as these things often were, the result of a connection, my uncle speaking to someone who knew someone, and before long I found myself attached to B's tiling crew, absorbed into the slow, grinding machinery of labor in job sites. My first assignment was on the third floor of an unfinished office building. It was little more than a concrete shell, the air thick with dust that drifted and settled over everything in a fine, gray film. The floors were gritty underfoot, and the stairwells echoed with the constant movement of materials and men. My role was simple: carry tiles. Up and down the stairs, all day, supplying the 4 tilers who worked with a speed that, at first, seemed almost unreal. They barely paused, setting each tile with a practiced motion, striking it into place with the flat of their hands as though the work required no effort at all. I tried to match their pace, but my body resisted. My shoulders burned under the weight, my legs strained with each ascent. Whenever one of them ran short, B's voice followed immediately, low, heavy, and edged with irritation. He did not raise it often, but when he did, it carried. The reprimands were sharp and unambiguous, and I quickly learned that hesitation had a cost. Even the tiles themselves felt like liabilities. To drop one was to risk losing a portion of wages I could not afford to forfeit. B watched more than he worked. He stood off to the side, leaning against unfinished walls, smoking one cigarette after another, observing the pace with the air of someone measuring rather than participating. When he spoke, it was usually to correct, to urge, or to warn. The only interruptions came when his phone rang, brief moments during which his attention shifted to securing the next job that would keep the cycle moving. After the first month, the work began to change me. Strength came gradually, almost without notice. Movements that had once felt unnatural became routine, and I found I could keep pace for longer stretches. On ground floor jobs, I moved ahead of the others, stacking tiles in preparation, occasionally reaching the point where I was sent to assist at the saw. The saw introduced a different kind of discipline. The tiles arrived marked in pencil, each line indicating a cut that had to be precise. I fed them into the blade one by one, adjusting pressure carefully. Too slow, and I drew B's attention again; too fast, and the blade could crack with a sharp, jarring snap, bringing the work to a halt while it was replaced. The dust was finer there, clinging to skin and hair, settling into clothing until it felt like a second layer. Instruction was not offered freely. Knowledge was guarded, passed on only in fragments, if at all. Each man protected his method, as though it were something that could be diminished by sharing. I learned by observation, by repetition, and by occasional correction when mistakes became unavoidable. In time, I was allowed to lay tiles myself, though only in the least desirable sections, tight corners, spaces behind fixtures, uneven surfaces where precision was difficult and errors more visible. The work required patience I had not yet developed, and my early attempts were met with quiet amusement from the others. Still, I improved incrementally. The most skilled among them, worked with a particular focus, his movements efficient and economical. He rarely explained anything, but observation provided its own instruction. Small details accumulated, and gradually, I began to approach something resembling competence. I never knew exactly how he secured work for our crew, but he always found a way, even in the worst years. Most of our jobs were large government buildings, offices for state-run enterprises. At the time, I took that as proof of his persistence. Only later did I begin to suspect it had more to do with inflated quotes and quiet arrangements made out of sight. I remember the way certain site managers greeted him: too familiar, too careful. And how, on occasion, he'd disappear for a few minutes before a job was confirmed, returning with that same tight, satisfied look. When I left, I lost track of him, but I sometimes wondered whether he'd been caught, like others we heard about in passing. Men who had once moved confidently between sites suddenly vanished. Their names were spoken for a week or two, then not at all. Corruption could carry you for years, but it only took one misstep. The crackdown was real enough for those without protection. People like me lived close to that edge, adjusting constantly, reading the mood, knowing that what worked one month might destroy them the next. For the rest of us, there was no edge, only the ground beneath our feet. Work was scarce, and you felt it long before anyone said it aloud. Jobs would stall without warning. We'd arrive at a site to find it half abandoned, tiles stacked in corners, cement hardened in buckets, no foreman in sight. B would pace, making calls, cursing under his breath, then send us home with nothing for the day. Other times, we worked, but the money didn't come. Payments were delayed, split, or reduced without explanation. Once, after finishing a week-long job in a government office, we were told to wait. Next month, they said. B argued, but even he knew when to stop. We packed up in silence, the sound of our tools echoing in empty rooms. Outside the sites, the same pattern repeated. My parents spoke less directly about money, but I could hear it in the way conversations stalled. Salaries were cut, then cut again. At first, they thought it was just them. Everyone did. It was only later, through quiet remarks at counters, overheard complaints in queues, that it became clear the cuts were everywhere. Information didn't travel openly. It moved in fragments. Someone's cousin hadn't been paid. Someone else couldn't withdraw money. A man in our neighborhood was taken away for looking at the wrong things online. He returned months later, thinner, quieter, his eyes fixed somewhere just beyond whoever he was speaking to. No one asked him what had happened. No one needed to. Foreigners, who had once been a normal sight on some jobs, became rare. I remembered seeing them occasionally in earlier years, walking sites, speaking in low voices with managers, but now they appeared only briefly, if at all. A car would pull up, a quick inspection would take place, and they would be gone again, leaving no trace except a bit more urgency in B's voice. The buildings themselves began to tell the story more clearly than anyone. We tiled floors that had already shifted before we finished them. Walls bowed slightly where they should have been straight. In underground garages, water seeped through fresh concrete, pooling beneath our feet as we worked. S would shake his head and keep going. Doesn't matter, he'd mutter. They'll sell it anyway. For a while, they did. Then, just as suddenly, they didn't. Projects stopped mid-construction. Whole blocks stood silent, cranes frozen in place, windows missing, exposed to the weather. We passed them on the way to smaller jobs, repairs, refits, anything that still paid, even badly. Restaurants that couldn't afford to close but couldn't afford not to fix their floors. Apartments where tiles had cracked after only a few years, sharp edges pushing up like broken teeth. By then, many tilers had already left. The work was too hard, the pay too uncertain. Younger men chased easier money. Delivery jobs, anything that didn't leave them kneeling for hours on concrete. Others simply wore out. Knees gone, backs ruined, hands that no longer held steady. Those of us who stayed did so because there was nowhere else to go. Work came in bursts, then disappeared again. We took whatever we could get. The wages were barely enough, but they were something. On some days, that was all that separated us from the men we saw waiting on street corners in the mornings, hoping to be chosen for a few hours of labor. It wasn't a trade anymore, not in the way it had once been described. It was survival, piece by piece, tile by tile. And for people like me, there wasn't much choice in it. Chapter 2: Early Adulthood. Looking back, I can see how narrow my world really was, though at the time it felt expansive enough. I earned too little to step inside the bars where young women lingered over cocktails crowned with paper umbrellas, where laughter rose easily among men dressed in jackets that signaled a different kind of life. Those places existed for others. Mine were convenience stores with their metal tables, or roadside stalls that seemed to return whenever times grew lean, as if summoned by hardship itself. On weekends, I drifted with the crowds to the open-air barbecue spots that stayed alive until dawn. They spread across the night in a sprawl of plastic tables and chairs, filling steadily as darkness deepened. Smoke hung low, voices thickened, and above it all, the cameras fixed to lampposts watched in slow, circling vigilance, like patient scavengers. It was there that people like me gathered, drawn less by choice than by the quiet understanding that we belonged nowhere else. Later, others came too, the so-called double zeros, graduates and near-graduates alike, already carrying the look of those who had glimpsed the limits of their future. Mostly men. The women rarely lingered. They moved on quickly, pulled by better prospects or perhaps by instinct alone. The beer was cheap, and someone always brought a portable speaker, its tinny music stitching the night together. It was, for most of us, the closest approximation to a nightclub we would ever know. We sat in loose circles, sharing skewers and rumors in equal measure, each of us wearing the same strained expression, part defiance, part uncertainty, as though we were waiting for something that never quite arrived. It was during those months that I began to notice a subtle shift, though I couldn't have named it then. A few graduates found work, not because opportunity had returned, but because time had finally begun to clear space. Older workers, who had held on for as long as they could, started to step aside. Even so, many resisted leaving, either because the pensions they had been promised remained uncertain, or because the prospect of idleness frightened them more than work ever had. Taxes rose too, quietly and without ceremony, though they barely touched me. I earned too little for such changes to matter. At home, the atmosphere tightened. My parents carried a constant unease, their disappointment settling into the lines of their faces as they looked at me, at what I represented, or perhaps what I failed to become. Debt pressed in from every side. In our small, so-called third-tier city, people began to fall behind on their loans. Homes that had once symbolized stability turned into liabilities almost overnight. Pink repossession notices appeared on doors like unwanted declarations, stark against the fading paint. I often wondered what the banks intended to do with those empty apartments. No one seemed to want them. Balconies filled with red banners marked by 11 white digits, numbers that spoke plainly enough without needing explanation. They never said for sale. They didn't have to. Before long, even those quiet signals were erased, as building management insisted they be taken down, as if removing them might conceal the scale of what was happening. The migrant workers were the first to leave. I remember watching them pack their lives into woven plastic bags, loading them into the bellies of buses bound for distant villages. There was something unsettling in the sight, as though time itself had reversed direction and the long march toward the cities was quietly undoing itself. Our city, neither prosperous nor particularly desperate, offered little reason to stay, and even less reason to arrive. The older generation either folded into their children's homes or disappeared from view altogether, and the surplus of housing only deepened. Buildings without elevators, once merely inconvenient, became unusable in a society that was growing older by the year. My parents spoke often, and in hushed tones, about what might happen if they failed to keep up with their payments. With resources stretched thin, default was no longer just a private failure. It carried consequences that reached further, into the realm of punishment. And yet, they were close, so close, to finishing. 1 year remained on the mortgage, a final stretch they endured with a kind of quiet desperation. I remember hoping, perhaps naively, that when that burden finally lifted, they might loosen their hold on me as well, that something in our lives might ease, if only slightly. Life, as I came to understand it, had little patience for sentiment. It moved with a blunt, unyielding force, and whatever small weight one attached to feelings was usually crushed beneath it. Of all the rituals that marked the passing years, the New Year's gatherings were the most difficult for me, for they arrived not as celebration, but as a kind of annual reckoning. My uncle's daughter was my equal in age, though not in fortune. Even then, I thought of it as a kind of lottery she had won without effort, born not only a girl, but a pretty one. The path before her seemed already laid. It required no particular ambition, only selection, a man somewhat older, established, with a home and a dependable income. The rest would follow in due course. A child, a household, and a life in which her role was as much to sustain her husband's exertions as it was to gently coast within her own modest obligations. I, by contrast, had no such simplicity afforded to me. Living still with my parents, I had no means of avoiding the annual gathering, held unfailingly at my uncle's villa. It was an event that carried the full weight of expectation, and I approached it each year with a quiet dread. Even before stepping inside, I felt it gathering. The inevitable judgment, rehearsed and delivered without variation, that I was, in essence, a lost cause. The stone lions at the gate stood as they always had, poised and impassive atop their pedestals, as though they too bore silent witness to the proceedings within. Passing between them, I prepared myself in the only way I knew how, by bracing for what could not be avoided. Inside, my uncle received us with the confidence of a man entirely at ease in his domain. The living room was vast and polished to an almost theatrical sheen, marble floors reflecting the light of chandeliers that hung far above, their glow diffused across ceilings that seemed unnecessarily high. We were guided to a leather sofa framed by dark, gleaming wood, while my uncle took his place opposite us, settled into his chair with the quiet authority of someone accustomed to being listened to. For a time, I managed to disappear. His attention fell on my father, who was drawn into a steady interrogation about work, policy, and the vague promises of retirement. I let the conversation wash past me, finding instead a strange comfort in the distant sounds from the kitchen, the low murmur of women's voices, the sharp, rhythmic hiss of food meeting hot oil. When we were finally called to eat, it was the scent of the dishes that led us, rich and overlapping, into the dining room. There, my cousin appeared transformed into something almost ceremonial, tall, composed, her green dress embroidered with phoenixes that caught the light as she moved. She introduced me to her fiancé, a man whose presence struck me less for what he was than for how poorly he matched her. He was short, heavy-set, his thinning hair doing little to disguise the years, and beside her, he seemed diminished. By chance or design, I was seated next to him. Our conversation faltered from the beginning, reduced to awkward fragments that neither of us seemed inclined to repair. I took refuge in the food instead, allowing myself to focus on the abundance before me, on the simple, immediate pleasure it offered. Across the table, my mother and aunt spoke with growing animation, and I avoided their gaze, knowing too well the direction such conversations inevitably took. At the center of it all, though the table itself was round, my uncle presided. There was no mistaking his position. He spoke at length of his new dental surgery, of expansion, of scale, of the many dentists he would soon employ. His voice carried easily, filling the space, drawing attention without effort. When he turned to costs, tiling, fittings, the details of construction, I felt a tightening in my chest. The conversation, as if guided by instinct, was circling toward me. I attempted, clumsily, to divert it, asking about specifics, about layouts, about details that might scatter his focus. Instead, he leaned into it, swelling slightly with pride as he named the figure. It was a large one. Larger than I had expected. There was a brief silence, and in it, I understood that no reprieve was coming. Whatever followed would fall to me alone. I could do it for 20% less, I heard myself say, and do a better job. Even now, I am not certain where the words came from. They arrived fully formed, as if spoken by someone else. My uncle's response was measured, almost curious. Is that so? The shift in the room was immediate. Attention settled on me from every direction, and I became acutely aware of the absurdity of what I had just claimed. I had neither the resources nor the means to carry it out. The realization came with a sharp, rising heat, shame, edged with something more corrosive. For a moment, I felt myself tipping toward retreat, toward the familiar instinct to withdraw, to concede. But something held. Or perhaps something gave way. What replaced it was not confidence, exactly, but a kind of refusal, quiet, stubborn, and absolute. I can have it done in 2 months, I said, holding his gaze. But I'll need the money up front. It was not defiance in the theatrical sense. It was something steadier, more deliberate. And it unsettled him. He studied me for a long moment, his expression difficult to read, before leaning back, lifting his tea with unhurried precision. The room remained suspended, waiting on his judgment. At last, he spoke. "All right," he said. "But you'd better deliver." There was no warmth in it, but there was something else, recognition, perhaps, or interest. "I will," I replied. What followed surprised everyone, myself included. Without further discussion, he reached for his phone and began typing, his movements quick and decisive. A moment later, a notification sounded. Then mine echoed it. The transfer had already been made. It was only later, as I stepped out into the night and passed once more between the stone lions, that the weight of it began to settle. My uncle followed, placing a hand on my back in a gesture that felt, for the first time, almost familiar. "I'm looking forward to it," he said. The words were casual, but carried an undercurrent I couldn't ignore. I nodded, though I said nothing. As I turned to leave, I caught sight of my mother. Her expression was unmistakable doubt, sharpened by concern. But by then, it no longer held the same power over me. Something had shifted that night. Not outwardly, not in any way that could be easily named. But it was there, and it endured, quiet, invisible, and, for the first time, entirely my own. The New Year holiday, which I had once regarded as a brief and welcome suspension of effort, arrived that year with an unexpected urgency. I had imagined it as I always had. A stretch of quiet days, half slept and half wasted, but instead, I found myself awake before dawn on the very first morning, hunched over a computer, trawling through listings for tile saws as though time itself had begun to close in. Hours passed without my noticing. I watched video after video, comparing models, weighing specifications I only half understood, caught between instinct and necessity. What little money I had left pressed heavily on my mind. It was meant as a buffer against misfortune, yet here I was, contemplating spending it all on a machine I barely knew how to use. I might have chosen caution, as I so often had before, had circumstance not intervened. A factory, I learned, had lost a major export order and was liquidating its stock. The saws on offer were of a kind rarely seen domestically, export grade, precise, and, even discounted, still beyond my reach. I hesitated longer than I care to admit, listening to the quiet arguments within me, each as persuasive as the other. But in the end, it was not logic that decided it. It was something closer to impulse, or perhaps desperation. I made the purchase in a single motion, as though prolonging it might undo my resolve. The moment passed, and with it, any illusion of safety. I remember pressing my hands to my forehead, acutely aware that half the money I had been entrusted with was now committed to a gamble I could not reverse. On the third day of the new year, my uncle handed me the keys. The surgery stood empty, its silence broken only by our footsteps as we walked through it together. In the reception area, stacks of tiles rose in rigid columns, their weight and number far greater than I had anticipated. I recall the cold that day, though it did little to steady me. Beneath my coat, I could feel a thin line of sweat forming, betraying the unease I tried to conceal. I did not wait for the saw to arrive. Waiting, by then, felt indistinguishable from failure. Instead, I began at once, laying tiles with a method that, at the time, I could not have fully justified. Rather than starting from the corner, as was customary, I placed the first tile at the center of the room. It meant more cuts, more time, more risk, but something in me resisted the easier path. I wanted the work to hold together, to feel deliberate, even if I could not yet articulate why. The days that followed blurred into a kind of endurance. I moved between the site and home in a cycle that allowed little rest, each evening collapsing into fatigue only to rise again before I had properly recovered. It felt, in retrospect, less like work and more like a prolonged test of how far the body could be pushed before it refused. When the saw finally arrived, I approached it with a mixture of anticipation and unease. I switched it on and waited, almost bracing myself for the familiar resistance, the vibration that traveled from blade to bone. But it never came. The machine ran with an unexpected smoothness, its precision evident from the very first cut. The edge it left was clean, almost delicate, and I remember feeling, for the first time, that I might not be entirely out of my depth. Progress accelerated. Within a week and a half, the reception area was laid and grouted, advancing faster than I had dared to expect. The saw, meanwhile, took on a significance beyond its function. I treated it with a care that bordered on reverence, carrying it home each night rather than risk leaving it unattended. Its blade became an object of quiet obsession, checked, cleaned, preserved, as though its condition alone might determine my success or failure. Yet the work was not without cost. Fatigue accumulated in ways I had not anticipated. My movements slowed, small errors crept in, and my hands began to tremble at the edges of each task. One evening, recognizing the limits I had reached, I stopped. I ate early, showered longer than usual, and lay down with my laptop, intending only a brief pause. The video I watched that night remains fixed in my memory, though not for any dramatic reason. The voice was coarse, speaking in a language I could not place, and yet the instruction was clear. It covered the fundamentals, cutting speed, pressure, technique, and I realized, with some relief, that my own caution had spared me mistakes I might otherwise have made. There was reassurance in that. But it was the later sections that stayed with me. The placement of the first tile, for instance. How beginning at the corner, though efficient, often concealed imperfections in the structure itself, leaving narrow, fragile gaps that would fail over time. I had avoided such flaws without knowing why. Luck, perhaps, or instinct. The final demonstration showed how to tile a surface that required drainage. The cuts were diagonal, precise, and laborious. It was the sort of work many would avoid, not out of ignorance but because of the time it demanded. Watching it, I understood how much I had yet to learn. The following weekend, I applied what I could. I spent the entire day shaping and laying the tiles for the shower base, returning the next day to grout. When I tested it a week later, watching the water flow cleanly toward the drain, I felt a quiet satisfaction, one that did not need to be spoken. By then, the strain had settled into my body. My knees ached constantly, my hands stiffened between tasks, and the blisters along my palms hardened into something more permanent. And yet, despite it all, I knew the work was better than anything I had done before. When my uncle inspected the finished shower, he offered only a nod, but it was enough. His own, I noticed, did not drain properly. With what little remained, I bought a car. It was a practical decision, though it carried with it a sense, perhaps premature, that something might be beginning. I started posting videos of my work, modest attempts at visibility, while my uncle mentioned my name where he could. A few small jobs followed, scattered and uncertain, filling the margins of my time. But the broader conditions remained unchanged. The market was contracting, property values falling, and construction work, once abundant, had grown scarce. There were, however, small shifts beneath the surface. An aging population brought with it new demands, bathrooms that required modification, spaces that needed to adapt. Fewer young workers entered the trade, and those who did rarely stayed. It created, in its own way, a narrow opening. Not wide enough to rely upon, but present nonetheless. At the same time, other changes unfolded, more troubling and harder to ignore. With pensions strained and resources thinning, new policies emerged, couched in language that softened their reality. One, in particular, stood out: peaceful happy dying. It was presented as compassion, as dignity, but its function was clear enough. For many, especially those without means, it became the final option. Treatment was delayed, then declined altogether, until the inevitable arrived under controlled and sanctioned conditions. Against that backdrop, my own work remained largely unchanged. I continued as I had before, though with small adjustments: knee pads, a thick sponge mat beneath me. The other tilers found amusement in it, giving me a nickname that followed me from job to job. I accepted it without response. I had seen what became of those who dismissed such precautions. The stiffness in their gait, the quiet resignation in their movements. The men in the videos, I noticed, did not move that way. And I had already decided, though I might not have said it aloud, that I did not intend to end like them. As my income from moonlighting began to grow, and work came to me with increasing regularity, I expected, naively, perhaps, that it would feel like progress. That some sense of arrival might accompany it. But it didn't. If anything, the opposite was true. The more I worked, the more I felt enclosed by it. There was a familiar quality to the exhaustion, one I eventually recognized from my school years: a cycle without relief, where effort did not lead outward, only deeper in. Then, it had been textbooks and examinations; now, it was tiles and deadlines. The form had changed, but the rhythm remained the same. By my mid-20s, I reached a point I had once considered distant. I was earning enough to save. It was not much, but it was new, and for a brief moment I allowed myself to register it as a small victory. That feeling passed quickly. Demand for Tylers was rising, though not for the reasons one might hope. The older men were wearing out, their bodies giving way under the accumulated strain of years. S was one of them. He had been steady, experienced, someone the rest of us had quietly relied on. When he left, it was less a departure than a collapse long in the making. His absence created a space I was expected to fill. In time, I became what others referred to as the lead, the one they deferred to, the one who set the pace. It should have felt like advancement. Instead, it felt like inheritance of a different kind, the burden of other men's fatigue, their worn joints and quiet resignations, passed down without ceremony. When my parents finally paid off their loan, I had imagined again, wrongly, that something might ease at home. For years, that debt had hung over everything, shaping moods, conversations, even silences. Its absence should have brought relief. Instead, it seemed to leave a vacuum that was quickly filled with something else. Their retirement had already been delayed twice, and there were rumors of further postponements. What they needed now was certainty, and in its absence, their anxiety sharpened. They spoke often of marriage, as though it were both solution and obligation. My work, with its dust and irregular hours, became another point of complaint. The second apartment they had purchased ostensibly for me remained empty. The condition attached to it was never stated outright, but it did not need to be. I would move in when I married. Not before. It was not marriage itself that unsettled me, but the structure surrounding it. Expectations had always been high, but the balance had shifted further still. Older men marrying younger women had thinned the field considerably. The numbers spoke plainly enough: for every 100 men, there were perhaps 80 women a decade younger, and it was among them that preference settled. I had tested the matter once, in a way that now seems both tentative and ill-considered. A cashier at a supermarket, close to my age, caught my attention, and in a moment of misplaced confidence, I asked if she might join me for lunch. She looked at me briefly, her expression neither curious nor amused, but dismissive in a way that required no words. I was not without merit. I worked, I earned, I carried myself well enough, but it made no difference. Interest, I learned, could not be reasoned into existence. When my parents raised the subject again, I responded more sharply than I intended. If it was so simple, I suggested, they might find someone themselves. In truth, they had already begun trying. At work, my position changed little despite the increased responsibility. B remained as he had always been: volatile, dismissive, his frustrations directed wherever they found the least resistance. With fewer workers available, his temper fell more often on others, though not entirely away from me. The workload, meanwhile, expanded. Jobs accumulated faster than they could be completed, and long hours became routine. The incident that followed was minor in itself. A stack of tiles, poorly balanced, fell when I reached for one at the front. The crash was loud enough to draw attention, and I crouched to gather the broken pieces before they scattered further. B appeared almost immediately. The usual target of his irritation was absent, and so his focus shifted. "What are you doing?" he demanded, his voice already raised. The insult that followed was crude, unnecessary, and delivered with a familiarity that suggested he had said it many times before. Still, it landed with force. I did not respond. Instead, I set down my tools, picked up my mat, and left. Outside, the heat had already begun to rise. The pavement shimmered faintly, the air thick and unmoving. I walked without direction until I reached a convenience store, where I took a bottle from the refrigerator and brought it to the counter. The woman there scanned it without meeting my eyes, her attention fixed elsewhere. It was then, in a moment I can only describe as impulsive, that I spoke. "Do you want to go out sometime?" She shook her head almost immediately, her gaze never lifting. The refusal was quiet, but complete. I left without another word, aware of a sharp, lingering heat that had little to do with the weather. Whether it was embarrassment or something closer to disappointment, I could not say. At some point, I had allowed the idea of companionship to grow into something larger than itself. Not a simple arrangement, but a kind of imagined refuge, someone to absorb the fatigue I carried, to offer relief from it. In hindsight, it was an abstraction more than a desire, shaped less by reality than by absence. The image of it had taken on a form that bore little resemblance to anything attainable. To counter it, I told myself what I had observed elsewhere. That marriage brought its own constraints, its own quiet dissatisfactions. That whatever ideal I had constructed did not exist in practice. It was a convenient argument, though not entirely untrue. I finished the drink quickly, then went to a nearby noodle shop and ate without much attention to the food. Afterward, I returned home, drew the curtains, and lay down. Sleep came easily and lasted longer than I intended. When I woke, there were messages from B. Uncharacteristically conciliatory, though not enough to warrant a response. Instead, I called a client who had been waiting and told him I was available. The job he offered was modest, a bathroom in need of repair, its tiles cracked and worn, the surface beneath already exposed in places. The structure itself was intact, but the finish had failed. The homeowner, a man in his 40s still living with his parents, explained that they had begun injuring themselves on the broken edges. There was urgency in his voice, and I adjusted my price accordingly. We selected materials together. I sourced the fittings, negotiated a discount, and arranged the paperwork in a way that allowed for a margin beyond the visible cost. It was a practice I had observed often enough, and by then, it no longer felt unusual. The demolition was straightforward. Poor workmanship had made removal easier than expected, and by midday the space was cleared. What followed was efficient, almost mechanical. 2 days of laying, 1 of finishing. When it was done, the transformation was complete. 3 days' work yielded what would once have taken 3 weeks to earn. It was, by any reasonable measure, a success. And yet, even then, the feeling did not last. I did not return to work the following Monday. At first, there was silence, and then, predictably, B called. I told him, with a bluntness I might once have avoided, to leave me alone. He did not. Persistence, I learned, was one of his few admirable traits. A few days later, he reappeared with an offer, 10% more. When that failed, he returned with 20. By the time he reached 30, I could see that he had exhausted both his patience and his calculations. It occurred to me, not without some irony, that I had been careless in allowing things to reach that point. Still, I felt no regret for leaving. Whatever I had walked away from, it was not something I wished to reclaim. My parents, however, did not share that view. The news struck them with a force I had anticipated but not fully prepared for. My father's anger rose quickly, his voice sharp, his gestures exaggerated by a kind of restrained panic. He pointed as he spoke, as though the future itself could be summoned and displayed: hospital bills, failing health, the long decline of age without security. I raised my hands, less in defiance than in instinct, bracing against the force of it. I said little. To explain that I could replace my income would only have deepened the conflict, not resolved it. In time, the intensity faded, settling into something more manageable. His anger did not disappear, it lingered, surfacing now and then in smaller, sharper moments. I answered it in the simplest way I could, by continuing to hand over the same monthly sum, as though nothing had changed. It was a gesture more than a solution, but it held. Work, for a while, became irregular. A few days each week were enough to meet my needs, and for the first time in years, I found myself with something I had not known how to use: time. At first, I spent it recovering. Sleep came heavily, as though reclaiming what had long been denied. After that, the days took on a quieter rhythm: films, games, occasional evenings out with other laborers, sharing drinks and stories that rarely strayed beyond the immediate. Most of my work came from private homes, the occasional small shop. Government projects remained out of reach, not through lack of ability, but because I had no access to the networks that sustained them. In retrospect, this exclusion proved fortunate. The climate was shifting. What had once been routine, the quiet exchanges, the unspoken arrangements, began to attract scrutiny. As resources tightened, oversight increased. The system, strained, turned inward, seeking to recover what it could. The era of excess receded quickly. The elaborate banquets, the imported delicacies, the careless display of wealth all diminished, then disappeared. My uncle spoke of it once, almost nostalgically, recalling the dinners hosted by L., the former mayor. There had been no restraint then: lobsters, caviar, wines whose labels no one could read, consumed not for pleasure but for display. It was less about taste than about assertion, a performance of status for those expected to admire it. L himself embodied it, moving through the city in one luxury car during the week, another on weekends, as though continuity might dull the effect. His wife, too, participated in the spectacle, her purchases accumulating beyond use, filling rooms that served no purpose beyond storage. When change came, it arrived abruptly, with the same force that had once driven the excess. Displays of wealth, once encouraged, became liabilities overnight. Money moved quickly, shifted abroad where possible, concealed where not. Even education, once a marker of status, was reframed, hidden behind cautious explanations. The official narrative spoke of external threats, but the reality was simpler. It was about preservation. The crackdown was visible, and deliberately so. Officials appeared on television in restraints, their former privileges stripped away, their possessions disappearing from public view. Those who remained adjusted quickly. Cars were left unused, hidden from sight. Houses were altered, appearances moderated. It was not reform in the moral sense, but adaptation. I asked my uncle about L one evening, after finishing a job he had arranged. It was a question I had carried for some time. He was charged, my uncle said. Served a few years. Lost most of what he had. And his wife? Returned home. He followed after he was released. They kept something, I suppose. Enough. And the others? I asked, more carefully. He laughed, though not unkindly. Some were mentioned. Not pursued. They moved on. There was a kind of logic to it, though not one openly acknowledged. Those who existed outside formal structures were easier to leave untouched. They carried no official burden, no direct link to the system that was now under scrutiny. In that sense, they were invisible when it mattered. Conversation shifted, as it often did, toward broader changes. Policies adjusted, messaging evolved. Walls filled with new slogans, bright images of families expanded beyond what had once been permitted. The emphasis was clear: more children, more growth, more future. It was presented as duty, as contribution, as something both personal and national. Yet beneath it, there remained a disconnect. The reality of daily life did not align easily with these expectations. Costs remained high, opportunities uneven, and the practical challenges of raising a family had not diminished. Among those I knew, children were rare, and a second child rarer still. The party's drive for more babies grew more urgent with each passing year, as it became obvious that slogans and incentives weren't enough. Posters of smiling families multiplied across the city, red banners promising prosperity through children, but no one I knew was convinced. People weren't refusing out of selfishness, they simply couldn't afford it. So the policy shifted. At first, it was framed as encouragement. Then expectation. And finally, enforcement. Abortion was banned outright. There was no ambiguity in the language. Any pregnancy carried to term was a contribution to the nation. Any attempt to terminate it was treated as a direct act against the state. Clinics were monitored, doctors audited, prescriptions tracked. A woman who sought an abortion wasn't just making a personal decision, she was flagging herself in a system that now watched reproductive behavior as closely as it did financial transactions. The only exception was for fetuses deemed unfit, those identified as severely handicapped. Even that was not framed as compassion, but efficiency. A child who could not contribute was a burden the system chose not to bear. Everything else had to be carried to term. The next proposal was more extreme and far more dangerous. A ban on contraceptives. On paper, the logic was simple: remove prevention, increase births. But anyone who had lived through even a fraction of the country's past campaigns could see where that thinking led. It wasn't just about raising the birth rate, it was about control. Control over bodies, over risk, over the timing of every life decision. What it ignored was reality. Without contraception, people wouldn't suddenly align with the party's ideal of 2 children per family. There would be 1, or none, followed by fear. Or there would be too many 3, 4, more, driven not by policy, but by the absence of choice. Families would be stretched beyond breaking, and the generation caught in the middle would carry the cost from both sides. The proposal triggered something rare, quiet resistance. Not protests in the streets, those were too dangerous, but questions. Carefully worded, cautiously shared. Online posts asking what people were supposed to do if they couldn't afford a child. What happened if they got pregnant at the wrong time? What options remained? No one blamed the party directly. That line was never crossed. But the volume of uncertainty was enough. And that was where the professor stepped in. She didn't oppose the policy. Not openly. That would have ended her career, or worse. Instead, she wrote in its favor. Her article appeared in the People's Daily, wrapped in all the expected language: praise for the party's foresight, emphasis on national survival, the moral duty of citizens to reproduce. She agreed that abortion should remain banned. She agreed that most contraceptives undermine the national goal. And then, almost as an aside, she introduced a problem. Sexually transmitted diseases. Rates were rising, she wrote. Quietly, steadily. Left unchecked, they would damage fertility across the population, undermining the very goal the party was trying to achieve. A nation that could not reproduce was a nation at risk. It was a reframing no one could easily reject. From there, she made her suggestion. Not all contraceptives were equal, she argued. Some prevented life. But others, specifically condoms, protected it. They reduced disease transmission. They preserved reproductive health. They ensured that when citizens did have children, those children would be healthy, strong, and able to contribute. Condoms, she concluded, were not a threat to population growth, they were a safeguard for it. It was a careful piece of language. Not opposition. Not even compromise. Just alignment, twisted slightly. The policy shifted, but never officially reversed. Contraceptives remained banned in principle. Pharmacies no longer displayed them openly. Bulk purchases triggered scrutiny. Online orders were flagged. But condoms were quietly tolerated. Reclassified, unofficially, as a public health measure rather than a personal choice. It created a strange, fragile balance. You could buy them, but not too many. Use them, but not admit why. Carry them, but never in a way that suggested intent. Like everything else, it became a calculation: how much risk you were willing to take, how visible you were prepared to be. Every decision left a trace. And occasionally, the system showed its teeth. Stories slipped through the censors from time to time. Too widespread to contain. A girl, barely a teenager, raped by a neighbor. Pregnant. Denied an abortion. Her case circulated quietly at first, then widely enough that it could no longer be erased. The public response was predictable: outrage, sympathy, anger carefully directed at circumstances rather than policy. The state responded just as predictably. Medical bills covered. A new apartment. Donations from companies eager to display social responsibility: cots, prams, supplies. A spectacle of care, broadcast widely enough to drown out the original question. The outcome never changed. The pregnancy continued. The law remained. And each time a story like that surfaced, whether it was a girl forced into motherhood or a woman dying because treatment was delayed until after birth, the cycle repeated. Outcry. Visibility. Compensation. Silence. Nothing fundamental shifted. Because at its core, the policy wasn't about morality. It wasn't even about children. It was about numbers. And numbers, once they start to fall, are the hardest thing for any system to forgive. Looking back, everything seemed to circle the same obsession. Money was not just important, it was everything. We chased it with a kind of desperation that only made sense in a world where nothing held. What you earned could disappear overnight, wiped out by a hospital bill, siphoned off by a scam, seized through some bureaucratic sleight of hand, or drained by people you were supposed to trust. There was no safety net, no real ownership. So we held on tightly, because we knew how easily it could all be taken. Money became more than currency. It was entertainment in a place with nothing else to do. It was status, power, leverage. It was how you made people listen, how you bent them, how you proved you weren't at the bottom. And yet, for all that, it felt hollow. There was nowhere safe to put it. The stock market was widely understood to be manipulated. Property, once the great pillar of security, was collapsing in value. Banks failed often enough that no one fully trusted them. We were addicted to something that couldn't protect us. I was no different. Over the next few years, work found me more easily. One job led to another, then another. People saw the floors I'd laid, the bathrooms I'd rebuilt, and my name passed between them over dinner tables, over drinks, in that quiet way information moved when it mattered. At first it was occasional. Then it became steady. It wasn't just me. It was happening everywhere. The workforce was shrinking. Older tradesmen were breaking down, their bodies giving out after decades of labor, and fewer young people were stepping in to replace them. For the first time in a long while, the balance shifted slightly. If you had a skill people needed, you could finally push back, just a little. I took everything. Every job, every call. Before long, I was back where I'd started, working 6 days a week, pushing myself to exhaustion. The difference was that now the money piled up. For a brief window, I was winning. But even then, the pressure was building everywhere else. The government was running out of room. Pensions had to be paid, but there were fewer workers to support them. So taxes crept up, quietly at first, almost politely. A little more each year. Nothing dramatic, nothing that would spark immediate outrage. But it was heading somewhere, and everyone knew it. At home, my parents passed 60, and still they weren't allowed to retire. I could see it wearing them down physically, yes, but more than that. There was a bitterness in them, a sense of being trapped in a system that had shifted just enough to keep them working, but not enough to let them rest. And the truth was, their generation had helped build it. They had embraced the cashless system without question. They called it progress. Convenience. They bragged about paying with their phones, about how modern it all felt. But what they had really done was hand over the last piece of privacy they had. Once cash disappeared, so did any room to move. Every cent was tracked. Every transaction recorded. It didn't matter if you were rich or poor, AI systems scanned everything, flagging patterns, identifying discrepancies. Tax evasion didn't vanish. It became dangerous. And the punishment wasn't just financial. It was framed as betrayal, a crime against the state, against the nation itself. People were sent away for it, not just fined, but worked. And corruption? That didn't disappear either. It just changed shape. The old days of envelopes stuffed with cash were over. Now it was layered, hidden, disguised. Deals stretched across networks of people, each step deniable, each movement small enough to avoid detection. It became a game of positioning, like chess, slow, deliberate, and always protected by loyalty. The message from above was clear, even if it was never spoken outright: take what you can, but stay useful. Stay quiet. Stay in line. Every so often, someone would be dragged out and made an example of. Televised, humiliated, stripped. But it was never the system being dismantled, just a reminder of who controlled it. Meanwhile, inflation ate away at everything. They raised pensions on paper, just enough to calm people down. But prices rose faster. What looked like support was just erosion in disguise. An invisible tax, one that didn't need to be announced because it was already happening. And beneath it all, there was a group everyone preferred not to think about. The double zeros. Men with no prospects, no stable work, no place to go. They drifted around the edges of everything: barbecue stalls, cheap beer, long nights with nothing to do. Angry, but contained. Until one night, they weren't. I wasn't there when it started, but I saw enough afterward to understand. A barbecue joint, packed as usual. Too much alcohol, too many grievances. Then one of them climbed up and said what most people wouldn't dare say out loud. "You fucked us all." Not at the government. Not directly. At the older generation. You let them take everything: cash, privacy, freedom, and you thought they'd take care of you? They're the same ones who took your land, told you how many kids you could have, and left us with nothing. It wasn't polished. It wasn't careful. But it was clear. Then he threw the cash register. After that, it was chaos. Tables flipped, chairs smashed, people scattering. By the time the police arrived, it was already over. Those who stayed were pinned to the ground, dragged away. The videos didn't last online, but they didn't need to. People passed them directly, phone to phone. Everyone saw. And everyone understood what came next. The government moved quickly. The double zeros weren't jailed, not exactly. They were reassigned. Sent to work camps. 14-hour days in factories. No wages worth mentioning. Just labor. It solved multiple problems at once. It got rid of the angry ones. It created a workforce. It reduced pressure on pensions. Some older workers were finally allowed to retire, not because the system had improved, but because they'd found a cheaper replacement. And this time, they made sure people knew. It wasn't hidden. It was a warning. After that, things went quiet. People still talked, but more carefully. Fewer gatherings, fewer outbursts. Everyone understood the line, even if no one could point to it exactly. For me, those years were the most productive of my life. Work was constant. I learned quickly. Not just the trade, but how to operate within it. Which jobs to take, which to avoid, how to price things so that effort and reward finally aligned. With fewer workers around, I had leverage, and I used it. What surprised me was how little the so-called educated adapted. They stayed where they were, stuck in offices, chasing status, enduring humiliation from bosses who treated them like extensions of the job. Calls at night, interruptions at home, no separation between work and life. They had titles, but no control. My work wasn't respected either. I was still just a laborer to most of them. A tool. Someone to be used and dismissed. So I adjusted. I raised my prices. And they paid. They complained, of course. They always did. But they needed the work done, and there weren't enough people left to do it. Whatever softness I might have had wore away during that time. I stopped trying to be fair, because I had seen enough to know that fairness didn't exist. Not in any way that mattered. No one had given me a break. So I stopped giving them one. The allure of property ownership had once shimmered with promises, security, stability, even a kind of freedom. But by the time I entered that world, those promises had already begun to rot. What remained was something heavier, more distorted. Property had become less an asset than a burden, a quiet monument to Middom's decline. The market itself felt engineered to exhaust. It was not simply inefficient. It was deliberately opaque, layered with obstacles that seemed designed to keep buyer and seller apart. Agents positioned themselves as intermediaries, but in practice, they were gatekeepers. They controlled access, controlled information, and, most importantly, controlled the distance between both sides. The buildings they dealt in told their own story. Most had been constructed during the height of expansion, when speed mattered more than substance. Walls were thin, windows ill-fitted, drainage systems narrow and unreliable. Time had not been kind to them. What had once been sold as modern living now stood as a reminder of how quickly standards had been abandoned in the rush to build. But the buildings themselves were only part of it. They had become anchors, holding sellers in place, tying them to investments they could no longer sustain. Many wanted out. That much was obvious. Yet the structure of the market made exit difficult. Agents inserted themselves between parties, ensuring that neither side could move freely. Prices were presented as fixed, but they were anything but. What was advertised bore little resemblance to what might actually be accepted, and in between sat the agent, shaping perception, widening margins, extracting value. Entering that system felt less like a transaction and more like a contest. I understood early that I was being read as something insignificant, a tradesman, someone who worked with his hands, who could be guided, persuaded, perhaps misled without consequence. It suited me to let that assumption stand. The first agent I met embodied the role perfectly. He was polished, confident, and entirely convinced of his own performance. He spoke of demand, of urgency, of multiple offers already in play. 18, he claimed, as though the number itself carried weight. It was presented as exclusivity, but it felt rehearsed, a figure repeated often enough to sound convincing. I listened, nodded where appropriate, and declined without resistance. There was nothing to be gained from engaging further. His approach relied on pressure, on the assumption that I would respond to it. When I didn't, the performance lost its purpose. The second agent was different. Less composed, less certain, but more revealing. His clothes showed wear, his manner less practiced. He admitted, indirectly, that properties were not moving as easily as before. Prices, he suggested, were already adjusting. But the adjustment he offered was minimal, just enough to appear reasonable, not enough to reflect the reality he had already hinted at. It confirmed what I had begun to suspect. Sellers were not in control, but neither were buyers. Both were positioned at a distance, unable to engage directly, each relying on information filtered through someone whose interests lay elsewhere. The agents maintained that separation carefully. It allowed them to construct a version of the market that suited them, one in which urgency could be created or withheld, and value redefined at will. In my own work, I had grown accustomed to a different kind of clarity. A surface was either level or it wasn't. A tile either fit or it didn't. There was little room for interpretation. That contrast made the property market feel even more artificial, its uncertainties less a function of complexity than of design. I carried that awareness with me as I continued to look. I observed more than I spoke, letting each interaction reveal its own patterns. The assumptions made about me became a tool in themselves. Underestimation created space room to see what others overlooked. There was a quiet irony in it. I spent my days working with materials that demanded precision, building surfaces that would endure if done properly. Meanwhile, those who operated in the property market dealt in structures that had been compromised from the beginning, yet spoke of them with a confidence that had little to do with their condition. Still, I did not dismiss the system outright. I moved within it, cautiously, aware that success would not come from following its rules as presented. If I was to gain anything from it, it would be through understanding the gaps. Where information failed, where assumptions could be turned, where the imbalance could be used rather than resisted. The work itself grounded me. Each tile laid was a small act of certainty, a contrast to the shifting terms of the market outside. There was a satisfaction in that, one that did not depend on negotiation or perception. It reminded me that value, in its simplest form, was something you could still create with your hands. If I was to succeed in that other world, it would not be because I trusted it. It would be because I didn't. By the time I reached home that evening, the day had already settled deep into my bones. Another stretch of tiling hours bent over, hands stiff, knees aching. As I pushed the door open, I was met with the familiar sound of oil crackling in the pan, and the smell of pork and vegetables rising warmly through the room. My mother stood at the stove, humming to herself, moving with that same steady rhythm she had always carried. There was something lighter in it that night, though I couldn't place it at first. I stepped in beside her without a word, lifting the lid of the rice cooker and loosening the grains that had thickened at the bottom before spooning them into 3 bowls. By the time I set them on the table, my father had come in behind me. He placed 3 glasses beside the bowls and filled them with white spirit, carefully, deliberately, as if marking the occasion before it had been named. I paused. My mother rarely drank. When she brought the dishes through, pork with vegetables still sizzling, a plate of egg with garlic and tomato, I caught the note in her voice and asked, "Good day?" She brushed the front of her blouse with quiet satisfaction, still humming, then said, "I've been given permission to retire in 3 months." For a moment, none of us spoke. Then I raised my glass. "That's wonderful news." We drank, and for a brief stretch, the air felt lighter than it had in years. I saw it most clearly in my father. Lately, he had been coming home as though each day had added something to him, an invisible weight pressing him down. This, at least, lifted a part of it. Not entirely, but enough to notice. Still, even in that moment, another thought lingered. They were easing toward the end of their working lives, but mine had only just begun to take shape. Whatever time I had to build something for myself, to stand on my own, was already passing. And once they stopped, once age caught up properly, that responsibility would shift. It always did. In the months that followed, I began searching in earnest. The property market had collapsed into something strange and uneven. Apartments that had once been prized, especially those on higher floors, were now almost unsellable. Without elevators, they were useless to an aging population. Prices had dropped accordingly, but the costs attached to them hadn't. Maintenance fees remained. Taxes remained. And after 3 years of non-payment, the state would step in and take the property entirely. It created a peculiar kind of opportunity. I found myself drawn to a 6th-floor unit in a small riverside community. It was cheap, but it had its advantages. Quiet, for one. And access to the roof, which, in a place like that, counted for something. When I first walked through the complex, it felt less like a residential building and more like something abandoned in stages. A few residents remained, but most of the doors were shut, bolted, forgotten. For sale signs hung everywhere, each telling its own story. The agent listings had faded into washed-out colors, left too long in the sun. Others were simpler. A 4 sheets taped to doors, a surname and a phone number scrawled in thick black marker, direct attempts to bypass the system that had trapped them. To reach the 6th floor, I passed 9 empty units. 9 doors, all closed. By the time I reached the top, the silence had settled into something almost complete. I copied down one of the handwritten numbers and left. There was, as far as I could tell, only one man still living on the ground floor. He sat outside his door most days, on a low chair, a glass of white spirit in hand. Around him, a loose circle of stray cats drifted in and out, drawn by the dried food he kept in a plastic container. He paid little attention to anyone else. The remaining residents, mostly elderly women, watched from behind half-open doors but rarely spoke. He, at least, seemed content with the cats. A few days later, I approached him properly. I brought a box of pork ribs, still warm, the steam trapped beneath foil. I took one for myself, then nudged the container toward him. He accepted without ceremony. "Name's 1076, he said, after a moment. "I'll get you a glass." He returned with it, moving slowly but steadily, a bottle tucked under his arm to keep his hands free. We drank, and he tossed a rib bone toward one of the cats, which darted forward and vanished into the shadows with it. After a while, I said, "I've been looking at apartments." He glanced around the complex, taking in the emptiness without surprise. "You could do worse than here," he said. "If you want privacy." "Small districts are better," I replied. "And it's central enough." He nodded. "What floor?" "First or second," I said, then added, a little too quickly, "maybe 6th." That caught his attention. "Why?" "Quieter," I said, though even as I spoke, I knew it wasn't convincing. The place was already silent. The lie hung there briefly, then faded. I shifted the conversation, talking instead about agents, about the way they handled listings, the games they played with pricing. We ate in silence after that. One of the cats climbed onto my lap, settled there, and began to purr. I let my hand rest on its back, moving absently with its breathing. It stayed for a while, then slipped away as quietly as it had arrived. When the food was gone, 1076 leaned back slightly. I keep in touch with the owners, he said. Let them know if anything's happening. He paused, then added, one of them's been trying to sell 2 sixth-floor units here. For years now. He looked at me, measuring something. I can message him. I gave him my number. He handed me his phone instead. You send it. I don't use this much. I typed out something simple enough to signal interest without committing too much and sent it. He watched, a faint smile forming as I did. We hadn't even finished the bottle when my phone pinged. A reply. An invitation to view the apartment. Before leaving, I asked to use his bathroom. It wasn't necessity, I wanted to see the inside of a lived-in unit. It was as I expected. Plain, worn, but solid. The walls had yellowed, the fixtures were old, but nothing was failing. No creeping damp, no cracking seams. Compared to the newer buildings, thrown up quickly and already deteriorating, it felt almost honest. The next morning, I followed up. Within 10 minutes, the viewing was arranged. A place high enough to be left alone, and old enough to still hold together. The community was still when I returned, the silence broken only by the faint rustle of sparrows scratching at the dry soil near the entrance. It was the kind of quiet that didn't feel peaceful so much as abandoned, as though life had receded and left only traces behind. In the dim stairwell beside 1076's apartment, a figure shifted. For a moment, I assumed it was him, but as the man stepped forward, I saw someone else entirely, the owner. He looked to be in his 50s. His hair was an unnatural black, the kind that swallowed light rather than reflected it, too uniform to be real. His shirt hung loosely, tucked into suit trousers pulled high and held tight by a belt that strained across his stomach, giving him a strange sort of dignity. His eyes dropped immediately to my hands, lingering on the dried grout embedded in the cracks of my skin, before he turned without greeting and started up the stairs. I followed. We passed doors sealed behind steel grills and heavy locks, each one a quiet admission that whoever had lived there no longer believed they would return. By the time we reached the top floor, the air felt thinner, not from height but from disuse. He unlocked the larger apartment and walked straight through to the balcony, sweeping his arm outward. You won't find many views like this, he said, his tone lifted a little too deliberately. The river stretched out beyond the buildings, dull under the pale light, but open in a way that the rest of the city no longer was. A bit of compensation for the climb, I said. He glanced at me, measuring whether I was serious, then asked, You planning to live here? I shook my head. Not really. Maybe stay here sometimes if I've got work nearby. Mostly I need storage. Depends if the price makes it worth hauling everything up 6 floors. He nodded slowly. He already knew the problem. Anyone who came this far up did. For a moment, I felt something close to sympathy. Years ago, this would have been a desirable place, a top-floor unit, larger rooms, open views. Now it sat unsold, year after year, its value eroded not just by age but by the kind of future no one wanted to plan for. But sympathy had no place in negotiation. I can show you the other one, he said quickly, his eyes flicking toward a corner where the wallpaper had begun to peel back. I gave a small shrug and followed him across the hall. The second apartment was smaller, 2 bedrooms instead of 3, but otherwise much the same. He lingered near the doorway, then said, almost too casually, I could sell you both. You'd have the whole floor. I don't need it, I said. And I don't have the money. He hesitated, then gave me his price for the larger unit. I didn't react, just let out a low, non-committal sound, as though I were already thinking about other places. Then I left. For a few days, I said nothing. When he finally called, it was clear enough he didn't have anyone else. The price dropped. I pushed it further, carefully, leaving room for what I knew the place would need. He raised the idea of the second apartment again, but I shut it down without hesitation. Banks wouldn't touch a place like this. Not anymore. Sixth-floor units without lifts were effectively dead assets, no resale value, no collateral worth recognizing. I could have borrowed privately, but that came with its own traps. Higher interest, obligations that stretched beyond money, the kind that tied you into arrangements you couldn't easily walk away from. So I stayed within what I had. Eventually, he stopped circling. "How much do you have?" he asked. I told him. There was a brief pause, the kind where calculation runs its course and leaves nothing else to consider. Then he nodded. In that moment, I understood that he knew as well as I did this wasn't just a deal. It was an exit. And I was the only one offering it. Even now, I struggle to describe what it felt like walking out of the lawyer's office with the keys in my hand. It wasn't joy, not exactly. Not the kind that spills over or demands to be shared. It was quieter than that. Something internal, contained. A sense that I had crossed a line I had been moving toward for years without fully seeing it. I remember thinking, briefly, that it was a feeling worth preserving, something I might return to later, when things shifted again, as they always did. On the way home, I stopped and bought a bottle of white spirit. That night, as my mother brought the dishes to the table, I set out the glasses and opened it without explanation. She noticed immediately. "Are we celebrating something?" "Yes," I said. "I bought a place." The words felt heavier once spoken, as though they carried more than I had intended. "What did you buy?" my father asked. I told him. The reaction was immediate. "A sixth-floor apartment?" His voice rose, anger breaking through before he could temper it. "What were you thinking? Why didn't you talk to us first?" I met his gaze. "Because I didn't want to be a man who depends on his parents," I said. "I wanted something that was mine." He exhaled sharply, muttering under his breath, the anger still there but without direction. The room fell into a silence that felt more strained than any argument. I understood, even then, why I hadn't told them. It wasn't just about disagreement. It was about control, the quiet assumption that my choices would be folded into theirs, that what I built would be reshaped to fit their expectations. If I had spoken sooner, the decision would not have been mine by the end of it. So I had said nothing. There was a cost to that, of course. There always was. I poured the drinks and raised my glass. Cheers. They followed, reluctantly, the gesture more obligation than celebration. The next day, I moved into the smaller apartment. And without saying it aloud, I understood that something had shifted for good. In those months, work became indistinguishable from the rest of my life. I labored through most days, returning each evening with the layered smell of sweat, old and new, clinging to me, as though it had settled into the fabric of my skin. The shower became less a routine than a kind of absolution, the only place where the day could be stripped away. I lived in the smaller apartment, but my attention belonged to the larger one. Whenever time allowed, I dismantled it piece by piece, lifting tiles, breaking concrete, tearing out the kitchen and bathroom until the place was reduced to its bare structure. Each morning, before heading to work, I carried sacks of debris down the 6 flights of stairs, leaving trails of fine dust in my wake. Gradually, I began cutting back my hours, trading income for time, though it would take months before the apartment stood fully stripped. It was around then that the government raised income tax to 60% for those earning anything beyond subsistence. The announcement came without ceremony, framed as necessity. Those who could adjust did so immediately. Prices crept upward, quietly but consistently. I followed suit, though it was not enough on its own. Like many others, I turned to arrangements that existed just beyond the formal system. Suppliers offered materials at reduced rates in exchange for indirect payments, kickbacks, disguised transactions, favors repaid through circuits that left no obvious trace. What had once been considered irregular was becoming routine again. The barter economy, thought to have faded, re-emerged out of simple need. On nights when the climb felt excessive, I stopped on the ground floor with 1076. Sometimes I brought food, sometimes a bottle. He would produce 2 glasses and, almost invariably, a tin of cat food, which he opened with the same quiet care he gave everything else. The cats came and went as they pleased. He spoke little, and asked less. There was no curiosity in him of the usual kind, no probing questions, no attempts to draw anything out. If I spoke, he listened. If I didn't, he was content with silence. His observations, when they came, were spare and oddly precise, like fragments of something larger that he had no interest in fully explaining. I learned to take them as they were. The other residents were not so restrained. They watched, speculated, asked questions I had no intention of answering. But 1076 treated me no differently than he did the cats that gathered at his feet, acknowledged, but never pursued. It made his company easier to keep. When the demolition was complete, I moved into the larger apartment, leaving the smaller one intact for practical things, mainly the shower. I sealed its windows with plastic to keep out the worst of the drafts. The structure itself, like most of the older buildings, was solid, dense concrete that had endured decades without complaint. It lacked refinement, but not strength. The same could not be said for its fittings. The windows were single-glazed and poorly sealed, the frames warped with age. The air conditioning units belonged to another era entirely, inefficient and costly to run. The building held heat long after it should have dissipated, releasing it slowly into the rooms as though reluctant to let it go. In winter, the cold seeped in just as easily. Insulation, as I had come to understand, had never been a priority. Good windows were essential. That much was clear. But they were expensive. Disproportionately so. Outfitting both apartments would cost more than the smaller unit itself had. I could not afford to do it all at once, and hiring labor was out of the question. I considered trading work for installation, but arrangements like that had a way of souring. It was then that 1076 proved unexpectedly useful. Deliveries were left with him, stacked quietly in the stairwell where few others passed. No one was willing to carry materials up 6 flights without charging accordingly, so I moved them myself, one piece at a time. The frames were manageable. The glass was not. The double-glazed panels left me aching in places I had not known could ache. For the larger doors, I carried them in stages, resting between landings, measuring each movement carefully. Life on the 6th floor demanded a certain discipline. Every trip had to be planned. What could be carried, how much weight, how many journeys? It became routine to think several steps ahead, to calculate effort against necessity. I began with the smaller apartment, replacing its windows first so that both units would match when finished. It was as much about function as appearance. If I was going to do it, I would do it properly. While waiting for deliveries, I worked on the larger space. I removed a wall between 2 bedrooms, opening them into one. It was an idea I had held onto for years, space enough to move, to exist without constraint. I rerouted plumbing for a new bathroom, then began hauling bricks upstairs, 6 at a time. It was slow, punishing work. Each load felt heavier than the last. There were moments when I considered abandoning the plan altogether. The scale of it, the time it demanded, the constant physical strain, it wore down whatever resolve I had begun with. But the alternative, to leave it unfinished or settle for something lesser, felt worse. I had seen what compromise looked like. I had no interest in recreating it. The design itself came from a video I had watched months earlier, an enclosed, fully tiled shower, clean lines, no partitions to collect grime. It was impractical in some ways, demanding in others, but it stayed with me. That, more than anything, kept me moving forward. By then, the work had fractured into multiple streams. Windows, tiling, painting, brickwork, each progressing unevenly, overlapping, interrupting the others. The apartment became a site of constant transition, materials shifting from one stage to the next without ever fully settling. It only began to resemble something coherent once the bricks were finally in place. For that part, I brought in a bricklayer I knew from the barbecue place. We reached an agreement that suited us both. He would work for less in cash, and I would cover his expenses through direct payments, scanning codes, settling bills in his place. It allowed him to avoid certain deductions, and me to reduce immediate outlay. By the end of it, he had earned more than he would have through formal work, and I had walls that were better than anything I could have managed alone. We spoke more after that, though friendship was perhaps too strong a word. What existed between us was something more practical, a recognition built on shared circumstance, on the quiet understanding of how things were done and why. Because in the end, stepping outside the system, even in small ways, has a way of binding people together. Not through trust, exactly, but through mutual exposure. My weekly visits to my parents became a ritual of sorts, though not one born of warmth. They were obligations, measured, deliberate, small acts meant to repair a fence I had not merely damaged, but flattened outright. There was, too, a quieter calculation beneath it all. Appearances mattered. One had to be seen to do the right things, to maintain a kind of standing that existed less in law than in the unspoken arithmetic of society. I brought food each time, as was expected. It was received with a muted gratitude, acknowledged, but never quite appreciated. A habit more than a feeling. By then, my mother's pension had already begun to thin, worn down by the steady, unrelenting pressure of rising prices. What had once seemed sufficient now felt fragile, shrinking in ways that were difficult to track but impossible to ignore. My father, for his part, refused to adjust. He held to the old belief that persistence alone would see him through, that work, honest, continuous, still guaranteed something at the end of it. They spoke often of my absence, though never in terms that acknowledged it as a choice shaped by them. I was reminded, more than once, that I had not informed them before leaving, that I had failed in some basic duty of disclosure. Yet the room that had once been mine no longer existed in any meaningful sense. It had been cleared, repurposed, turned into a study. My presence had been removed so completely that it was difficult to believe it had ever been otherwise. There was a contradiction in that, though it went unspoken. It did not seem to occur to them that their own expectations had played a role in my leaving. The constant criticism, the quiet comparisons, the insistence on a life that no longer aligned with the one I was living, it had all accumulated, slowly but persistently. To them, my work remained something lesser, something temporary at best. They were fixed in a time when an engineer's salary dwarfed that of a tradesman, when status followed education in predictable ways. That those conditions had changed meant little. I earned more than many of the professions they still held in esteem: accountants, office workers, even some lawyers, but I kept that to myself. Correcting them would not have brought understanding. It would have invited scrutiny. Questions about what I earned, how much I saved, and inevitably, why more of it was not directed toward them. It would have led, as it always did, back to marriage, to children, to the life they believed I should be building. I had no interest in revisiting that conversation. It struck me, more often than I cared to admit, how easily people constructed entire frameworks for how a life should unfold. Qualifications, careers, milestones. Each placed in sequence, as though the world still operated on fixed rules. Yet the reality had always been less stable. There had been times, not so long before, when a street vendor could out-earn a university professor, when practicality outweighed prestige without apology. The pattern was not new. It was simply forgotten, then rediscovered, then forgotten again. What mattered, I had come to understand, was not how something was regarded, but whether it was needed. And whether others were willing to do it. If they weren't, the value shifted accordingly. In those visits, sitting across from my parents, listening to the same concerns repeated in slightly altered forms, I became aware of a change in myself that I could not easily explain. It was not sudden, nor entirely deliberate. More a gradual adjustment, a reorientation that had taken place without a clear point of origin. The obvious explanation, that pressure had forced adaptation, felt incomplete. Many lived under greater strain and remained unchanged. The alternative, that it was some expression of intelligence or foresight, seemed equally unsatisfying. I had not distinguished myself in that way before. There was no reason to believe I had begun to do so now. What remained was something less definable. Perhaps it was that single decision, the one made without certainty, without preparation, that had shifted the course of things. A moment of resolve, or recklessness, that broke whatever pattern I had been following up to that point. Once taken, it made others possible. I could not say for certain. But I knew this much: following the same path as everyone else no longer felt like safety. It felt like exposure. Chapter 3: The Hermit's Den. I would brace myself before each lift, tightening my arms until the muscle hardened into something almost mechanical, as if strength alone could substitute for certainty. The framed glass doors resisted at first, their weight pulling downward with quiet insistence, and I answered it in increments, 2 steps, sometimes 3, never more than I could control. Each rise was measured, each pause deliberate. I learned quickly that it was not force that mattered, but restraint. To lift was easy enough, to hold, to decide precisely when to yield, that was where the work lay. I could not afford a moment's lapse, not even the briefest surrender to gravity. So I held, balanced between effort and release, before lowering the frame gently, as though it were something alive in my hands. Each effort gained me no more than 40 centimeters. Progress, if it could be called that, came in fragments. It took nearly 2 months before the glass for the smaller apartment was fully in place, each pane a quiet victory that did not feel like one. Beyond those stairwells, the world was shifting in ways that were harder to measure but no less heavy. Taxes climbed steadily, pressing down on whatever gains I made, while the long-delayed retirements finally began to materialize. Older workers slipped out of the system in uneven waves, and in their wake, some of the newer graduates found openings. Not because conditions had improved, but because something had finally given way. Even so, the rising tax burden dulled any sense of opportunity. There was little point in chasing every job when so much of it would be taken. By then, I was worn thin. The strain was no longer confined to my body, it had settled somewhere deeper, in the small calculations behind every decision. I began to choose my work more carefully, avoiding staircases where possible, steering clear of water-damaged walls that concealed more problems than they revealed. Too many unknowns meant too many risks, complaints, disputes, attention I had no desire to attract. I reduced my work to 5 days a week, sometimes less in practice, though even with the extra time, the renovation advanced at a pace that felt almost indifferent to my efforts. There was no longer any question of turning back. That threshold had been crossed long ago. Yet there was also no clear sense of arrival, no distant point drawing me forward. Instead, there was only the work itself. Repetitive, incremental, and increasingly detached from any larger purpose. I began to question the decision that had once felt decisive. The 6th floor, which had promised privacy, now imposed a different kind of cost. Every trip up the stairs became an exercise in endurance, each load of tiles or fittings another quiet negotiation with fatigue. I moved like a pack animal, carrying what I could, returning for more, then laying it down piece by piece until the space slowly changed around me. By then, the kitchen and living areas were largely complete, save for the edges, the cuts that required a different kind of patience. But my attention had already begun to drift. I found myself turning instead to smaller, easier distractions, a game, a film, something that asked less of me than the unfinished rooms waiting upstairs. I spent more time with 1076 during that period, drawn less by intention than by the simple fact that his presence required nothing. The climb to the 6th floor began to feel like something to be avoided rather than endured, and his doorway, with its quiet routine, offered a pause I had not realized I needed. When the balcony doors for the larger apartment finally arrived, I regarded them with a kind of reluctant resignation. The frames alone were difficult enough to carry, awkward and unbalanced, but manageable in stages. The glass was another matter entirely. Even in the cooler months, the effort felt excessive. I found myself wondering, not for the first time, how it would have been possible in the heat of summer. Perhaps it wouldn't have been. It was not until the next New Year that the doors were finally in place. By then, the act itself had taken on a different meaning. It was no longer simply another task completed, but something closer to a marker, evidence that the work, however slow, had not stalled entirely. For the first time in a long while, there was a suggestion of completion, faint but perceptible. I returned, briefly, to a more deliberate rhythm. The balcony was tiled, the cutter hauled upstairs in uneven bursts over successive weekends. I shaped the edges, the shower base, the smaller details that had once seemed secondary but now felt necessary to bring the work into alignment. There were other adjustments too, arrangements made through familiar channels. A steel door installed to separate the sixth-floor landing, a practical improvement that carried its own quiet risks. It was the kind of solution that worked until it didn't, tolerated until it drew attention. As the weather warmed, something shifted again, though not in the way I might have expected. The energy that had once driven me, however unevenly, began to recede. It was not replaced by anything in particular, only by a kind of absence. The urgency was gone. The work remained, but the need to finish it, to push it forward at any cost, had loosened its grip. I never returned to a 6-day week. Even 5 began to feel like a choice rather than a necessity. The momentum I had built, piece by piece, seemed to dissipate without resistance, leaving the project suspended somewhere between completion and abandonment. And with that came a quieter realization, not abrupt, not fully formed, but difficult to ignore. The person who had begun the work, who had carried those first loads up the stairs with something like determination, was no longer entirely present. T stood over me as I worked the sponge across the newly grouted floor, her presence pressing down as much as the work itself. Hands fixed at her hips, she watched with open impatience, her gaze following every movement as though I were there for her inspection rather than my own standards. Each time I rinsed the sponge, I felt her waiting. For me to hurry, to finish, to leave. I stood sooner than I should have, leaving behind the faint grit that would settle into the tiles and make itself known later. I had told her to wait until the next day before using the shower, but she had ignored me then, and she ignored me now. Instead, she scanned the work with a sharp, searching look, as if willing a flaw into existence. There was no point in arguing. She turned to her phone, thumbs moving quickly, pausing only to glance at me with a faint look of distaste, as though I were something temporary that had overstayed its place. I had seen that look too many times to mistake it. When my phone rang, I answered it once. Better to take the payment while I was still standing there. Once I left, certainty dissolved into possibility. I thanked her, politely, excessively, and gathered my tools. From the car, I caught sight of her again, standing on the third-floor balcony, looking down. She didn't wave. I didn't expect her to. For a moment, I felt the old instinct to care, to measure myself against that look, but it passed quickly enough. The day was still mine. I stopped at a convenience store, picked up a few beers, and went to the noodle shop nearby. It was the same as always, faded menu, uneven prices scribbled over older ones, the quiet erosion of value written in ink. I ate slowly, letting the time pass until the shops reopened. Next door, the tile showroom gleamed in contrast, glass, marble, polished surfaces projecting a kind of confidence I knew was mostly theater. At 2 o'clock, I stepped inside. Q was waiting. The change in her was immediate, so obvious it almost felt staged. She straightened the moment she saw me, her expression brightening in a way that hadn't existed before. Where she had once barely tolerated my presence, now she leaned forward across the counter, her voice softening, her smile widening just enough to feel intentional rather than natural. "You've been busy," she said, her eyes moving over me, not dismissively, as before, but appraisingly. Lingering. She didn't step back as I approached. If anything, she closed the distance slightly, resting her arms on the counter, holding my attention in a way that felt deliberate. There was no pretense of indifference anymore. She wanted me to notice. "I've got some new stock in," she added, though she made no move to show it. "Better quality. Clients like yours would pay for it." The emphasis was subtle, but not accidental. I understood then. Not guessed, understood. Somewhere along the way, she had recalculated. The man she had once dismissed as just another laborer had turned out to be something more useful, someone who moved money, influenced purchases, generated margins she hadn't accounted for. And now, she was adjusting accordingly. "A good month, I think," she went on, her tone lighter now, almost playful. "You should celebrate. Take someone out." She held my gaze when she said it. No ambiguity. No misdirection. I lifted the beers in my hand. Already have plans. The words came too quickly. For a split second, something flickered across her face, not hurt, not quite anger, but a bruising of expectation. It vanished just as quickly, replaced by a practiced smile, though it didn't sit as easily as before. Another time, then, she said, though there was a slight edge beneath it now. She turned to the invoices, her movements precise, controlled. The transfer went through without issue, but the ease from moments earlier had tightened into something more transactional. I stayed a while, longer than necessary, making a show of looking through the new tiles. She hovered close, not as openly as before, but still present, still attentive, offering suggestions that were less about the tiles and more about maintaining the connection she had just tried to establish. When I left, she watched me go. That evening, on the rooftop, beer in hand, I found myself replaying the exchange. What struck me wasn't just her interest. It was how quickly it had appeared, how completely it had replaced what came before. There had been no gradual shift, no subtle warming. Just recognition, calculation, and then intent. It forced a question I hadn't properly considered. Not whether I wanted a woman, but what it meant when one wanted something from me. I had spent years being overlooked, dismissed without thought. That had its own clarity. But this was different. Attention carried weight. It implied expectation, leverage, a kind of quiet negotiation that began before anything was said outright. I wasn't sure I trusted it. Or myself, in the face of it. If I had said yes, if I had followed where she was leading, would it have been choice, or reaction? A response to something I had been denied for so long? The thought unsettled me more than I expected. I had built something, piece by piece, out of work and exhaustion and a kind of stubborn persistence. Control, limited though it was, had been hard-won. The idea of surrendering any part of it, even for something as simple as companionship, felt less appealing the more I considered it. And yet, the question remained. Did I want a woman? Perhaps. But now there was another question beneath it, quieter, more difficult to answer. At what cost? I still worked, though no longer with the old, punishing urgency that had once governed my days. The windows went in as they arrived. The floors were grouted when the mood or the light allowed. Yet whole afternoons slipped quietly past, surrendered to the dim glow of a screen or the low murmur of films, small indulgences that softened the edges of a life otherwise defined by labor. It ought to have become simpler once the new windows were fitted. The air conditioner no longer stuttered in its losing battle with the heat. But it was only then, with the frames sealed and the drafts stilled, that the building revealed its true nature. The older structures, thick-walled and time-worn, held their ground against the seasons with a quiet resilience. Their tiled skins, meant only to keep out mold, reflected the worst of the elements away. The newer buildings, by contrast, stood as blunt, exposed monoliths. In spring they absorbed warmth greedily, in summer they returned it with a suffocating persistence. Even as autumn cooled the streets, they clung to the memory of heat, releasing it slowly into the rooms, as if resisting the very idea of change. And when winter came, they inverted entirely, drawing in the cold, holding it, and bleeding warmth from the air until the interiors felt lifeless. Heating became an act of resistance. To open a window was to invite condensation, the slow rot of damp creeping down the walls. It dawned on me, gradually, that I had entered into a quiet war with the building itself, one not of tools and repairs, but of forces far larger than I could control. It was a lesson in limits, and in the unseen pressures that shape a life long before we recognize them. Something similar, I think, was happening beyond those walls. Between 1076 and me, a quiet understanding took hold. We spoke little, yet companionship settled into the space like dust, unnoticed at first, then undeniable. The cats became our unlikely bridge. I once asked him how many he had, and why he never picked them up. He studied me before replying. If you were going about your business, he said, and some other creature picked you up, would you appreciate it? The question lingered longer than I expected. It was simple, almost obvious, and yet it exposed something deeper, a kind of habitual arrogance in how we move through the world, assuming our right to interfere, to handle, to control. I suppose not, I admitted. From then on, I understood him a little better. His restraint was not indifference, but a deliberate refusal to impose. The cats came to me anyway, settling on my lap or brushing against my legs as though I had passed some unspoken test. I never reached for them, but I didn't push them away either. Between us, 1076 and I, a balance formed. I left him food, sometimes white liquor. He offered nothing explicit in return, yet his presence itself became a kind of quiet exchange. He saw more than he said. That much was clear. He had judged my choices, the apartment, the money sunk into its bones, but he kept his conclusions to himself. To the neighbors, I was nothing more than another man on the margins, another untouchable drifting between odd jobs and quiet routines. I complained often. Too often. But he treated it as background noise, no different from the complaints of anyone else. Because, in truth, everyone was complaining. The system had stretched thin. The elderly worked long past the point of exhaustion, their pensions reduced to something symbolic. The young, meanwhile, found themselves burdened before they had even begun. But it was the double zeros who carried the deepest grievance, and the most dangerous one. They had done everything that had been demanded of them. That was the root of it, the part that made their anger different. They had studied relentlessly, paid for degrees that were meant to guarantee a future, endured an education system that filtered and ranked and discarded. They had believed in it. That was their mistake. Because when they emerged, there was nothing waiting. No jobs that matched their training. No pathway into the lives they had been promised. The economy had shifted beneath them, quietly and without apology. Positions that once required degrees had vanished or been automated, while the remaining roles demanded experience they had never been given the chance to acquire. They were told, at first, to be patient. Then they were told to be flexible. Then, eventually, they were told, without irony, to go back to the countryside. To farm. To start again as if the years of study, the fees, the sacrifices made by their families, had been nothing more than a detour. That was where the bitterness took hold. Because it wasn't just failure, it was betrayal. They had followed the rules, played the game exactly as it had been laid out, only to discover that the game itself had changed. And worse still, no one in power acknowledged it. The narrative remained the same: work hard, study, and you will succeed. Their very existence contradicted it, and so they were treated as anomalies rather than evidence. For years, they drifted. Many stayed at home, supported by parents who themselves had begun to realize the promise had been hollow. They passed time in loops, games, screens, routines without progression. Not because they lacked ambition, but because the system had given them nowhere to place it. And then, slowly, the conditions worsened. When work did come, it came in its worst form. Government positions, once the coveted iron rice bowl, had become hollow imitations of their former selves. Salaries were cut or delayed. Conditions deteriorated. Control tightened. Passports were confiscated under the guise of stability. Travel became permission-based. In some cases, even marriage required approval. The idea of building a life beyond the system, studying abroad, seeking opportunity elsewhere, was quietly stripped away. They were no longer just unemployed. They were contained. And by the time the realization settled that this was not temporary, not a phase, but a permanent restructuring of their lives, it was too late to adapt. They were older now, less competitive, marked by years of inactivity that had not been their choice. That was the grievance. Not laziness, not entitlement, but a generation cornered by a system that had first demanded everything, and then offered nothing. I kept my distance from them when I could. Not because they were wrong, but because they were volatile. Their anger had nowhere to go, and that made it unpredictable. Still, distance isn't always a choice. One Friday night, after finishing late, I ended up at the usual barbecue place with the other untouchables. By chance, we were seated between two groups, retirees on one side, and a table of double zeros on the other. The tension was there from the beginning. It sat in the air, unspoken but unmistakable. When it broke quickly. One of the younger men stood, his voice cutting through the noise. He turned on an older man at the next table, his anger spilling out in a torrent not just of insults, but of accusation. They had stolen the future. That was the essence of it. They had held on to their positions too long, blocking advancement. They had benefited from an earlier system, one with stability, with opportunity, and then remained in place as it eroded, leaving nothing behind. They had watched it happen, the younger man claimed, and done nothing. There was truth in it, but not the whole truth. The older generation had not stayed out of greed alone. Many had stayed because they had no choice. Their pensions were insufficient, retirement was a luxury they could not afford. They, too, were trapped, just in a different phase of the same system. But nuance has no place in anger. A single insult came back in reply, sharp, dismissive, and that was enough. The moment tipped. I didn't stay to see the rest. I paid quickly and left, calling out to Kay as I went. He understood without needing explanation. Behind me, the first sounds of chaos had already begun. Out on the street, the noise swelled, chairs scraping, voices rising, the dull crash of things breaking. I walked faster, not looking back. Because I knew how it would end. It didn't matter who had started it. The response would be the same. The double zeros would be rounded up, quickly, efficiently. Those who had fought would be sent to the factories, places that were less about production and more about control. Labor as correction. Repetition as erasure. The older men would be spared that, but not entirely. They would be reassigned low-level, visible roles. Traffic duty. Street supervision. Work that kept them occupied and out of the way, with just enough dignity to avoid unrest. And anyone who had simply been present, would be processed as needed. Names pulled from systems. Faces matched to footage. It didn't require involvement. Only proximity. By the time I reached my street, the city had fallen quiet again. The kind of quiet that follows disruption, as if nothing had happened. For the first time, I felt a certain appreciation for my isolation. The apartment, high above, removed from view, it offered a kind of invisibility. Not absolute, never that, but enough. Still, the unease stayed with me. I kept indoors for days, postponing work, avoiding attention. Restlessness eventually drove me back into motion. I painted kitchen, living room, hallway, working without pause, as if covering the walls might also cover the thoughts. 1076 noticed. Take a break, he called up one afternoon. Come down. I went. We sat in silence for a while before he spoke. You're on edge. There was a fight, I said. Double zeros. He nodded, unsurprised. They're being squeezed, he said. From all sides. No work, no freedom, no way out. What did you expect? I didn't answer. We're late to it here, he continued. In the bigger cities, it's already broken open. What should I do? He considered that. Stay invisible, he said. Don't stand near the fire and expect not to burn. Then, after a pause, he gestured toward the strip of neglected ground outside. Plant something there, he said. Citrus. It'll grow thick. People will think you're improving the place. A faint smile touched his face. And in time, they won't be able to see you at all. I looked out at the empty patch of dirt, imagining it filled, roots taking hold, branches spreading, leaves forming a quiet barrier between myself and everything beyond. It was a small thing. Almost trivial. But then again, survival often was. The police never came. For a time, I tried to reason it out, as though logic might settle what instinct refused to. Perhaps I had overestimated the risk. Perhaps the system, efficient as it claimed to be, was selective in its reach. Or perhaps it was something simpler, there were only so many they needed at any given moment, only so many examples required to keep the rest of us in line. Whatever the truth, the absence of consequence did not bring relief. If anything, it made the fear harder to place. It lingered, shapeless and unresolved, settling into the background of everything I did. I found myself wanting something I had never properly considered before, not success, not even comfort, but security in its most absolute form. A space that could not be taken, altered, or turned against me. Something fixed, unassailable. Even as I thought it, I understood how unlikely it was. The kitchen remained unfinished, a skeletal space of exposed fittings and bare surfaces. It irritated me more than it should have, not because it was incomplete, but because it was fragile in the same way everything else seemed to be. Temporary. Replaceable. I rejected the usual solutions without much thought. I had seen too many of those kitchens. Particle board cabinets that warped with moisture, hinges that loosened within months, doors that sagged and chipped until the whole thing felt provisional. They were built to function just long enough. That wasn't what I wanted. What I found instead came from a commercial supplier, steel cabinets, industrial, designed for kitchens that never truly stopped working. They were excessive for a residential space, both in cost and in appearance, but they carried a kind of permanence I had not seen elsewhere. The countertops, anodized to a deep metallic blue, reflected light in a way that was almost severe. When they arrived, I understood why they were difficult to sell. The color dominated the room, asserting itself against everything around it. And yet, once installed, something shifted. Against the white walls and the cool tones of the tiled floor, the effect settled into something unexpectedly coherent. Not subtle, but deliberate. It was not what I had intended. But it worked. I returned to the work with a kind of strained focus, though the unease never left. It sat just beneath the surface, informing small decisions. I paid off what I owed at the barbecue restaurant and began leaving earlier, avoiding the longer evenings, the conversations that drifted too easily into speculation or complaint. Attention had become something to avoid. I stayed home more often, trading the small, easy exchanges of those nights for quieter transactions. Materials instead of money. Taps, fittings, fixtures, items that could be folded into the work without drawing notice. Each installation became its own contained task, something I could complete and set aside. The apartment began, slowly, to take shape. But finishing it became more than a project. It became a necessity, something I needed to complete, not just for the sake of the space itself, but for what it represented. A place that was mine, fully realized, beyond interference. That was when I made the mistake. My uncle's business partner had taken on one of those oversized apartments. High ceilings, elaborate details, the kind of place that required more labor than most were willing to commit. It presented an opportunity, and I approached it the way I had approached others before, quietly, without formality. But this time, the arrangement was different. Payment did not come in money, but in goods. Appliances, televisions, washers, refrigerators, air conditioners purchased under his account, delivered directly to his address, then passed along without record. It was efficient, difficult to trace, and, at the time, seemed contained. I told myself it was a single transaction. To balance it, I took on additional work, careful to keep my reported income within expected limits. The monitoring systems were thorough. Too much deviation, in either direction, invited scrutiny. I believed I understood where the boundaries lay. What I did not account for was the human variable. F had been predictable. He operated within the same constraints, understood the same risks. There was a mutual reliance there, a shared interest in keeping things contained. This man was different. He had no reason to protect me beyond convenience. No shared position, no implicit agreement. The arrangement benefited him, certainly, but that did not guarantee silence. It only delayed the need to decide. By the time the appliances were in place, the apartment transformed. It no longer felt provisional. It resembled something complete, ordered, functional, almost settled. But the sense of completion was misleading. With it came a new awareness. That I had extended myself beyond what I could control. That there was now a point of exposure I could not retract, held by someone whose intentions I could not fully predict. It was not immediate. There was no confrontation, no implied threat. Just the knowledge that it existed. That was enough. Sleep became inconsistent. Thoughts circled back to the same question, over and over, not what I had gained, but what I had risked. The consequences were not abstract. A single report, a single decision made elsewhere, and everything would shift. I considered ways to mitigate it. Better work, higher quality, a kind of unspoken exchange value offered in place of silence. But even as I thought it through, I knew how fragile that logic was. It relied on goodwill or indifference, neither of which could be guaranteed. In the end, nothing happened. No call. No visit. No indication that the line had been crossed in any permanent way. Perhaps he saw no advantage in escalating it. Perhaps the connection to my uncle introduced a complication he preferred to avoid. Or perhaps, like me, he understood that drawing attention carried its own risks. Whatever the reason, the moment passed. But it left something behind. The realization was simple, and difficult to ignore: the reward had not justified the exposure. Not even close. If I had understood the cost beforehand. The uncertainty, the constant recalculation, the way it would settle into the edges of my thinking, I would not have agreed to it. But understanding rarely arrives in time to prevent the mistake. What remained, then, was the lesson. And this time, I intended to keep it. Moving in felt like a milestone, but I didn't expect the subtle, almost imperceptible shift it would bring to my life. Afterward, I did something I'd never heard anyone else do: I worked only 4 days a week. That alone put me outside the norm. In a system where income, tax, and activity were tracked down to the transaction, working less wasn't just unusual, it was suspicious. But I sat in a narrow blind spot. My earnings were high enough to satisfy the tax algorithms, steady enough not to trigger volatility flags, and ordinary enough to avoid attention. At first, it felt strange, spending whole days at home. Some days, I did nothing at all, as if I could finally breathe in the stillness of my own space. Other days, I tackled small tasks, hung up blinds, painted a wall, or made minor repairs. Slowly, over 6 months of quiet rhythms, my heart rate steadied, and the apartment began to feel like a place that truly belonged to me. I kept it minimal, nothing extravagant, nothing that might raise questions if anyone ever looked too closely. A bed and a bedside table. A desk. Sofas, a table, a dining set. Durable, functional. Nothing that screamed wealth. I'd hardly been on the roof before, but now it became a refuge. There was nothing up there, just bare concrete and chest-high walls, but that emptiness was the point. No cameras, no neighbors, no one asking questions. From the balcony, the river was framed, controlled. From the roof, it stretched wide and indifferent. Up there, I could exist without being measured. Even work changed. My movements slowed, became deliberate. Less volume, more precision. I wasn't chasing jobs anymore, wasn't trying to outwork the next man before he undercut me or reported me. Every tile I laid felt considered, exact. It was the first time I felt something close to mastery, not speed, not survival, but control. I kept my lifestyle to myself. Not just from others, but from my parents most of all. They still believed I was grinding 6 days a week, still struggling. It was easier that way. If they knew the truth, that I had time, space, autonomy, they would only ask why I wasn't using it the right way. Marriage. Children. Obligation. All the things the state now demanded too, dressed up as duty. I didn't think of myself as anything unusual, but I knew I was living outside expectations. Not chasing a wife. Not producing children. Not maximizing output. In a place where every adult was expected to contribute to family, to population, to state, that alone set me apart. The only time I'd ever been with a woman was with a prostitute. It had been transactional in the most literal sense, timed, disinterested, hollow. It taught me less about intimacy than about absence. Whatever it was people were chasing in relationships, I hadn't found it there. What I had found was something else: space. Control over my time, my environment, my thoughts. And once I had it, I didn't want to give it up. The serenity inside my apartment only made the outside world feel sharper, more volatile. The tension wasn't abstract, you could see it, hear it, measure it. Prices rewritten daily on menus. QR codes everywhere, every payment logged, every transfer recorded. Fewer cash deals, fewer ways to disappear. And at the barbecue spots, the pressure showed. That's where the double zeros gathered, the men who had slipped through everything. No stable work, no prospects, no path back in. Too old to retrain, too young to retire, too visible to ignore. They drank hard, spoke louder than they should, and everyone else learned to keep a distance. Not out of contempt, but out of fear of proximity. When I met F one evening, we both felt it. Conversations cutting off mid-sentence when strangers got too close. Groups watching each other too carefully. It only took one accusation, one shove, for things to spiral. We didn't stay long. I suggested heading back to my place. Bringing F there meant breaking my own rules, but the trade-off was immediate. We hauled a crepe myrtle up 6 flights of stairs, the pot digging into our palms, stopping every landing to catch our breath. Nothing about the place came easy, not access, not secrecy, not even comfort. But once we were inside, it shifted. "This is one cool kitchen," he said, running his hand over the steel counters. "Come on," I said. "I'll show you what you built." The bathrooms still impressed him. The open layout, the drainage, the lighting. It wasn't luxury in the usual sense. It was something else. Thought out. Controlled. Built for permanence. "It's like a fucking palace." "Yeah," I said. "A palace no one knows about." That was the point. We drank on the balcony, the river moving below us, the city humming at a distance. Up here, it felt removed. But not safe, never safe. Just removed enough to breathe. That night, there was another fight at the barbecue place. Not a full riot, not like before. But enough. Enough for someone to be noticed. A couple of weeks later, it happened again, this time worse. An untouchable got caught in it. Not even involved. Just there. When he tried to leave, he pushed someone aside, and that was enough. They came for him the next morning. No charges. No court. Just reassignment. 2 days later, he was on a road crew, tearing up asphalt and laying pipe. 3 years. Not for what he did, but for where he stood. That was the rule now. Presence was guilt. Proximity was participation. After that, no one questioned why we left early. Or why we needed somewhere else to go. I let H and J come next, but I set terms. Strict ones. No bringing outsiders. No noise. No staying late. No drawing attention. They agreed. They had to. People like them didn't get second chances, not from the police, and not from people like me. But word spreads. It always does. More asked to come. Friends of friends. Other untouchables looking for somewhere off the radar. Somewhere without cameras, without QR codes, without the risk of being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Each new person made the place less safe. More eyes. More voices. More chances for someone to say the wrong thing, or be seen by the wrong person, or simply exist in the wrong context. I could feel it building again, not outside this time, but inside my own walls. The same pressure. The same pattern. And I knew how it ended. It took months for my parents to come to terms with what they saw as my betrayal. I had moved on, and they felt abandoned, though I still visited every week, carrying their disappointment in silence. What hurt them most wasn't the move itself, it was the loss of my monthly contribution. I had promised to restore it, but to them, that was just another excuse. In their eyes, I had chosen my apartment over them. It was pointless to argue. So I brought food instead. When I set the takeaway bags on the table, my mother clicked her tongue. You shouldn't have bought this. It's too expensive. You've got your apartment now. Of course I should, I said lightly. Don't you think I care about you? My father sat down as I opened the lids. Pork's gone up again, he muttered. Every month. Soon we won't even buy it. That's just inflation, I said. He gave a dry laugh. They call it that. It's just another tax. My mother sighed, then glanced at him. What are we going to do next year when you retire? I turned. Retire? They approved it? I finish at the end of the year, he said. No relief. Just quiet calculation. Well, I said, forcing a smile, we should celebrate. He shook his head. I stopped buying white spirit. My wage drops the moment I retire. The pension won't keep up. And if one of us gets sick, he didn't finish. He didn't need to. I stood, went to the car, and came back with a bottle. I poured 3 glasses without speaking. Didn't I say I'd look after you? I said, raising mine. My father didn't move. Like you've looked after us these past 11 months? I told you, I said, steady now, I needed the money. The place wasn't livable. Windows, plumbing, wiring, none of it's cheap. And there's no help. He turned his hand over, palm up. Empty. That was his answer. I'm done now, I said. I can start paying again. Still nothing. I took out my phone and sent the transfer. His phone chimed from the sideboard. He went to it slowly, opened the screen, and stared. The last 11 months, I said. Everything I missed. Silence stretched. My mother watched him, unsure. Well, I said. Can we celebrate now? He nodded once and sat back down. I could see my mother's face soften, but my father's remained firm. He knew the reality, but we all just continued to live in the same small world of modest expectations. As the night went on, and the warmth of the alcohol began to settle in, I felt the weight of everything. Inflation, the rising costs, the dwindling support, it wasn't just about me anymore. The government was playing its own game, stretching resources thin, but surviving. The authorities knew the storm was coming, but they intended to weather it. They would squeeze every last bit of revenue from what they could control. They were desperate for survival, just like everyone else. But what was there for us? Was this really the future we were working toward? A system where you just held on long enough to avoid the worst of the storm? It felt like we were all just waiting for the inevitable crash. After all these months of working on my home, of settling into a life that felt like it was mine, it became clearer and clearer that nothing outside was really in my control. The government had its grip on everything. Once most of M's children were gone, the population would start to thin out. The storm would pass, but there'd be no promise of better days. The authorities would continue to exploit every cost they could control, and we would just try to hold on. What did we have left but the illusion of stability? The best we could do was protect our own small worlds, whether that meant a quiet apartment or an aging family. The talk of rising inflation and the government's next steps at my father's retirement celebration left an uneasy feeling in my gut. It was the kind of discomfort that lingered, like an itch I knew would only get worse if I didn't scratch it. That itch, I realized, was the roof space. After the reprieve I'd taken over the last month, I put my hands to my knees like an aging laborer wrapping up an afternoon break, and awkwardly pushed myself to my feet for one final push. I ordered a load of framing timber and began the laborious task of hauling it up to the roof. A couple of weeks later, I ordered a second load. In the evenings, I pored over websites, mapped out the roof space in my mind, and eventually purchased solar panels that would offer an extra layer of protection from the government's incessant money grabs that were dragging everyone into the pit of poverty. It wasn't just money that made life precarious. Young men in trades had fewer options than ever. A good position didn't guarantee security or a family. Wives were harder to come by, the social networks tight, and the cost of a decent home beyond reach for many. Most of the people I knew had to make do, their ambitions quietly constrained by circumstance, luck, and a system that didn't seem designed to help. I was like an explorer at the South Pole, demanding overcapacity and redundancy before the supply ship sailed away, leaving me with nothing but the limited resources I had on hand. I bought more panels than I actually needed to power 2 apartments and started assembling the timber framing in preparation for their arrival. Maybe I was being overcautious, but I wanted to keep it all under wraps. 1076 helped with that, ensuring the panels and batteries were safely tucked away in the darkness of the stairwell when they were delivered. It would have made sense to build a sturdy triangular frame to support the panels, tilting them towards the sun at a 20-degree angle, but that would make them easily identifiable to the government drones that regularly hovered overhead like oversized insects. Their eyes were like those of flies, sweeping over the city with the ability to focus in like a hawk on the hunt. Instead, I used the panels as roofing material for an oversized shed, trading output for concealment. The gradient of the roof was a mere 1 in 15, barely perceptible and enough to keep it under the radar. At first, I only erected the posts that supported the roof, and from the air, the structure looked unconvincing, more like a flimsy shelter that seemingly had no purpose, drawing greater scrutiny. Only walls and a little weathering would help it blend in with its surroundings. H, an electrician by trade, was paid in materials to connect the battery and solar panels, but I also bought his silence in a different way. The untouchables, as they called themselves, were a skeptical bunch, unwilling to trust anyone outside their inner circles. It was a result of government indifference, a society that saw them as disposable, and a history of being let down by everyone. When it came time to hook up the panels, I had H do the initial work, but even then, I made sure he left the PowerPoints wrapped in plastic bags tied to the rafters, keeping him in the dark about the overall plan. I would finish the rest myself later. Once the work was done, H and I retired downstairs. I grabbed a couple of beers from the fridge and passed one to him. "You're still doing the lone wolf Tyler thing?" he asked, cracking open his own beer. "Yeah," I said, taking a sip. "I could hire someone, but it's not worth it. I'd make an extra 30%, but after taxes, that's only 12%. And then there's the risk of them stealing my customers. Besides, even 10 years ago, no one wanted to do tiling," I said, shaking my head. "But what if I could get you someone?" I looked at H warily. "What do you have in mind?" "I've got a cousin, see. He's in a bad way. Caught up in some minor trouble a couple of years ago, spent some time on a press gang. Now he's working as an unskilled laborer 6 days a week. Marked man, undesirable, but he's a decent guy." I raised an eyebrow. "But why would he come work for me?" "Sounds like just another shitty job, just with a different name." "Because you wouldn't treat him like that," H replied. "You also don't learn anything on the end of a spade. It'd at least give him some hope." I hesitated, considering it. "I'll think about it," I said grudgingly, before getting up to grab another beer. I took C on, but not out of the goodness of my heart. I could use him. Plus, it would keep H's mouth shut. It wasn't charity, it was pragmatic. A way to secure my own position and keep the circle tight. Everyone had to protect their patch, and mine was too big to handle alone. So, I made the decision, but I don't pretend it was anything other than a calculated move. Keeping secrets from the ever-curious neighbors was a constant battle. Bringing in tiles or the odd appliance raised a few eyebrows, but hauling in timber and massive waterproof boards was practically waving a red flag. 1076 had a point about the new trees planted along the property. They were still too young, their branches too sparse to provide any real privacy. I hoped to stay on his good side, though, so I showed up with a load of chicken wings and told him about the recent deliveries. "You've got quite the setup planned," he observed between bites. "The way I see it, the government's going to squeeze us dry with fees. Working harder just means paying more tax, so the only answer is to cut costs wherever we can." He nodded. "Not much of a life if you're just working all the time. Though you seem to have figured that out long ago." I pointed to one of the scraggier neighborhood cats winding around his feet. "Look at him, who's better off, him or us?" He chuckled. You're doing a damn sight better than that skinny thing, but I get the point. He's got his freedom, at least. Strays don't pay tax. I figured I had little to lose by employing C. His first day was a test. He handled the heavy lifting, but still spent too much time standing around. At 11, I got the call I'd been waiting for, and C and I packed up and left. Most people were still in the habit of having a siesta in the early afternoon, so when the truck rumbled noisily to my front door, it disturbed anyone who wasn't sleeping deeply. The truck backed up close to the stairwell, and its wide doors effectively blocked the view of all but the most determined busybodies. The driver raised an eyebrow when C and I helped unload the boards, but said nothing. We moved in a fluid rhythm, like three LEDs chasing each other in a circuit. Each of us took a board from the truck and placed it at the back of the stairwell, then returned for another, passing each other at the same point. We were nearly done when I spotted an elderly neighbor entering the community, leaning heavily on her walking stick. She glanced curiously in the direction of the truck. I acted quickly, shutting the doors and pulling the driver into the shadows of the stairwell. I handed him a cigarette, knowing it was a habit not many people had anymore, but one still common among truck drivers. He lit up, drawing deeply and eyeing me with curiosity. Neither C nor I smoked, and his bewilderment grew when he noticed this. By the time he had crushed the remaining ember out in a small tin he pulled from his shirt pocket, the neighbor had disappeared into her building. We unloaded the rest of the truck without further interruption. I'd given C a week's trial, and his first real test came when I told him to move the materials from the stairwell to the roof. I instructed him to do it in stages, first to the second and third floors, away from prying eyes, and then finally to the roof. With that, I went upstairs for a nap. A couple of hours later, the ground floor was clear, and a few pieces of timber had been moved to the roof. The temperature wasn't too hot, so I started cutting the boards to size and screwing them to the frame. By 5, I had completed one side of the frame. C had a couple of loads left, and when he was finished, I packed away my tools and grabbed a bucket of ice and a few beers. C was dripping with sweat when I handed him a can. I wasn't surprised. I hadn't really expected him to finish the whole job. His effort was more of a test, to see how much he wanted the job. And he wanted it badly. I was impressed, but I didn't want him to know. Best to keep him on his toes. Still, I wasn't a complete prick, so I told him he did a good job. He shrugged, trying to downplay it. The work gangs build stamina, he said. I wasn't stupid enough to think he'd always work that hard, but while he did, I'd make full use of him. More importantly, I could get the material to the roof without too many interruptions. As I handed him a second beer, he asked, "Where'd these come from?" Of course, the real question was why we were here. The guy who lives in the 6th floor apartment is an old friend of my parents, I lied smoothly. He wants tiled planters that can survive the weather, and he asked me to build and tile them, as well as close in the pagoda. It's not really my thing, but means I get paid for your time while you're learning. He nodded, taking a drink. Better than what I was doing. Work gangs? I asked. He gave a short laugh. 6 days a week, same mud, same faces. You come back with nothing left. I knew what he meant, but neither of us said it outright. At least here I can learn something, he said. I took a sip of my beer. That's the idea. The next 3 days were spent working on tiling jobs. C had to learn quickly. It wasn't like when I worked for B, where I had 4 tilers under me. I gave him a trowel and told him to spread the glue on the floor and level it out. Sometimes he applied too much, sometimes too little, but after a while, he started to get the hang of it. By the end of the week, C and I were back on the roof. He carried up loads of materials in the morning while I enclosed the remaining parts of the structure. Then I built a planter box for the crepe myrtle using offcuts, and had C tile it inside and out. He kneeled over the planter for hours, measuring and cutting tiles with care, making sure every piece was level before placing the next one. His focus surprised me, driven by a desire to learn the trade and prove his worth. In between, he dragged up the 3 water tanks I'd ordered, while I lined the fire-retardant battery room and added roller doors. For the following few weeks, and I worked 4 days a week on tiling jobs for customers, while for the other day and a half, he tiled the outside of the roof structure and I lined the inside. I connected the first 3 of what would eventually be 10 water tanks, positioning them neatly under the roofline, squeezed between the back of the shed and the wall. Over the next few months, gradually began to pay his way, though I misjudged the speed of his progress and took on too many jobs. What remained of the roof project got pushed to the back burner. It didn't matter too much, though the electricity and water supplies were already up and running. But the project had taken on a life of its own, growing in the shadows, just as the city outside continued to buzz with its quiet chaos. Chapter 4: A Death and an Inheritance. As I spread the tile adhesive across the bathroom floor, my phone buzzed, its low, gravelly ringtone reverberating off the hard, gleaming surfaces. I ignored it. The adhesive was setting fast in the heat, and once it went, there was no saving it. The call went to voicemail as I pressed the first tile firmly into place, aligning it against the plastic spacers. The phone rang again. I muttered a curse and reached for another tile, trying to stay focused, but the sound cut through the stillness of the room, insistent now. It rang a third time. That was enough. I finished the section in front of me, pressed the tile down, then rose from the foam pad and grabbed the phone. My father's name flashed on the screen, 3 missed calls. I called back immediately. "Your mother is very ill," he said. No greeting. No hesitation. She needs to be taken to the hospital. Now. I was at their building in 10 minutes. My father was pacing at the entrance, his face drawn tight, eyes darting. When he saw me, he rushed forward. "It's her abdomen," he said. "She can't stand. Why isn't she here?" I snapped. "Why would you leave her upstairs?" "I need to tell you something," he said, grabbing my arm. "We don't have time." "Listen," he hissed, pulling me closer. His eyes flicked toward the stairwell, then back to me. "People have been talking. The retirees. Minor procedures, they don't come back. Too many complications." The words landed heavily. I stared at him. "It's probably her appendix," I said. "If it ruptures." "I know." He looked smaller than I'd ever seen him. "There's no choice," I said. "We take her in. I'll handle the rest." She was doubled over when we entered, her face pale, lips pressed tight to contain the pain. We helped her to the car. At the hospital entrance, I dropped them off and parked. By the time I got inside, they were already gone from sight. A nurse approached. "Your mother is being attended to. Please wait." Her tone was calm. Detached. I sat. Time stretched thin. The doctor didn't keep me waiting long. He led me into a small consultation room, sat down, and printed a form without preamble. He slid it across the desk. "Appendicitis," he said. "Urgent surgery required. Risk of rupture. Sign here." I didn't pick up the pen. "I've heard," I said carefully, "that outcomes for patients her age." His expression hardened instantly. "What exactly are you implying?" His voice sharpened. "We provide the highest standard of care." I lowered my gaze. "It's just stress." A pause. Then his tone softened. He stood, walked around the desk, and took my hands in his. "I understand," he said quietly. Something small and tight pressed into my palm. I didn't look down. "I'll take care of her," he continued. I nodded, sliding my hands into my pockets, letting the object fall out of sight. "She'll need 5 days," he said, returning to his chair. "You can go home. Bring clothes. Come back in 4 hours. Go home." No one left. Everyone knew that. I waited for my father. When he returned, I spoke carefully. "The doctor said we should go home. We have time." I emphasized the word just enough. He understood. We drove in silence until I pulled over a kilometer away. Only then did I take out the paper. 6 bottles of museum-ian wine. Delivered to an address. No names. No explanations. My father stared at the note. He swallowed. That's impossible. We tried anyway. The first shop, 1 bottle. The price alone made him flinch. I can afford 4, he admitted. He assumed I had less. I said nothing. Over the next 3 hours, we moved from shop to shop, buying 1 bottle at a time. 6 shops. 6 transactions. No patterns. No attention. The address was in an older neighborhood. Quiet. Sparse. We left the bottles at the door. As we turned back, an old man approached, asking for directions. After I answered, he took my hand in thanks. Something slipped into my palm. He walked on without another word. Back in the car, I didn't open it. Let's eat first, I said. At home, over cold takeaway, I finally unfolded the second note. Hide and destroy the orange pills. Pretend to sleep. Do not leave her alone. We didn't speak much after that. We didn't need to. When we returned to the hospital, I expected the worst. Instead, a nurse smiled. She's in recovery. Hope, thin but real. My father left after an hour. My mother watched him go, confused. He leaned in, kissed her cheek. Trust me. That night, he returned and took over. No explanations. Only instructions. 2 squeezes for yes. 1 for no. He didn't leave her side. Not even for the bathroom. By morning, I understood. The pills came in small plastic cups. Mixed in with the others. One of them orange. The nurse watched as I helped administer them. I gave my mother the first. Then another. When I picked up the orange pill, I hesitated just long enough. She saw. I raised my arm, sleeve loose. The pill disappeared inside it. She swallowed water. The nurse nodded and left. I slipped the pill into my shoe. We kept everyone after that. That night, after my father had taken over at the hospital, I returned home alone. The apartment was quiet, too quiet after the sterile hum of fluorescent lights and the constant movement of nurses. I stood in the kitchen for a while, not moving, then reached into my pocket and took out the pills. I placed them on the counter. 3 orange tablets. Chalky. Uniform. Indistinguishable from anything else at a glance. I stared at them longer than I meant to. I didn't know what they were. Not really. But something about them, something in the way they had been singled out, made them different. I opened the fridge, hesitated, then tucked them into a small container at the back, behind a jar of pickled vegetables. Out of sight. Cold would preserve them. That much I knew. I leaned back against the counter and exhaled slowly. It wasn't the first time I'd thought about drugs. I had broken my arm once, when I was a kid. It happened during school training, some pointless drill. I landed badly, and I knew straight away something was wrong. The pain was sharp, clean, absolute. A teacher drove me to the hospital. The doctor who examined me was young. Careful. She pressed along the bone, her fingers gentle but certain, and I remember watching her face as she worked, focused, almost apologetic. It's broken, she said. The X-ray confirmed it. A clean green stick fracture. She called in a senior doctor. Older. Less patient. They spoke over me, as if I wasn't there. We'll need to reset it, the younger one said. He'll need something for the pain. The older man shook his head immediately. No. He's a child. Doesn't matter. It's a single dose. No. That was the end of the discussion. They didn't explain it to me. They just held my arm. When they pulled it back into place, the pain wasn't something I could describe. My legs shook so hard I thought I might collapse, but I couldn't even scream. It locked inside my chest, trapped somewhere between breath and voice. Then it was over. They put the cast on. Sent me home. That night was worse. The tablets they gave me cheap, over the counter, did nothing. I lay there, staring at the ceiling, waiting for the pain to dull. It didn't. After that, I started asking questions. About painkillers. About the drugs they wouldn't give me. My parents didn't answer directly. They spoke in warnings instead: addiction, crime, ruined lives. Things you stayed away from. Things that destroyed people. It didn't make sense to me then. If they were so dangerous, why did the hospital have them at all? I understood it better now. Or at least, I thought I did. There were only ever two categories: allowed and not allowed. Nothing in between. No room for judgment. No room for context. A thing was either safe or it wasn't. And once it crossed that line, it stayed there. I walked back to the fridge and opened it again. The container sat where I'd left it. I didn't take the pills out. I just looked at them for a moment, then closed the door. Whatever they were, painkillers, sedatives, something stronger, opioids, I suspected, it didn't matter. What mattered was that someone had taken the trouble to warn us. And in a place like that, warnings didn't come without reason. Her condition worsened. Or appeared to. We played our roles. She's delirious, I told the nurse. She asked about my schoolwork. A smile. A temperature check. No concern. The act continued. Screams. Then calm. Sleep. Then confusion. Each day, we pushed it just far enough. On the third day, a guard stopped me at the exit. Routine check. My bag was emptied. Pockets turned out. The scanner passed over my body. Not my ankles. Not my shoes. That night, I didn't sleep. When I returned, she was sitting up. Weak, but upright. The nurses looked unsettled. The doctor more so. Fine job, doctor, my father said, gripping his hand. We'll be taking her home. A glance passed between doctor and nurse. A decision made without words. They let her go. At home, my father broke down. Completely. I had never seen it before. That weekend, I visited my parents. My father poured white spirit from an old bottle, the glass cloudy from years of use, and handed me a drink without a word. My mother sat in her armchair, watching me in a way that made me pause. There was something unfamiliar in her expression, something softer. Your father told me everything, she said. I shrugged, taking the glass. Dad was the one who stayed awake with you every night. He said you organized it, she continued, her voice steady but weighted. Every detail. Even the money. She hesitated, then added, the pills, that was clever. You did your part, I said. You had them convinced. We all did what we needed to do, my father said, raising his glass slightly. We drank. I can't believe they'd do that, my mother said after a moment, shaking her head. After 40 years. I let out a short breath. Then you don't know them very well. She looked down at her hands. What are we going to do now? We've spent everything. I'll take care of it, I said. That's what sons are for. My father studied me for a long moment before speaking. You've changed, he said quietly. You're harder now. More aware. I'm not blind, I replied. Your generation believed in it. Mine doesn't have that luxury. My mother didn't argue. That, more than anything, told me something had shifted. For years, she had endured everything without really questioning it: wages cut, movement restricted, promises made and broken. It had all been absorbed, filed away, accepted. Not because it made sense, but because it was repeated often enough that resisting it felt pointless. That was how it worked. Not force, not always, just repetition. Enough of it, and anything could pass for truth. After that, things between us changed. They stopped asking. Stopped pushing. The constant undercurrent of expectation faded. In their eyes, I had crossed some invisible threshold, proven myself in a way that mattered. While all of this unfolded, C kept working. He improved quickly. Cutting cleaner lines, spreading adhesive more evenly, learning to read the surface before committing to it. He still made mistakes, but fewer of them, and he worked hard enough that I didn't need to push him. My own project moved forward again. With 2 free days each week, I returned to the roof. I connected the remaining water tanks while C hauled up potting mix, bag after bag. The final stage was the planters. I positioned them carefully. Over the years, I'd seen what bad construction could do, roofs collapsing under weight they were never designed to carry. Schools, offices, apartments. People underneath didn't get a second chance. I wasn't about to make that mistake. So I placed the heaviest loads above the structural walls of the smaller apartment. If anything failed, it wouldn't come down on where I slept. Once the tiling was finished and the grout had set, I sealed the surfaces and began filling the boxes. Soil. Seeds. Small plants. C watched as I worked, quieter than usual. When it was done, I gave him a raise. He was working 5.5 days now, and earning it. The last of the soil went in just before sunset. I stood back and looked at it. The panels above. The tanks lined along the wall. The enclosed structure. The planters, filled and ready. Months of work, hidden in plain sight. Complete. For the first time in a long while, nothing needed doing. The months spent training C and navigating my mother's ongoing crises provided a distraction from the slow, insidious buildup of resentment. The cohort of 00s, those who had graduated into a world vastly different from the one they had imagined, were corralled into jobs that bore little resemblance to their youthful ambitions or even the fields they had studied. Discontent and disillusionment spread through society like the plague that had ravaged it in earlier years. The untouchables, trapped in their frustration, oscillated between a desire to relax at casual gatherings or to retreat into the safety of isolation. F and I, along with a few others, would occasionally slip away early in the evening, an act that did not go unnoticed. When questioned, we brushed it off nonchalantly, claiming we were simply heading back to my apartment. At first, they seemed to picture something forgettable. A cramped, worn-out space with mismatched furniture and the stale smell of neglect. But when they were eventually invited, that illusion didn't survive the front door. Their expressions shifted almost immediately, eyes widening as they stepped into something brighter, quieter, more deliberate than anything they had expected. The double glazing sealed the outside world away, swallowing noise and heat alike, while the blackout curtains turned night and day into something I could control. It wasn't just an apartment. It was a separation. I gave them the story they wanted to hear. Years of work. Salvaged materials. Leftovers from jobs. Nothing special, nothing worth questioning. They accepted it because they wanted to. You must be loaded, someone would always say. I always laughed it off. As the gatherings grew more popular, the invitations became something closer to currency. I controlled them carefully, never too many people, never too often. Enough to keep interest high, never enough to lose control. Anyone who pushed too far simply didn't come back. A few weeks after my mother's surgery, I started leaving the barbecue restaurant earlier, sometimes on my own. I needed the distance. But one Friday, the 00s arrived in force, and the mood shifted almost immediately. The easy noise of drinking gave way to something sharper, voices raised too quickly, complaints that carried further than they should. The untouchables noticed it first. They always did. I caught a few looks directed my way, measured, expectant. But I ignored them, letting the tension build without acknowledging it. Eventually, H cracked. "We should get out of here soon," he said quietly, glancing at me. Is it your place? I exhaled slowly and shook my head. Sorry, guys. I'd love to, but I can't. F frowned. Why? I let the pause stretch just long enough. My mother's treatment, I said finally. She nearly died because we couldn't pull the money together fast enough. We managed in the end, but now there are people to pay back. I'm wiped out. That wasn't entirely true, but it didn't need to be. The electricity alone is killing me, I continued. Then there's everything else. Cleaning supplies, paper, all the stuff no one notices. I'm doing it all myself. And if something happens again? I shook my head. I've got nothing left. The table went quiet. I stood, grabbed a handful of beers from the fridge, and passed them around, breaking whatever side conversations had started. F watched me closely. Are you okay? He asked. I waved him off. I shouldn't have said anything. Everyone's dealing with their own problems. F slammed his hand lightly on the table, not aggressive, but enough to take control of the moment. He's right, he said. We need to sort this out. Let's go somewhere else. He looked at me. Your place. We'll handle the cleanup. I hesitated, then nodded. That was all they needed. That night, I stayed mostly out of it. I poured drinks, kept things moving, but my attention drifted to the balcony, to the river below. People came and went beside me, talking in low voices, circling around the same conclusion without ever stating it outright. Eventually, someone did. If I provided the space, they would contribute. Supplies, cleaning, whatever was needed. Shared responsibility. It sounded fair. It sounded reasonable. It wasn't. But I let them build the idea themselves. That way, it belonged to them, not me. From then on, it became a system. I assigned items. Rotated responsibilities. Kept the numbers small. And slowly, without anyone quite noticing, the place began to run at almost no cost to me at all. No one complained. No one wanted to risk losing access. That's when Dee arrived. She wasn't like the others. While the men distracted themselves, games, drinks, noise, she paid attention. She walked the space properly, noticing details, asking questions, offering praise that felt too deliberate to be casual. It was the second time in my life a woman hadn't looked down on me. She asked to come back. Repeatedly. Eventually, I let her. The second time, she was dressed better. More deliberate. She kissed my cheek when she arrived, touched my arm when she spoke. F grinned immediately. You gonna marry her? She hasn't proven herself yet, I said lightly. Dee ignored him. Why don't you have a girlfriend? She asked. I don't want one. F smirked. Crossed over? Only for you, I said. Dee didn't laugh. But wouldn't you want someone? Someone to care about you? Care? I shook my head. More like rearrange my life. This works fine. People come, people go. That should have been enough. It wasn't. A few weeks later, she offered to handle the cleaning. By the end of the night, she was moving through the apartment like she belonged there, collecting bottles, wiping surfaces, finishing before anyone else even noticed. Then she came for me. It was fast. Direct. No hesitation. I'll sleep with you, I told her plainly, pulling back just enough to be clear. But you're not my girlfriend. And you're not moving in. She paused just for a second. Then she nodded, as if the terms didn't matter. The next morning, I made breakfast. She didn't leave. I have to visit my mother, I said eventually. She asked to come. Lightly. Testing. I ignored it. That should have been the end of it. It wasn't. Not long after I got home again, she was at my door. Pounding. You're treating me like shit. I told you, I said through the steel door, calm but firm. I need my space. She didn't hear it. Or didn't care. The noise went on for an hour before I gave up trying to reason with her. Eventually, I just stepped back and let the door do its job. The next day, she was waiting again. This time quieter. We should try, she said. We're good together. I don't want marriage. I don't want kids. That landed harder than anything else. I softened it, tried to end it cleanly. You'll find someone. Just not me. For a moment, it worked. Then she slipped past me. That was the mistake. Get out, I said, all patience gone. I'd never be with someone who acts like this. She swung at me. I caught her wrists. We stayed like that for a moment, neither moving forward. Eventually, I backed away, retreating up the stairs, putting distance between us. Time dragged. She stayed. Crying. Angry. Waiting. When her attention broke, I moved. Key. Lock. Door. Almost. Her foot jammed into the gap. Another stalemate. She begged. Argued. Switched tactics. I said nothing. Then I gave her just enough hope, opened the door slightly. She pulled back. I slammed it shut. Locked. This time, it held. She stayed for another hour, pounding, shouting, unraveling. I turned the music up and let the sound swallow hers. By the time I came out, she was gone. The next day, I checked with 1076 before going home. She was still there. So I didn't go back. The day after, he messaged, clear. When I saw him, I brought chicken wings. He didn't mention her. Didn't need to. A cat climbed onto my lap, settling in like it had always belonged there. He watched it for a moment. Feels good, he said quietly. Climbing into something warm. He glanced at me. But picked the wrong one, and it's not so easy to get out. The cat tensed, then jumped away without warning. I laughed, but not for long. I suspected Dee would try to force her way back in by turning up uninvited on Saturday night, so I cut the problem off before it could start. No gathering, no noise, no lights. I pulled the blinds early and stayed in, letting the apartment settle into silence again. For the first time in days, it felt like mine. The whole situation had dragged on longer than it should have, but in the end, it worked out cleanly enough. Dee went back to the barbecue place expecting sympathy, or at least a way back in, but instead she found resistance. People didn't like disruptions, especially not ones that threatened something they all valued. She hadn't just embarrassed herself, she'd put the rest of them at risk. That was enough. The message reached her quickly, and after that, she stopped pushing. The following weekend, I held the gathering again. This time, the mood was different, not tense, but watchful. The story had already spread, and I could feel it in the way people approached me. They didn't ask outright at first, but it didn't take long before someone brought it up, and then the rest followed. They wanted the details. Not because they didn't know, but because they wanted to hear how I framed it. So I told it simply. She wanted more than I was offering, I said. That's it. No drama. No embellishment. No mention of how far she'd pushed things. And definitely no mention of 1076. That was enough. After that, I didn't need to say anything more, because the others took over. Whenever a new girl came along, the story surfaced again, retold casually, almost like part of the introduction. It wasn't presented as gossip or complaint. It was framed as a fact. He's not looking for anything serious, someone would say. Yeah, another would add, half joking, half not. You stay the night, you go home. That's how it works. There was usually laughter after that, but the message was clear. It became a kind of unspoken rule, one that protected me without me having to enforce it. The girls would listen, exchange glances, and adjust accordingly. Some lost interest immediately. Others didn't. The ones who stayed understood. No expectations. No claims. No confusion. That was the point. The guys, for their part, treated it lightly, but they understood it too. They'd seen what happened when someone tried to push past the line. The story wasn't just something to laugh about, it was a boundary, repeated often enough that no one could pretend they didn't know where it stood. And that suited me perfectly. I didn't want complications. I didn't want someone trying to reshape my life into something else. The apartment, the gatherings, the routine, it all worked because it was controlled, contained. People could come in. They just couldn't stay. In the end, what Dee had done, intentionally or not, had made that clear for everyone. Including me. I rarely kept up with the news, and it wasn't until a visit to my parents' place that I heard it. The doctor who had treated my mother had been arrested. The report was blunt, almost eager in its tone. Corruption. Abusive position. Manipulating patients into believing they were being harmed by the hospital, then extracting expensive gifts in exchange for intervention. The authorities were calling for others to come forward. My mother looked at me, unsettled. Should we call them? I shook my head immediately. No. It's all lies. She frowned. How do you know? I took a moment before answering, choosing something grounded. Something she had seen herself. That last morning in the hospital, I said, when you sat up, you remember how everyone reacted? She hesitated. My father didn't. They weren't relieved, he said quietly. I nodded. Exactly. They were shocked. The nurses looked wrong. Not happy. Not even surprised, just worried. Like something hadn't gone the way it was supposed to. I let that settle. They thought you were going to die, I added. And when you didn't, they didn't know what to do. My father gave a small, almost imperceptible nod. We need to keep our heads down, I continued. They're not looking for the truth, they're looking for a clean story. Something simple. He scared patients, took things from them, got caught. That's enough. My mother shifted in her seat. But, we paid. We lost everything. If we say something, maybe. That's exactly what they want, my father cut in, his voice low but firm. I leaned forward slightly. If we step into this, we don't control what happens next. They could come after us for bribery. Or decide we know too much. Or just drag it out until we're stuck in it. She looked between us, uncertain. But how do you know? I don't, I said plainly. But I wouldn't trust them with anything. If they come, you say you didn't see the news. If they push, you tell them he said you might die and you panicked. That's it. Nothing more. No details. No names. My father nodded again. Keep it simple. They won't go digging forever, I added. They'll focus on what's recent. The last few cases. Enough to prove what they want to prove. After that, it's not worth the effort. Yours was months ago. Too far back. My mother didn't look convinced, but she didn't argue either. The thought lingered behind her eyes, uncertain, unresolved. After a while, she asked quietly, "What will happen to him?" I paused before answering. Hard to say, I admitted. He's useful. People like him don't just disappear. But they won't want him talking either. I shrugged slightly. He'll be sent somewhere else. Out of the way. Somewhere he can still work, but where no one asks questions. My mother nodded slowly, as if that version of things gave her something to hold on to. But the unease didn't leave the room. It just settled into the corners, quiet and patient. The parties continued, and though more girls came, they never made up more than about 30% of the attendees. Most Middom girls were pretty and well dressed, their long hair and slim bodies were their currency. Some had waists so impossibly thin that beauty alone could keep them afloat or lift them higher, if they played their cards right. Only about 10% of the untouchables were women, those marked by a combination of poverty and a lack of beauty. It was a grim reality for them, but they understood their position and rarely stayed the night. They were too self-conscious, too wary of rejection, too aware of how little margin they had. Instead, they bided their time, gravitating toward untouchable men, those who didn't look like much but had managed to carve out some stability. One of those girls ended up with F. They seemed happy enough, or at least as happy as anyone else. Later, they had a son. Most guys in my position wouldn't have invited those girls at all, but to me, they served a purpose. They balanced the numbers, for one thing, but more importantly, they influenced how others saw me. The other girls noticed everything, their awareness sharper, more instinctive than the men's. The presence of untouchable women caught their attention. It didn't fit the usual pattern, and that made them curious. What kind of man invited them? They speculated, and eventually settled on an answer that worked in my favor, that I was kind. That I wasn't just another man trying to trap them into something. The untouchable girls became, without realizing it, my advocates. Quietly, indirectly, they reshaped how I was perceived. The cleaning girls always had an easy exit. If they wanted to leave, they left. If they stayed, they stayed. Either way, I treated them the same. I smiled, thanked them, and never showed disappointment. I didn't want to seem entitled. I wasn't entitled, just open to what was freely given. I wanted connection, but not the kind that came with strings attached, not the kind that hardened into obligation. If a girl came once and didn't stay, I invited her again. And again, if she returned. I understood how much they talked among themselves. Respect mattered. Listening mattered. It wasn't about possession, it was about consistency. About being someone predictable in a world that wasn't. Most people would have been surprised that someone like me, an untouchable, could make it work. But the truth was simple: too many people crowded into the same lanes, thinking that was enough. It never was. It was like the job market. All those graduates, accountants, architects, programmers, each convinced their qualifications set them apart. But when they applied, they were just one of many. Even in smaller fields, it was still a crowd. And they disappeared into it. The answer wasn't just to be better. Everyone was trying to be better. The answer was to be different in ways that mattered. An engineer who understood business was more useful than one who didn't. Add a foreign language, and the field narrowed again. It was like cutting a key. One groove wasn't enough, but with each additional cut, new doors opened. Eventually, you found doors no one else could unlock. So I started cutting my own key. Inviting the untouchable girls, that was the kindness cut. Letting people leave without pressure, that was respect. Inviting them back, that was consistency. Each small adjustment shaped how I was seen, opening doors that would have stayed shut otherwise. One of the most useful cuts, though, was physical. Untouchables worked with their bodies. We carried, lifted, built. There was no avoiding it. Over time, that kind of work shaped you. Lean, strong, defined. In contrast, the white-collar crowd spent their days sitting, pale, narrow, soft. Girls noticed that difference. They didn't always say it, but they felt it. I wasn't exceptional, but I understood the advantage and I added to it. I was clean. Meticulously clean. Before every gathering, I scrubbed myself down properly. Not a quick wash, but a full hour if needed, hands, arms, everywhere. Then a shower, hair washed, everything in order. It wasn't something most untouchables thought about, but it mattered more than they realized. Where others played the short game, taking what they could, not thinking beyond the moment, I played the long one. If I treated people well, if I made them feel comfortable, they talked. And what they said carried further than anything I could do myself. I wasn't pretending to be anything more than I was. I wasn't some great lover. But I understood the structure of it, the expectations, the boundaries, the unspoken rules, and I stayed within them. Girls came for different reasons. Some wanted the atmosphere. Some wanted the physical side of it. Some just wanted something different from the usual routine. I didn't need to guess which was which. I just kept the door open. Sometimes they left after cleaning. Sometimes they stayed for a while and left later. And sometimes they stayed the night. That was enough. But that was where it ended. The story about D made sure of that. It got retold often, usually by the others, usually when someone new arrived. They'd laugh about it, dress it up, exaggerate parts of it. But the message underneath stayed intact. Stay if you want. Leave when you want. But don't expect more. I never corrected them. It saved me the trouble of saying it myself. Because that was the line I didn't cross. I was happy to have someone there for a night to share the space, the warmth, the moment. But that was all it would ever be. The country's finances had become a slow suffocation, the pressure mounting steadily as the peak retiree era arrived. M's children, too, had passed on, and while the financial strain would ease over time, it would never completely dissipate within my lifetime. The generation that had once numbered over 800 million had dwindled to fewer than 400 million, and those in turn were producing fewer than 200 million. It was a demographic collapse, and the ripple effects were everywhere. The state had long ago replaced a large portion of its workforce with press gangs, and now new entrants were far outstripped by retirees. Government monopolies inflated costs to extortionate levels, ensuring the state's survival at the expense of its people, but also guaranteeing that taxes kept rising and that most citizens had no choice but to work long hours just to scrape by. It wasn't necessarily a flaw in the system, it was part of its design. Exhaustion dulled resistance. Most people, though, remained trapped in an older way of thinking. They still focused on what they earned, as if a higher paycheck might solve everything. They couldn't see that for most, any additional income was swallowed whole before it ever reached their hands. The real solution wasn't more income, it was less exposure. I had worked that out years earlier. I didn't need to earn more, I needed to reduce what could be taken from me. Water, electricity, food. Once those were under my control, the rest became manageable. The rooftop garden, the tanks, the panels, even the parties, they weren't indulgences. They were insulation. This was my life now, minimal visible effort, maximum retained value. I lived simply, but not poorly. My savings grew, though I understood better than most that savings alone meant nothing. There was no such thing as real financial security, not in a system where assets could be revalued, restricted, or simply taken. Investment opportunities that generated genuine income didn't exist for people like me. What did exist were traps, property schemes, financial products, promises that collapsed the moment they were tested. Most people still trusted the banks, but even that felt fragile. Too many of them were carrying debts buried under the ruins of the property market. So I spread my money across 10 different institutions, not because I trusted them, but because I didn't trust any of them. It wasn't safety. It was dispersion. For most, retirement had become a slow erosion, income shrinking, costs rising, savings dissolving over time. A drawn-out ending, rather than a defined one. What I was doing wasn't illegal, but it sat uncomfortably outside what was acceptable. Work wasn't just about survival, it was a performance. To work too little, or to appear too comfortable, invited attention. It suggested disloyalty. Laziness could be reframed as something far worse. So I kept my real situation hidden. Even from C. There were always people willing to report others, whether out of suspicion, jealousy, or simple habit. It didn't take much working fewer hours, living slightly better than expected, saying the wrong thing at the wrong time. Anything could be turned into a problem if someone wanted it to be. And there were always those who wanted it to be. I kept a routine that looked normal enough. 4 mornings a week, C and I worked real work, visible work. Enough to justify everything else. Enough to avoid questions. He never pushed too hard, which suited me. When I wasn't with him, I told him I was handling the rest, quotes, materials, clients. that part wasn't entirely a lie. What I didn't tell him was how little time it actually took. Years earlier, I'd worked out a pricing structure that removed most of the friction. The jobs came in, the margins held, and the system sustained itself. There was no reason to complicate it. And no reason to share it. By then, we had been working together for nearly 10 years. C was steady, reliable in the ways that mattered. I made sure he stayed that way. Every so often, I adjusted his pay just enough to stay ahead of inflation, never enough to shift the balance too quickly. It wasn't about denying him. It was about managing the pace. Too much, too fast, and expectations changed. Too little, and dissatisfaction crept in. The middle ground was where things held. C worked hard, like most people. Physical work. Tangible work. The kind that felt productive, even when it didn't lead anywhere new. He could have struck out on his own if he wanted to, but that would have required a different way of thinking. It wasn't a lack of intelligence. Just a lack of deviation. He followed the path that was in front of him, like most people did. Questioning it wasn't part of the equation. For now, that suited me just fine. The years rolled by quietly during that period, a stretch of steady, unremarkable stability that felt as though it might extend indefinitely. My business provided a reliable income, and the weekend gatherings continued to supply both distraction and the small necessities that kept my costs low. It wasn't a grand life, but it was controlled, predictable mine. By the time I reached my late 40s, I had started to believe that this was how things would remain. Comfortable. Undisturbed. Then came the first crack. The neighbor on the first floor began to fade. His health had never been strong, but now it deteriorated with a speed that was hard to ignore. I found myself checking in on him more often, bringing food, the occasional bottle of white spirit. He rarely ate much, and what I left was often untouched, but that didn't seem to matter. The visits themselves became the point, proof that he hadn't yet been completely forgotten. One afternoon, as I set a plate down in front of him, he looked up at me with a thin, knowing smile. "Bit more beneath those old overalls than meets the eye," he said, his voice rough but steady. I let out a small laugh, unsure where he was going with it. That's probably true of most people. He shook his head slightly. Not most. Just some. He paused, eyes narrowing faintly. Too many robots out there. There was always something opaque about him, something that didn't quite fit. I had long suspected that the life he presented wasn't the full story, but he had never offered more, and I had never asked. "I'm not long for this world," he said, as if commenting on the weather. "You don't look your best," I replied, keeping my tone light, though the words landed heavier than I intended. He gave a dry, almost amused grin, then reached beneath his shirt and pulled out a thin chain. A key hung from it, small and worn. "Drop in every day," he said. "When I go, you'll find me first. Take the key. Steel box in the wardrobe. There's a false back, push it hard, slide it up." His eyes locked onto mine. "Take it to your hidey hole. Don't open it unless you're alone." I said nothing, just nodded. "If someone else gets to it first," he went on, "break it open. Don't leave it there." He paused, his voice lowering. "What's inside is yours. Keep it, or burn it." The weight of it settled between us. "If you don't want it," he added after a moment, "throw it in the river. They'll make something up about me otherwise. Degenerate, criminal, whatever fits." A faint smile touched his lips. "They like a story." I understood enough not to push him. He had told me what he was willing to tell. After that, he withdrew further into himself. The conversation stopped. The visits became quieter. And then, one day, there was nothing left to say. A month later, I found him. It wasn't a shock. If anything, it felt like the conclusion of something already finished. I took the key from around his neck and went straight to the wardrobe. The box was exactly where he said it would be. I retrieved it before making the call. The ambulance attendants moved with practiced indifference. They had seen it all before: another old man, another quiet ending. They covered him, lifted him, and took him away, leaving behind the faint echo of routine questions about next of kin. There were none. I handed over the copy without hesitation, pointing out the government-approved stamp. That alone made it effectively unchallengeable. They glanced at it, nodded, and moved on. It wasn't hard to see what they were really there for: not to investigate, but to ensure there would be no disputes. No neighbors stepping forward with convenient stories. No ambiguity that might complicate things later. In cases like these, the state had a way of positioning itself as the final beneficiary, once all other claims were exhausted. Clean, quiet absorption. Once they left, the hard drives barely crossed my mind. There were more immediate concerns. The apartment needed to be cleared, and that took time. I packed up his clothes and left them where the usual group of elderly scavengers would find them. They moved through the neighborhood like clockwork, sorting through discarded items with practiced efficiency. Nothing went to waste if it still held value to someone. The furniture I covered with sheets. It wasn't worth much, but enough to justify preserving. Dust had a way of settling in quickly, and time did the rest. Some things, though, I kept. There were pieces of art, intricate, unfamiliar, not quite in line with the usual Middom style. And small ornaments, many of them clearly from minority regions. They didn't belong in that apartment, not really. Which was precisely why I couldn't bring myself to throw them out. They were remnants of something I hadn't understood about him. So I left them intact. It wasn't until weeks later that I finally turned my attention to the hard drives. By then, the sense of inheriting his life had dulled into something more practical. There was no anticipation, just a quiet obligation to see what was there. I plugged the first drive into the TV. It was exactly what I expected: disorderly, uncurated. E-books, films, fragments of old media. Some of it foreign, long since unavailable through any official channels. In a place where access was controlled, even outdated material took on a certain weight. But there was nothing remarkable about it. The second drive was different. At first, it looked the same: folders, files, no clear structure. But as I moved deeper into it, something shifted. Hidden directories. Buried content. And then I found it. Foreign material. Explicit. Not the crude, heavily restricted versions that occasionally circulated in whispers, but something else entirely: unfiltered, unrestrained, and, more importantly, untouched by the system that had erased almost everything like it. There was a lot of it. More than anyone would reasonably keep for personal use. I sat there for a while, not reacting so much as absorbing it. It wasn't shock, exactly. More a recognition of what it represented. Access. In a place where access itself was controlled, that was the real value. The thought came to me, uninvited but immediate: I'd been handed the keys to something I was never meant to see. Not just because of the content, but because of what it implied. 1076 hadn't been careless. Nothing else about his life suggested that. Which meant this wasn't incidental. It was deliberate. Collected, stored, hidden. A private archive. A quiet defiance. Or something more structured than that. I kept going. The deeper I looked, the clearer it became that this wasn't just a personal collection. The volume, the variety, the way it had been distributed across drives, it suggested intent. Preservation, maybe. Or distribution. Or preparation for something that had never quite happened. Whatever it was, it extended beyond simple curiosity. I leaned back, the files still open in front of me. What I had inherited wasn't just a collection of old media. It was a doorway into something that had been deliberately kept out of reach. And now, whether I liked it or not, it belonged to me. Chapter 5: Two Surprising Girls. Over time, I had carved out a life that most people could only dream of, a life that combined comfort with a kind of quiet autonomy. It wasn't just about having money, it was about how invisible you could make yourself while keeping it. Business owners, for all their apparent success, were still tethered to expectation. They had to be seen working, seen striving, seen complying. Their wealth came with scrutiny. I had come to define wealth differently. To me, it wasn't numbers on a screen or the size of a property. It was time. Unclaimed time. Time that no one could tax, regulate, or demand an explanation for. The freedom to wake without an alarm, to move through the day without urgency, to tend to the garden because I felt like it, not because it needed doing. Even the smallest tasks, washing dishes, watching the light shift across the room, took on a different quality when they weren't squeezed between obligations. In a world obsessed with productivity, I had found a quiet satisfaction in doing things for no reason at all. That was wealth. And by that measure, I had more than most. But even then, something kept pulling at me. After 1076's death, the collection he left behind stopped feeling like a curiosity and started to feel like a thread. The documentaries in particular began to draw me in, especially those about Middom. Some were local, framed in the familiar tone I had grown up with. Others weren't. Those were different. Subtle in places, direct in others. They didn't contradict what I knew outright, but they shifted it, added angles, context, questions. They suggested a version of things that wasn't meant to be seen all at once. It wasn't just the content. It was the existence of it. How had he obtained it? How long had he been collecting? And more importantly, why? I wasn't naive about the risks. Possessing that kind of material wasn't just frowned upon, it was dangerous. Not immediately, not always, but in the slow, cumulative way that things became dangerous once someone decided to look closely enough. Still, I couldn't ignore it. The collection wasn't just entertainment. It was a window, narrow, distorted, but real. A glimpse into currents that ran beneath the surface of everything I thought I understood. So I started organizing it. What at first looked like chaos began to take shape as I sorted through the drives. Files were grouped, duplicates identified, damaged data set aside. Some of the drives were old, too old. I could already see signs of degradation. Losing the data wasn't just an inconvenience, it felt like losing something that wasn't supposed to exist in the first place. So I began copying it. Carefully. Drives were easy to come by, but that didn't mean they were safe. Buying too many at once would draw attention, even if only in small ways. So I spread it out. One here, another a few weeks later. Nothing consistent. Nothing that formed a pattern. Just enough to stay ahead of decay. To keep things looking normal, I pulled others into it, casually, indirectly. I told a few of the regulars from the gatherings that I needed extra storage for media. Music, films, games. They didn't question it. Most people didn't care what they gave, as long as it didn't inconvenience them. It gave me accumulation without exposure. But the more I handled the collection, the clearer it became that this wasn't random. Some of the material had been banned for decades. That alone was unusual. But mixed in with it were newer files, recent, or close enough to it. That changed things. That meant the collection wasn't just preserved, it had been maintained and fed. Which brought me back to the electronics. At the time, I had dismissed those purchases as eccentricity. An old man keeping up with gadgets he didn't use. It hadn't made sense, but it hadn't mattered. Now it did. I went back through the records again, this time with purpose. Every transaction. Every date. Every purchase tied to that same store. The spacing was irregular, 5 months, 6, sometimes more, but it wasn't random. It was controlled inconsistency. Enough to avoid notice. Not enough to break the chain. And the items themselves. Cameras, storage devices, components, they weren't things you bought repeatedly without a reason. They were tools. I sat with that for a while. The apartment had been bare of anything resembling a setup. No visible system. No workspace. No trace of how any of it had been used. Which meant one of two things. Either he had been far more careful than I had ever imagined, or the real work had never happened there at all. The pieces were there, but the connection between them was just out of reach. The drives. The content. The purchases. The pattern. It wasn't a collection. It was a process. And whatever that process was, he had left it unfinished or had passed it on without explanation. I felt the weight of it then, more clearly than before. Not just curiosity, but expectation. As if the absence of answers was deliberate. He hadn't told me. Which meant he either couldn't, or believed I didn't need to be told. I had never been lazy. And I had never ignored something that didn't make sense. There was a story here. Not just in the files, but in how they came to exist. And whether he meant to or not, he had left it to me to find it. Looking back, the 10-year census was never the benign exercise it claimed to be. On paper, it was a simple accounting of lives, names checked, numbers updated, the population made neat and legible. But in practice, it offered something far more valuable to those who governed, a sanctioned glimpse behind closed doors. It allowed them to step uninvited into private spaces and measure, in quiet and unspoken ways, whether a life aligned with expectation. In neighborhoods like mine, modest and easily overlooked, such visits were infrequent. Few officials cared to climb to the upper floors without cause. Yet neglect was never the same as safety, and I understood better than most that obscurity required maintenance. When I came into possession of 1070 CXS apartment, I registered it as my official address without hesitation. It was, in many ways, ideal. An unremarkable unit on the first floor, set among residents who rarely drew attention to themselves. There, anonymity came easily. The apartment still bore the imprint of its former occupant, his furniture, his arrangements, the quiet residue of a life recently extinguished. I left everything as it was. The electricity remained connected, the refrigerator humming with artificial purpose. Lamps were fitted with timers, curtains drawn with deliberate regularity, and a small video system kept watch on the door. It was not enough for the place to exist, it had to suggest presence. Even in absence, it needed to feel inhabited. By then, I was already expecting the notice. Word had traveled through adjacent buildings, drifting from neighbor to neighbor in the way such things always did. When it finally reached me, it arrived at the end of a long day. One of many spent tiling, the hours marked more by repetition than progress. That evening, I returned to the first-floor apartment with a quiet sense of readiness. If nothing else, I was spared the climb. The official arrived soon after. He carried with him the faint stiffness of bureaucracy, a pressed shirt, a tie too formal for the setting, and he seemed faintly repelled by the dust and my still unwashed boiler suit. His eyes moved quickly, taking stock in the way they are trained to do. "Never married?" he asked, almost as an afterthought. I answered with a shrug, lifting my brows in mild self-deprecation. "I'm not exactly a prize catch." He studied me a moment longer, then shifted his attention. "You've got 3 apartments." I let out a small, easy laugh. "Bad decisions, mostly. Bought the 2 on the 6th floor when I was younger. The owner convinced me to take both, said it was a bargain. At the time, it felt like one." He said nothing, but his silence invited elaboration. "And this one?" he asked, gesturing around us. "Inherited," I said, stepping casually toward the kitchen as if the answer carried no weight. The old man who lived here didn't have much company. I'd stop by now and then, bring him a bottle, talk for a bit. Easier than climbing stairs some nights. I assumed he had family somewhere, but when he passed, this place ended up with me. I gave a slight shrug. Convenient, in its way. All the while, I watched him, not openly, but with the quiet attention such moments demanded. There was always a balance to be struck. The danger lay not in lying outright, but in failing to lie well. These men rarely confronted you directly, they simply remembered. And if something you said failed to align with what they already knew, the consequences were seldom immediate, but often final. It was never about telling the truth. It was about shaping it into something forgettable. So I presented myself as I understood I must be seen, a solitary man of little consequence, burdened with more space than purpose, unremarkable in both ambition and means. I even offered, in passing, to show him the upper apartments, knowing he would decline. Men like him did not waste time on people like me. That, more than anything, was my protection. After that, life resumed its quiet rhythm. Weeks passed, 6, perhaps a little more, without interruption. The census receded into the background, just another intrusion absorbed and forgotten. Then, without warning, 2 residents were taken away on charges of tax evasion. There was no spectacle to it, only absence. Their names circulated in hushed tones, accompanied by speculation that never quite settled into certainty. Some suggested a connection to the census, though the gap in time was enough to keep suspicion from hardening into belief. Still, I could not dismiss the thought. The authorities were not known for coincidence. Their patience, if nothing else, was precise. So I continued as I always had to, quietly, deliberately, moving through my days with that familiar balance of caution and concealment, aware that in a place like ours, survival was rarely about what you did, and almost always about what you allowed others to see. In that year, I found myself increasingly preoccupied with the enigma of 1,070 CXS transactions. What had first appeared to be a simple record of purchases began, under closer scrutiny, to suggest something more deliberate. The payments followed a pattern each directed to the same electronics store, spaced with a patience that implied intention rather than habit. And yet, the items themselves, if taken at face value, failed to justify such consistency. I returned to the records again and again, convinced that meaning lay buried in their structure, particularly in the reference numbers, which seemed too elaborate to be arbitrary. Each attempt to decipher them, however, ended in the same quiet frustration. I knew the shop well enough. It was the sort of place one might pass 100 times without noticing, a narrow frontage, dimly lit, its shelves lined with aging stock that rarely seemed to move. It was run by a man known as 1138, who, by the time my curiosity drew me there, was already approaching retirement. He had the look of someone worn down not by hardship, but by repetition. A man who had stood behind the same counter for so long that he had become part of it. My first visit was cautious, almost performative. I entered as any customer might, feigning idle interest while allowing my attention to drift toward the counter. He was occupied when I arrived, so I lingered among the shelves, waiting. It was then that I noticed the woman. She moved quietly, her head partially covered by a scarf, her manner neither hurried nor hesitant. When she reached the counter, she spoke only to provide a 6-digit customer number. Nothing more. I watched as 1138 entered it into the system. For a brief moment, as the details appeared on his screen, something passed across his face, recognition, perhaps, or something more guarded. It was gone almost as quickly as it came. Without comment, he retrieved a small parcel wrapped in brown paper and handed it to her. She accepted it without inspection and left as quietly as she had arrived. The exchange was unremarkable in its surface details, yet it lingered with me. There was a familiarity to it, a rehearsed simplicity that suggested it was not unusual, at least not to them. I returned a few days later, this time with purpose. When the shop was empty, I approached the counter and presented 1070 CXS customer number. The reaction, though slight, was unmistakable. A tightening of the jaw, a fraction of a pause, small betrayals in an otherwise controlled expression. He recovered quickly, of course. Men like him always did. "I'm sorry," he said, his eyes fixed firmly on the screen. "There's nothing for you." The response was expected, but hearing it spoken aloud carried a finality I had hoped to avoid. "I might have the day wrong," I replied, allowing a note of uncertainty into my voice. "It's for my uncle. He's been unwell." He repeated himself, almost verbatim, his tone flattening the words into something mechanical. "There's nothing on the system." I lingered a moment longer, as if weighing the possibility of error, though in truth my thoughts had already moved elsewhere. The numbers, that was where the answer lay. They had to be more than simple identifiers. That evening, I returned home and resumed my work with renewed focus. The records, once tedious, had taken on a different quality. If the transactions concealed something, then the reference numbers were the most likely vessel. The breakthrough, when it came, felt less like discovery and more like recognition, an alignment of thought that had been waiting, unnoticed, at the edge of understanding. The 15-digit reference numbers were not random. Embedded within them, shifting subtly from one instance to the next, was the month of the transaction. A single digit, 1 for January, 2 for February, and so on, placed in a position that corresponded to its value. March appeared in the third position, April in the fourth. It was elegant in its simplicity, though obscured just enough to evade casual detection. I tested the pattern against the full record of 1,070 CXS transactions. One by one, the numbers confirmed it. Each reference aligned precisely with its corresponding date, the month encoded in its proper place, never fixed, always moving. For a time, I believed I was close to a complete solution. It seemed only logical that the day might be concealed in a similar fashion. I searched for it with a kind of quiet urgency, tracing sequences, isolating digits, attempting to impose order where none revealed itself. But there was nothing. Or if there was, it lay beyond my reach. It was around this period that the broader conditions of our world began, almost imperceptibly, to shift. Inflation, which had once seemed an unstoppable force, finally subsided. In its place came a different kind of decline, one measured not in currency, but in people. The population thinned with a steady inevitability, and though efforts were made to reverse it, they never quite kept pace. Among my own acquaintances, absences became more common than arrivals. I had, by then, passed the point of youth, though I did not yet feel its full departure. My work had kept me in reasonable condition, and I carried myself with a steadiness that often led others to misjudge my age. I lacked the visible wear that marked so many of the untouchables around me, men whose bodies bore the imprint of unrelenting labor and diminishing returns. The gatherings continued much as they always had. The girls came and went, their presence as temporary as it was predictable. They stayed for a time, long enough to settle into the rhythm of things, before leaving in search of something more stable. Occasionally, one would return, drawn perhaps by memory rather than desire. I once recalled a phrase from one of the old videos: "Variety is the spice of life." It had struck me at the time as a curious sentiment. There was little in our world that could be described as variety, at least not in the sense those films suggested. N was the exception. She arrived without introduction, and I cannot now recall who brought her. She was older than most of the others, but carried herself with a confidence that made the difference irrelevant. From the outset, she seemed to observe rather than participate, as though she had already understood the nature of the room. When F began his usual performance, his attempts to impress the newcomers with exaggerated charm, she cut through it with a bluntness that startled everyone. "For God's sake, he's just a man," she said. "Who actually believes he wouldn't want a bit of fun without signing his life away?" The room broke into laughter, the tension dissolving almost instantly. It was not what she said, but the ease with which she said it, that unsettled the usual order of things. After that, she receded into the background, engaging in polite conversation but making no effort to draw attention to herself. In time, as the evening wore on, the guests began to leave. She followed, offering only a brief remark that she had left something behind for me, a small gesture of thanks. At the time, I gave it little thought. My attention had already shifted elsewhere, to more immediate concerns. It was only the following day that I noticed the box, a rectangular container, its surface a deep, muted purple, placed deliberately in the corner. Inside was a bottle of wine. I recognized it at once, though I had seen such a thing only once before. Years earlier, 6 bottles like it had been enough to preserve my mother's life, at the cost of nearly everything my parents had saved. It was not merely valuable, it was extraordinary. There was a note, written in a simple hand: "Had fun tonight. Maybe we can do it again sometime." I remember standing there for some time, the bottle still in my hand, turning over the implications without arriving at any certainty. Did she know what she had given me? It seemed unlikely, and yet the alternative was no easier to accept. If she did not understand its worth, then why give it at all? And if she did, if the gesture was deliberate, then what, precisely, was she expecting in return? It occurred to me, not for the last time, that I might be the one being tested. The solution, when it finally came, arrived not through persistence, but by accident, slipping into place during the most ordinary of moments. I had been chasing the meaning of those numbers for months, turning them over with a kind of quiet obsession, convinced they concealed something deliberate. And yet it was only while placing an order for tiles, an entirely routine transaction, that the answer revealed itself. I collected the materials a few days later, as arranged, and as I stood at the counter, settling the payment, the pattern became suddenly, unmistakably clear. The date embedded within the reference number was not the day of purchase, as I had assumed, but something else entirely. It marked the day from which collection was permitted. The transaction itself would always follow, never precede it, and there existed, I realized, a narrow window of time in which the goods could be retrieved. A window that, once closed, left no trace behind. I returned home with a renewed sense of urgency and began again, this time approaching the records from a different angle. Instead of aligning the numbers with the purchase dates, I searched just before them. It did not take long. The pattern, once understood, unfolded with a quiet inevitability. When the encoded month was removed from the sequence, the remaining digits revealed the day. Its first number positioned at a distance determined by the month itself. It was an elegant system, layered just enough to discourage casual inquiry, yet consistent enough to reward patience. I checked the most recent transaction against the bank statement, though by then I already knew what I would find. The collection date had long since passed. Whatever had been waiting there, whatever 1076 had arranged, was gone, claimed or lost within a window I had not even known existed. When I first acquired my apartment, the question of lease expiry felt distant, almost theoretical. The building itself was already half a century old, and in those days, such matters rarely intruded on daily life. Decades earlier, when the country had still been largely agrarian, construction had been sparse, and the mechanisms governing land use remained relatively uncomplicated. Historically, when leases expired, if they existed at all, occupants were compensated if they were required to vacate, a system that, while inconvenient, at least possessed a certain predictability. But over time, the scale of the issue grew beyond what any system could comfortably manage. Entire districts began to approach the end of their terms simultaneously, and it became increasingly clear that even in the most stable conditions, the government lacked the means to compensate everyone. Adaptation followed, though not in any way that resembled fairness. In many cases, new leases were offered, allowing the authorities to maintain a steady flow of revenue through continued taxation. Those who refused received nothing. It was, in effect, a choice without real alternatives. Most accepted, not out of agreement, but because they could defer the decision 3 years until either taxes were paid or the property confiscated. What unsettled people most, however, was not the policy itself, but its inconsistency. In certain districts, renewals were granted across the board. In others, residents were selectively compensated and removed, even as their neighbors remained. There was no clear rationale, no publicly acknowledged criteria. The result was an atmosphere of quiet unease, where speculation filled the gaps left by silence. Whenever the subject arose, I made a point of mentioning my own situation in passing, gauging the responses of others. The answers were always confident, and almost always contradictory. Some insisted that long-term leases were being issued universally. Others claimed that widespread evictions were imminent. Over time, however, a pattern began to suggest itself. The less desirable the location, and the denser the population, the more likely it was that leases would be extended. Prime land, by contrast, seemed increasingly subject to reclamation, its value too great to leave in the hands of ordinary occupants. By that measure, my position was precarious. The apartment overlooked the river, a detail that had once felt incidental, even fortunate. Now it marked the place as desirable, and therefore vulnerable. I prepared myself for the most likely outcome, a token compensation, followed by removal, and the slow, uncertain process of beginning again. A fortnight later, I called N to ask whether she would be coming to the usual party that weekend. It was meant as nothing more than a casual invitation, yet she caught me off guard by asking if she might bring a friend, a girl, she explained, who was willing to help with the cleaning. The request struck me as odd enough to awaken my curiosity, though I agreed without much thought. When N arrived, she introduced me to Y. She appeared to be around 25, shy and slightly overweight, with a softness about her that seemed less physical than emotional. There was a hesitancy in the way she carried herself, a quiet smile that surfaced politely without ever fully reaching her eyes. She was not the sort of woman who would ordinarily have drawn my attention, yet the peculiarness of the situation itself held my interest more firmly than her appearance did. N gave me a sly wink before slipping away with the others, leaving behind the faint impression that she had orchestrated something she alone understood. Y began quietly cleaning the apartment, moving about with an almost dutiful seriousness, and while she worked, I wandered into the kitchen. There, placed neatly where the previous gift had once sat, was a small red box. N had told me to open it while Y was cleaning. Expecting another of her cryptic notes or teasing instructions, I lifted the lid with only mild curiosity. Instead, I found the toy resting inside. The note beneath it was brief. Teach her how to make a man happy. If you're a gentleman, she might reward you for it later. Even now, I can still remember the strange feeling that settled over me as I read those words. The message was simple enough, yet it carried the unmistakable sense of something concealed beneath the surface. Some private intention of N's that I could not fully grasp. It felt as though she had arranged the pieces of a game without ever explaining the rules, leaving me uncertain whether I was meant to be a participant or merely another piece on the board. When Y had finished cleaning, she stood for a moment as if waiting to be dismissed, hands still, eyes lowered. I gestured to the couch, and after a brief hesitation, she sat, her posture stiff, her hands folded tightly in her lap. Up close, the tension in her was unmistakable, not refusal, but uncertainty. She didn't yet know what was expected of her, only that something was. We spoke for a while, though the conversation was little more than a formality. Her answers were soft, careful, offered as if she were trying to avoid saying the wrong thing. When I reached for her hands, she let me take them. They were warm, but there was a faint tremor there, a restraint she hadn't yet let go of. I moved slowly, giving her time to adjust, to understand. When I kissed her, she stiffened at first, more from surprise than resistance, but she didn't pull away. Instead, she lingered in that uncertainty, waiting, feeling it out. It was only after a few moments that she began to respond, tentatively at first, then with growing confidence as she realized she was not being rushed or handled roughly, as she may have expected. The instructions N had left behind were no longer abstract. They shaped the rhythm of the evening, quietly but unmistakably. Y watched, learned, adapted. There was a deliberate attentiveness in her, as though she were trying to do things correctly rather than instinctively. It gave the whole encounter a different tone, less spontaneous, more guided, but not without its own kind of intensity. At one point, as I pulled back slightly, I caught myself wondering again about N. This had not been casual. She had arranged this. Selected Y, prepared her, perhaps even dressed her. The thought lingered at the edge of everything that followed, adding a layer of calculation I couldn't ignore. Still, Y changed as the night went on. The hesitation gave way to participation, the stiffness softening into something more natural. By the time we lay back together, she was no longer simply following, she was engaged, responsive, present in a way that hadn't been there at the beginning. Afterward, she curled against me, her earlier tension gone, replaced by a quiet, almost relieved contentment. There was something disarming about it, not affection exactly, but trust, or perhaps gratitude. Either way, it felt real in the moment. By morning, that transformation had settled. She moved with more ease, more certainty, as though she had crossed some internal threshold. Whatever N had intended, it had worked. When I walked her to the door, she paused, then leaned in and kissed my cheek, light, deliberate. This time there was no hesitation behind it. It was a small gesture, but not an empty one. It carried the sense of something completed and exchange understood, even if never spoken aloud. And as the door closed behind her, I found myself thinking less about why, and more about the person who had set it all in motion. A few weeks later, as C and I worked side by side on a bathroom floor. The steady rhythm of tiling was broken by the low edge of his voice. "I've been with you for years now," he said, not looking up. "I should be a partner." I paused, adjusting a tile that did not need adjusting, buying myself a moment. "And what do you bring to the table?" I asked. He wiped his brow with the back of his hand and shifted his weight. "I reckon you could take on more work," he said. "And I could train up a dog's body." "Train them how?" I asked, though I already knew where he was heading. "Same place you got me from," he replied, glancing at me with a trace of defiance. "Once you've been on a work gang, you're marked anyway." I looked at him more carefully then, thinking of the double zeros, men worn down, processed, and returned to society with something in them altered. "A lot of them are trouble," I said. "Yeah," he admitted. "And a lot of them are like me. Wrong time, wrong place." I let that sit for a moment. "That's what they all say." He shrugged. "Sure. But I've got the badge. You think I can't tell the difference?" There was confidence in it, not arrogance, but something earned. I waited, turning it over the same way I did everything that might cost me later. "All right," I said finally. "You bring one on. Train them until they're actually useful, not just standing around holding tools. If they're still here after a year, I'll consider it. We strip out costs and split what's left." He nodded, firm, satisfied. Deal. It was, I thought, a safe agreement. A year was time enough to see whether he understood what he was asking for or whether I did. We worked on in silence after that, but my thoughts had already drifted elsewhere. The conversation had only brushed the surface of what was really occupying my mind. When we finished, the client appeared at the doorway, his tone easy in a way that had become uncommon. "You've been at it solid. How about a drink?" There was a time when that kind of gesture meant something. It still did, in a way. But I found it difficult to appreciate in the moment. C and I washed up and joined him, though I carried my distraction with me to the table. "You look like you've got troubles," the client said, watching me more closely than I would have liked. I leaned back, exhaling. "Trying to figure out how to make him a partner," I said, nodding toward C. Then, after a brief pause, I added, "and my leases are coming up." That was the real weight of it. "I fixed the place up," I went on. "Put time into it. Money. I don't want to lose it. But I don't see a way around it." The client nodded slowly, as if confirming something he already suspected. "It's happening all over," he said. "Usually comes down to two of them. Older bloke, P. He's the one who decides. Doesn't bend. Not for anyone. And the other? Assistant, I suppose. Younger. Not as sharp." He gave a small shrug. "Some people get lucky, deal with him alone. Better outcome. But if P's there..." He let the thought trail off. I stared into my glass, turning it slightly between my fingers. "Then it's already decided," I said quietly. He didn't argue. In that moment, the future felt less like something I was moving toward, and more like something closing in. All the work, all the small, careful decisions, it could be undone by a conversation I wasn't even part of. Around that same time, I returned to a problem I had been circling for weeks: how to approach 1138. By then, I understood enough to know that whatever arrangement existed around the videos was not casual. It was structured, controlled, and, above all, protected. He wasn't just selling goods. He was managing risk, every day, with every transaction. Which meant I had to be careful in how I presented myself. Too eager, and I would look like trouble. Too distant, and I would remain irrelevant. In the end, I chose directness. When I stepped into the shop, his reaction was immediate. Recognition, followed by something tighter, concern, perhaps, or calculation. He masked it quickly, but not completely. I gave him time, pretending to browse, letting the silence stretch just enough to force a decision. Eventually, he approached, though not directly circling, as if proximity alone might implicate him. "Can I help you?" he asked. "I'd prefer a private chat," I said quietly. "When do you finish tomorrow?" "We close at 8, he replied, too quickly. "I'll be in the park," I said, slipping him a small piece of paper. "Come if you want to talk." He glanced at it, then tucked it away without comment. As he turned, I added, "I'm not your enemy." It was not reassurance. It was positioning. The next evening, I waited. When he arrived, his posture told me everything I needed to know. Alert, cautious, already braced for a negotiation he didn't trust. "You've got me over a barrel," he said without preamble. "What do you want?" I shook my head. "If I wanted that, I wouldn't have asked you to meet me here." He watched me carefully, trying to decide whether that was true. "I'm a customer," I continued. "That's all I intend to be." There was a pause, then a long one. And in it, something shifted. Not trust, exactly, but recognition. He understood the kind of man I was, or thought he did. "All right," he said at last. "So what does that look like?" "That depends on you," I replied. "If you tell me to walk away, I will. I don't interfere in other people's business. But if you're open to it, I come in, I give you a number, I buy something. Same as anyone else. No pressure. No demands. Just alignment." He nodded slowly. Agreed. It was simple. That was what made it workable. We stayed there for a while after that, speaking about nothing of consequence. It was important to be seen doing exactly that, nothing. Eventually, I asked him how long he'd owned the shop. "Inherited it," he said. "From my parents." There was a faint shift in his tone when he said it. Something closer to pride than sentiment. "Been in the family a long time," he added. And just like that, the final piece settled. This wasn't new. It hadn't begun with him, and it wouldn't end with him. The system, the codes, the transactions, the quiet exchanges had been in place for years, perhaps decades. What I had stumbled into wasn't an operation. It was a tradition. And disappeared for several weeks after that, and the absence carried a weight of its own. It was not unusual for people to drift in and out of my life, but with her, the silence felt intentional, as if it were part of the same pattern she imposed on everything else. Still, I never doubted she would return. There was too much left unresolved between us for her to simply vanish. When she did come back, she did so differently. This time, she took on the cleaning herself. "Which of my presents did you like best?" she asked, her tone light, but not casual. There was intent behind it. She was not asking out of curiosity, but to measure something. I leaned back slightly, letting a trace of amusement show. "I haven't quite decided," I said. "Though I'll admit the second one saw more immediate use." Her eyebrow lifted, her smile sharpening. "I thought as much. Why needed a push?" "You were patient with her, more than I would have been." "It's a long-term investment," I replied, though even as I said it, I was aware of how hollow it sounded. "And seemed to notice." There was a flicker of amusement in her eyes, but it didn't quite soften her expression. "I kept her away," she said. "For her sake, really. The silly girl convinced herself you loved her." I said nothing. Instead, I watched her, trying to determine how much of this had been deliberate, and how much I had simply stepped into without understanding. Within, there was always the sense that the game extended further than you could see. That by the time you recognized it, you were already part of it. "And the first gift?" she asked, shifting without warning. I met her gaze evenly. "Wine's not exactly common in my circle," I said. "An unusual choice." "You didn't open it?" "Share it," she pressed. "No." "Why not?" As I said, wrong crowd. She studied me more closely now. "So you kept it?" "Yes." "Did you drink it yourself?" "No." That seemed to interest her more than anything else. No, she repeated. I've heard it's something you don't rush, I said, keeping my tone measured. For a moment, she held my gaze, weighing the answer. Then she gave a small nod, almost to herself. There was satisfaction there, quiet, but unmistakable. That, more than anything, told me I had passed some kind of test. What she could not yet determine, however, was whether I understood why. The truth was, I didn't, not fully. Information about foreign goods had long since been stripped away, reduced to fragments and rumor. But I knew enough to recognize value when I saw it, and more importantly, I knew the cost of revealing ignorance. Opening that bottle casually, passing it around, treating it like anything else, would have marked me instantly. So I had done the only thing that made sense. I had waited. I like you, she said suddenly, cutting through the moment. I'm going to the bathroom. When I come back, be on the bed. There was no coyness in it, no negotiation. Just a statement, direct and unambiguous. It caught me off guard, not the intent, but the certainty of it. I was used to something more conditional, more performative. Within, there was none of that. By the time she returned, she had already reshaped the tone of the room. The dress was gone, replaced by something deliberate, understated, but chosen to reveal as much as it concealed. She moved with the same control she applied to everything else, unhurried, entirely self-possessed. What followed was not tentative, nor exploratory. It was decisive. She set the pace, closed the distance, and left little ambiguity about what she wanted or how it would unfold. There was no sense of transaction in it, no gradual negotiation like before, only a kind of contained intensity, as if she were claiming something she had already decided was hers. And yet, even in that, there was restraint. Not hesitation, but precision. She understood exactly how far to go, how much to reveal, how much to withhold. It was, I realized later, entirely consistent with everything else she had shown me. When I woke the next morning, she was gone. That, too, felt deliberate. There was only a message waiting for me, brief and characteristically controlled. Thanks. I needed that. Nothing more. When I returned to the electrical shop to collect my order, a hairdryer, of all things, the transaction passed without incident. It was handled with the same quiet efficiency I had come to expect. Back home, I opened it, already knowing what I would find. The disc concealed within was exactly as anticipated, unremarkable, almost deliberately so. Music videos, films, the occasional nature documentary, harmless, forgettable content that could circulate without scrutiny. The price confirmed it. This was entry-level material, nothing more. If there were tiers to this arrangement, and by then I was certain there were, this sat firmly at the bottom. It was, I understood, a test of patience as much as anything else. 1138 had endured by avoiding risk, by offering nothing that might invite attention, and I would have to do the same. For now, this was enough. A beginning, however modest. My father's death came without warning. 79 years old, and then nothing. No illness, no drawn-out decline. Just a sudden collapse, his body giving way in an instant. My mother told me his mug had slipped from his hand, shattering against the floor beside him. That was how it ended. There is a certain logic people apply to such deaths. They call it fortunate, a clean ending, free from suffering, untouched by the slow erosion of disease. And perhaps, in a detached sense, they are right. He was spared the indignities that so often accompany old age. But that logic belongs to those observing from a distance. It does little for those left behind. For my mother, the loss was immediate and absolute. One moment, their life continued as it always had, shared routines, quiet conversations, the small, unremarkable habits of a long marriage. The next, it was gone, replaced by an absence that no adjustment could soften. I tried to imagine those first nights for her, the act of lying down in the same bed, aware of the space beside her, not empty in a physical sense, but emptied of everything that had once filled it. I could not fully grasp it. My grief was different, muted, perhaps, or simply less complete. He had lived a full life. His death did not feel unjust in the way an early death might. But that did not make it acceptable. It only made it harder to define. People spoke, as they always do, of a good death. What they meant, more often than not, was something practical: no prolonged suffering, no crushing medical costs, no drawn-out burden placed on those who remained. There is truth in that, but it is a narrow truth. It ignores the simple fact that a life, once ended, is still gone. He was 79, yes. But that did not mean he was finished. In the weeks that followed, I found myself reflecting less on his death than on what had preceded it. On the quiet expectations that had once existed between us. I had never wanted children, never felt drawn to that path, and for years, he had questioned it. "When will you settle down?" he would ask. "When will you have a family?" It was not pressure, exactly, but something close to it, a hope expressed often enough to become familiar. And then, gradually, he stopped asking. At the time, I took it as resignation. Now, I wondered if it had been something else. Perhaps he had come to see that my choices, in their own way, had given him something: freedom from a second cycle of responsibility, from the expectation of becoming a caretaker again in his later years. He had been able to grow old without that burden. I chose to believe that he had made peace with it. Still, the question lingered. Whether, in the quieter moments of his final years, he had ever felt the absence of what might have been. Whether the end of the family line, as it now stood, had weighed on him in ways he never voiced. There was no answer to that. Only speculation, and the uneasy comfort of assumptions. With his passing, the structure of my life shifted in ways I had not fully anticipated. My mother and I were all that remained. The balance changed, not abruptly, but undeniably. Where once I had stood apart, I now found myself drawn into a role I had long avoided. She wanted to move in with me almost immediately. I refused, though not without difficulty. I told her the truth, or part of it, that the apartment, 6 floors up, would confine her more than it would support her. That she would become dependent in ways neither of us wanted. Instead, I promised something else: a ground floor place, perhaps even a small villa. Somewhere suitable. Somewhere I could prepare properly. It was a delay, but not an empty one. Even then, I knew that other parts of my life would have to change. The gatherings, the easy, transient rhythm of them, were already beginning to fade. The city itself felt different. The pressures that had once shaped behavior so aggressively had eased, though not disappeared. The need for caution remained, but it had softened at the edges. Still, I found myself withdrawing from that world. Not entirely, but enough to recognize that it would not continue indefinitely. I began looking for a new place. What remained on the market were the older villas, structures built decades earlier, now left to deteriorate. Many were little more than shells, their value lying not in what they were, but in what they might become with enough effort. I saw potential in them, as I always had. But the problem was not the buildings. It was time. The leases were too short. 30 years, sometimes less. Even the better ones would not carry me far enough. At best, I would reach old age only to face the same uncertainty again, the same possibility of being displaced, of starting over when starting over was no longer realistic. What I needed was certainty, or as close to it as the system allowed. 40 years, at least. Enough to anchor the remainder of my life. Anything less felt like postponing the inevitable. I didn't hear from Anne for nearly a month, and then, out of the blue, she reached out again. Would it be okay if she brought Y along to the next party? Y wanted to show her gratitude for the education and maybe get a bit more in return. The whole dynamic between N, Y, and me was strange. Crazily, stupidly strange. Every time I thought I had a handle on it, the rules shifted. Something in my gut told me that things were off, that there were strings being pulled behind the scenes. But sometimes, the warning bells got drowned out by more pressing desires and distractions. I joked with friends that men had 2 heads and 2 brains, and if they weren't careful, they'd end up using the wrong one at the wrong time. The old poker maxim still held: if you didn't know who the patsy was, it was probably you. That night, the party was small. People trickled out by 11, and Anne left her gift as she was leaving. This time, the box was red with white polka dots, like something from an old Disney cartoon. Cute, but with an unsettling edge, like a mushroom in a fairy tale that implied poison. When Y was done cleaning, I opened it. Inside, a single red rose and a bottle of baby oil. A rare gift for a rare favor. She gives herself freely to fulfill your wildest desires. Explore that which is forbidden, but which you secretly desire. Leave no regrets, the chance may never come again. There is but one rule: do not mark her body. I didn't know what to think, but curiosity and excitement quickly took hold. I'm sure you can guess which brain was driving the situation at that moment. When Y finished cleaning, I kissed her. She hesitated at first, tentative, but then her response grew bolder. I pulled back, wanting to test the waters, see how far she'd go. Take off your dress, I said. She did, without question. Your bra, I added. She complied. Lay on the couch and stretch your arms above your head, I instructed. She raised her arm with a certain deliberation, then I retrieved a razor and shaving cream from the bathroom. With slow, careful movements, I began to shave her armpits. I'm sure she thought it an odd gesture, one not typically seen among Middom women, who rarely shaved at all. Y was mute, like a statue as I scraped away those few thin hairs. I asked her to remove her underpants and open her legs. This time there was a slight hesitancy, but she obeyed, changing positions on request. I shaved every last hair from her nether regions. She remained silent throughout, but blushed when she was particularly exposed. I had no particular desire to see her shaved, I'd just seen it in some of the videos. My aim was to test whether she'd do as I asked, and it appeared she would. I won't say much more of that night, and even years later, I couldn't think of it without shame. Y did all that she was asked, and I did what N suggested. Through it all, Y showed little emotion apart from an occasional moan. I was too in the moment to think of anything but what I wanted. Anne had told me that Y wouldn't stay the night, that she'd wait on the roof for however long it took and enjoy the spring breeze, watch the river in the darkness and in solitude. She'd enjoy the peace, and stand above the madness taking place under her feet. I called her when I was done while Y quickly dressed. There wasn't a sound, nor a smile or a frown. When Anne returned, Y's cracking facade broke. She didn't sob, but tears leaked from the corners of her eyes. Anne looked annoyed, then gave me a broad smile, cupped my face in her hands, and kissed me long and tenderly. Thank you, she said. She then turned to Y and said, come on cuz, let's go, and took Y's hand and left. They were cousins? I closed the door. What the hell had I gotten myself into? At the end of the night, even the patsy knows who the patsy is, they just don't understand how or why. I had a shower and then took a bottle of white spirit to the bedroom. The next few hours were deeply uncomfortable. From the start, I knew Y was not a willing participant and was held by some force, no doubt of N's design, but I continued anyway. What the hell was she thinking? Who'd do that to their own family? I never thought of myself as a moral person, and cheated and misled for personal gain. I was not worse than other people, but not better either, but I crossed a line and could no longer claim that. In the past, I'd done things because of need, but they weren't that hurtful, at least not in that way. My greed and lust took over, the need was less, the desire greater. The harm? I could only imagine. It's only when greed is balanced against injury that one learns who one really is, and that night I discovered, and hated myself for my weakness and my idiocy. Stupidly, in the moment, I never thought to consider what I'd think of myself afterward. I couldn't sleep and sat in a cold sweat for hours. Eventually my phone rang out with a message from Anne. She thanked me and said what I'd done had been of enormous help. I threw the phone against the wall. Fucking bitch. I guess the evening had not gone entirely to plan for her either. I can't say I had much sympathy. C had found a new crew member, R, another alumnus of the chain gang. I let him take the lead, my own plate was already overflowing. My mother had been on my case, lamenting her loneliness and asking me to move in with her. At least this allowed me to avoid Anne's message. It was the only one she'd sent, yet it lingered in the back of my mind, a faint itch I couldn't scratch. Neighboring leases were being reviewed, and mine would be next. I'd solved countless problems over the years, but this one felt beyond my reach, gnawing at me during sleepless nights. One evening, frustration boiled over. Surely P would take a holiday or fall ill eventually, then perhaps I'd have a chance. That thought sparked something within me. The obvious solutions never worked, perhaps a subtler, unconventional approach was required. With New Year approaching, I knew P well enough to understand him. A tough negotiator, a bully who couldn't tolerate being thwarted. He'd likely take time off over the holiday and push his younger colleague to handle matters in his absence. That would be my window. I began tracking P's route through the communities, assuming he would be methodical. The week before his scheduled visit, I stationed myself at a larger community, sitting on a concrete bench beneath the solitary pagoda, tracing the cracks in the stone with my nails. After a while, a middle-aged woman approached. Her hair was black, though dulled and uneven, the dye failing to fully mask the natural gray. She had the weary look of someone who spent long hours at a desk worn at the edges, like the faded blue jacket she wore. Her eyes flicked to the edges of the courtyard, as if expecting someone to appear. "Excuse me," I said politely, keeping my distance. "Would you be willing to talk to me about the lease renewals?" She glanced around cautiously, her fingers twisting a strap on her bag. Her shoulders rose slightly, then fell, a small sigh she didn't let escape her lips. "Not here. Come inside. My parents may be interested." Inside the apartment, I was introduced to her father, a stooped but kindly man, and her mother, a few years younger and quietly watchful. The apartment smelled faintly of old wood and dried herbs, a mixture that hinted at careful frugality. A threadbare rug covered the floor, its edges curling and fraying. The father's hands never rested still, adjusting the lump on his wrist, rubbing it absent-mindedly as if seeking reassurance. The mother's fingers kept tracing the seam of her skirt, curling and uncurling, her eyes flicking to the doorframe and back at me, measuring whether I was a threat or an ally. She gestured toward a faded leather sofa and filled a thin plastic cup with water from a corner cooler, placing it gently before me, as though testing my intentions. The small table beside it held a few chipped cups and a plate with crumbs of what had once been pastry. A gentle light filtered through a dusty window, casting muted shapes on the walls, revealing cracks and imperfections the family had learned to ignore. "They're coming, aren't they?" Her father asked, voice low, tinged with worry, but his eyes betrayed a glimmer of hope. "Probably sometime next week," I answered, careful not to promise too much. "I'm worried we'll lose the apartment," he admitted, touching the lump on his wrist once more, his gaze falling to the floor for a brief instant before darting back to me. "There may be a way for us to help each other," I offered, careful not to let my tone sound too eager. "Help? How?" His desperation was clear, yet I could see his pupils flicker with the faintest curiosity. "There are two people in charge, but the older one, P, is the key. You have to manage him. No matter how difficult he seems, stay pleasant. Ask about his New Year holiday, and let me know his answer. That will guide my next step. Mention you'd prefer to stay, but if not, you're considering moving in with your daughter." "Why should I do that?" he asked, furrowing his brow. "P wants to squeeze every dollar he can. If he thinks you're indifferent about staying, he's likely to renew the lease for a long term, probably 20 years, and it will help reduce your tax burden," I explained. "How do you know all this?" he asked, suspicion lingering in his voice. "It's better not to ask," I replied, offering a reassuring smile. I could see them exchange a glance. The mother's hand lightly brushed her husband's arm, a small sign of encouragement, and the father's lips pressed into a thin line before releasing it in a nod. A tiny, silent pact passed between us without a word. "You'll have repaid me when I get the answer." I stood, preparing to leave, noticing the mother's brief exhale, a delicate relaxation of her shoulders, as if she had dared to hope. As I stepped back into the courtyard, I kept my pace slow, deliberately casual. Each shadowed corner and turned head felt like part of a larger chessboard. Trust, I reminded myself, was earned in pieces, one carefully placed move at a time. I thought I'd seen the last of N, but I was wrong. She reached out to me, not with an invitation for a party, but to talk. I considered telling her to leave me alone. Maybe I should have, but curiosity got the better of me. After all these weeks of trying to make sense of what had happened, I was still at a loss. Did she hate her cousin? It never seemed like it. Why did she invest so much in me only to pull something like that? It didn't add up. The more I thought about it, the more I circled back to the same conclusion. She misjudged the situation, and things had gone badly wrong. I was vague in my reply, asking what she had in mind. She simply told me to chill the bottle of wine and said she'd bring dinner. As the day's light dimmed, I heard a knock at the steel door of the 6th-floor apartment. And stood there, wearing sweatpants and a baseball cap, her face hidden in an attempt at incognito, like a celebrity trying to avoid attention while shopping. She ignored the hard look I gave her as I opened the door, offering only a benign smile in return. Without waiting for much of a greeting, she handed me a plastic bag, saying, "Lamb." I hadn't had lamb since I was a child, and I was curious about where she'd gotten it from. She took off her cap and shook out her long, glossy black hair, revealing a face that was unusually made up, something about her appearance that seemed out of place for our usual encounters. "Let me change into something nicer," she said, taking the bags into the bathroom, calling over her shoulder, set the table, and put on some music. I did as I was told, though I was still wondering about her odd behavior. She returned moments later, dressed as though she were heading to a movie premiere. Her gown was sleek, fitted at the hips, and she moved with a graceful confidence, high heels clicking as she passed me toward the kitchen. She took the wine from the fridge and effortlessly removed the cork with practiced ease. "Where did the wine come from?" I asked, still intrigued by the bottle. "I stole it," she replied, her tone matter-of-fact. "Armed robbery or cat burglary?" I asked, hiding my surprise behind a joke. "Neither. I prefer when the safe's already open." "Too much trouble otherwise," she said with a shrug. "Are you going to tell me the story?" I pressed. "Maybe another day. Do you know what it's worth?" She asked instead, pouring wine into 2 glasses. "Yes," I admitted, my curiosity piqued further. "How?" she pressed, her eyes narrowing. "Even rich people need tilers to work on their fancy bathrooms," I answered, shrugging. She gave me a look of disbelief. "Bottles like this aren't just left around for tilers to see." "I understand why you might want to lie to me, but I won't lie to you, at least not today. Maybe I'll tell you the story another time. And if I lie again, I'll make it a better one than the last," I joked. She laughed, a deep, warm sound that filled the room. She poured a little wine into each of our glasses and pulled out a platter of cheeses, sliced meats, and olives, food I hadn't seen in years. I took a sip of the wine, savoring the complex flavor. It was like drinking liquid smoke, deep, rich, and unforgettable. I understood now why the doctor had risked everything for bottles like this. "You went to a lot of trouble," I remarked, setting my glass down. "Not many people are worth this kind of effort," she said, looking me in the eye, "but you might be one of the few." I snorted, half amused and half confused, still unsure of her true intentions. "Still feeling like an arse for your last evening with Y?" Anne asked, a knowing look in her eyes. I didn't need to answer. Instead, I chose to change the subject. "Not a nice thing to do to your cousin," I said, taking a sip of wine. "You still haven't figured it out?" Anne snorted, clearly amused. "I thought you were smarter than that. I've worked out a few things." "Like what?" she asked, her voice laced with challenge. "Your little plan didn't exactly work out that night," I said. "You were hoping for a different result." "Better," she corrected, before pausing and holding up her glass. "What about this?" she asked, taking a sip of the wine and biting into an olive. "To gain my attention," I said. "Also, a test." "You were watching, asking questions, seeing that I didn't quite fit the mold. Figured there was more than meets the eye." She laughed, impressed. "You're redeeming yourself," she said, clearly satisfied with my answer. We shifted topics, ate the lamb, and enjoyed the wine. But my curiosity got the best of me. "Why bring Y into this at all?" I asked, holding a lamb chop in one hand, the glass in the other. She was way too green to be thrown into my world. She was too green for any world, Anne replied flatly. She needs to grow up. Fast. I tore a piece of lamb off the bone. It was a bit of a risk. Could have gotten messy. You're only looking at one side of it, she said, flicking the ball back into my court like a pro. What about the risk of inaction? I frowned, considering her words. Sure, but she's not your problem. You're not her mother. May as well be, Anne shrugged nonchalantly. I took another sip of wine, digesting her words. Giving her a push in the right direction makes sense. You knew I'd look after her, because if I didn't, word would get around. But you also dangled the carrot of a much bigger prize. She grinned at the compliment, clearly pleased with how I was piecing things together. I studied Anne with a mix of curiosity and suspicion. You could have sent her back for a second round, softened her up a bit to boost her confidence. I thought about it, she confessed. But by then, she'd already fallen for you and believed you loved her. Besides, I doubt it was all that entertaining for you, and you probably had better options. Nothing was probably more appealing. I couldn't help but grin. So you took one for the team, kept her in the game? She raised an eyebrow, her smile sly. A girl can have more than one motive. I leaned back, considering her words. But even if you could trust me, telling her to be a passenger? Wasn't that a step too far? I set my lamb bone on the table, a small snap as it clinked against the plate. There's always risk, Anne replied, her voice calm but firm. But you'd shown you had control. That's rare, more so than you realize. What I did was necessary. Bullshit, I snapped, my frustration bubbling over. Anne paused, taking a sip of her wine, her eyes narrowing slightly as she watched me. For a moment, she seemed to weigh her response, the silence hanging heavy between us. Her voice, once soft and unsure, now had a hard edge. I made a mistake, she began, her gaze steady but cutting. My first mistake was thinking you'd understand. You started with nothing, and built something, a small, safe little world. At first, maybe you didn't see the big picture, but you saw opportunities, and you took them. One after another. You learned to read the people around you, their weaknesses, their desires. You used them, manipulated them, whatever it took to fulfill your needs. If that's how you have to play the game as a man, what about as a woman? She paused, her eyes narrowing, almost as if she were measuring me. It was too late when I realized you understand the men around you much better than the women. I clenched my fists, my anger rising. What am I missing then? I shot back, my voice thick with frustration. You assume women have choices. You think it's easy for us to find someone who'll look after us, someone to have a child with, someone who'll provide. I made the mistake of thinking you knew. But you're an untouchable, aren't you? Of course you wouldn't understand. My lips parted in disbelief. Seriously? Women don't have choices? How many of them are untouchables? The words came out sharper than I intended, but they were already hanging in the air, bitter and heavy. Her words were like stones, sharp and unforgiving. What about why? What are her options? She's not much to look at, and she's ignorant, not like you. Sure, she can choose any guy who is destined to work like a dog all his life, and as soon as she's popped out a kid and it's at school, she'll be doing the same. What's more, she's weak and vulnerable. Once her husband has got a kid, what then? The best she can hope for is that he doesn't beat the shit out of her, or do 10 times worse than what you did. I let her words linger, tried to make sense of the growing knot in my chest. She didn't hurry me. Instead, she gave me time to absorb the implications, to digest the bitterness of her truth. When she spoke again, her voice had softened, but there was an undercurrent of something deeper now, something raw. You've never really thought about why I'm here, have you? Seen me, I mean, the way I am now. Young, pretty, smart, living among the untouchables. Doesn't quite fit with your narrative, does it? I hadn't expected the question. The shock of it rattled me, and I blurted out before I could stop myself, "Are you married?" She laughed, though there was no humor in it. Divorced. Infertile. Her eyes met mine, cold and direct. I'm not an untouchable, not by a long shot. I'm something else entirely and unkeepable. I blinked, unsure what to make of that. So, you're taking it out on why? I asked, trying to process the sudden shift in our conversation. No, she replied, her voice sharp again, though there was a weariness behind it. I'm trying to help her. She has nothing to offer, nothing to keep her safe, and if I don't do something, she'll get crushed. Time's running out, and if I don't give her something, she'll end up just another broken woman, like the rest. How is making her a rape victim doing that? She's not a fucking rape victim. She agreed, and I told her what would happen. She was just scared and she's fine. It would have worked out fine if the idiot didn't cry. That nearly fucked the whole thing up, not because it hurt her, but because it messed you up. If it's any consolation, it would have fucked me up anyway. I knew her heart wasn't in it. Anne sighed and then said, she needed an education and you gave her that. I couldn't believe how much time you spent getting her there that first night. By the sounds of things, she was a different girl in the morning. I shrugged. You gave her the shiny side and she needed to see that, but if she only sees the glitter, she can't change her life. She also needed a glimpse of the dark side. I gave her more than a glimpse, I said. Bullshit, she replied. The shave was a masterstroke. Did you do it because that was what she needed or what you wanted? A bit of both. I thought about shaving her head too. Anne laughed. I would have enjoyed it if you had. But that's the point, you thought it'd be too much and didn't do it, right? I tilted my head, perhaps. You didn't hurt her either. Everything you did was gentle and her tears were for shock, not pain. Some of those things she would never have agreed to. I went too far. Bullshit, she said, the word sharp, cutting through the air like a blade. You do stuff you don't want to do all the time. It's called survival. She needs to learn to endure, and maybe, just maybe, one day she'll thrive. But not like that, I replied, my voice edged with a mixture of disbelief and moral resistance. Her gaze hardened, and she leaned forward slightly, as if trying to make her words land more heavily. You can view a woman's body like a temple if it makes you happy, she said, her voice dripping with sarcasm, but a woman like why hell, most women can't afford that kind of luxury. You think she has the time to indulge in delicate notions about her body? You think she can afford to be dainty? I opened my mouth to respond, but she held up a hand, silencing me with the weight of her conviction. A woman's body is torn up during childbirth, prodded and probed during medical procedures, and that's before you even bring men into the equation. She paused for a beat, letting the silence hang thick between us before she continued. A woman's power comes from her body, but so does her weakness. Without us. She glanced at me sharply, as though daring me to deny her. Do you think why would use her body's power? Or would other people use its weakness instead? Her words landed with a certain finality, as if she were speaking not just to me, but to a deeper, more difficult truth that both of us were trying to skirt around. What happened after? I took her home and slapped her. You didn't hurt her, but I did. Why? She did the thing I told her she must never, ever do, particularly in front of a man. You controlled yourself, but she didn't. She did the classes, but failed the test. She failed the middle school sex exam, I laughed. Anne wasn't laughing though. She replied, yeah. And she needs a PhD. So back to class then? Yeah. It wasn't a complete failure though. I asked her to describe all of the things that you did to her. You know everything I did? I asked in shock and embarrassment. And you came back? She shook her head in disgust. I'll pretend I never heard that last comment, and presume that you haven't had time to absorb what I've just told you. She stared long and hard at me and then continued. After, I went through everything that you did and explained what you could have done to her. You shaved her hair. I told her you could have torn it out if you wanted to. At the end she was in tears again. What does she think of me after all that? Do you care? Maybe you do a little, she said almost disbelievingly. I told her that you had been much kinder to her than on the first night. That got her attention. I explained all the things that you did to make it easier for her and said that by crying she had fucked it up for you. That you deserved better, that she mistreated you, not the other way around. Not sure I'd agree with that, I said. Then you sent the message? She'd fucked up big time. She could've, and may still have, destroyed her one opportunity. Her education is not complete? I guessed. Obviously. I don't want an answer now, but she needs another party invitation. Does she really need all of this? Yes, Anne said without hesitation. Let's finish eating, then this time you can avoid the teaching. The door creaked open, just enough to reveal the cautious slit of an eye. Then recognition, sudden, and it swung wide. The old man leaned forward like a turtle from its shell, his wizened face splitting into a toothy grin, the gap in his lower teeth impossible to miss. He had what he wanted. They ushered me inside with eager deference, bowing too low, gesturing too much. 20 years? I asked, letting it sit. How did you know? The old man chuckled, pride bleeding into relief. You were right about the taxes too. The apartment stood on land no one cared about, the government's attention drifting past it. P, who had been negotiating their fate, offered 20-year leases. Long enough for most to die before anything changed. Too short to sell, too costly in tax to make the risk worthwhile. And yet there were exceptions. A few slipped through. No clear pattern. Not generosity, something else. Indifference, maybe. Or quiet corruption. The old man poured white spirit, his hands unsteady, his excitement barely contained. My daughter was brilliant, he said, his eyes lifting. Perfect. When they came, P was furious. Proper angry. Others tried flirting, wasted effort. She didn't. She treated them like they mattered. He smiled at the memory. She had them sit. Poured tea. Talked about how hard their job must be dealing with selfish people, people who only think about themselves, not the party. Made herself small. Useful. By the time she finished, the leases were on the table. Just like you said. I let that settle. Did she ask about New Year? He waved it off. We signed first. 5 minutes. A snap of his fingers. Done. Then she slowed it down, told them to finish their tea, fussed over them. Said they looked tired. Hoped they'd get rest over New Year. He smiled again. That's when he softened. Said he was leaving the weekend before. Avoid the traffic. And the other one? I asked. The smile faded slightly. Didn't speak. Just nodded. Followed P on everything. Thank you, I said, standing. And thank your daughter. She did exactly what was needed. He nodded quickly, but there was something uncertain behind it now. You're not going to tell me who you are. I set the glass down. It's better you don't know. I turned for the door, then paused. Enjoy the lease, I said. And forget I was ever here. C had chosen wisely when selecting his dog's body. R, though small in stature, was nimble and efficient, quickly becoming indispensable. Within a short time, he was self-sufficient, executing tasks with a quiet competence that made him invaluable. As for me, work flowed steadily, and with it came the fittings I needed for the house I'd promised my mother. I wasn't ready to move her yet, but visible progress kept her at bay for now. Loneliness made her restless, and the work was enough to soothe it. I wasn't overly optimistic about holding on to the apartments. I had a plan, but there were too many variables, too many ways it could unravel. As the weather cooled, I spent my time walking through villa after villa. Some were passable, but none met my standards, always lacking something, quality, position, or at least too short to matter. Anne grew impatient too, though she refused to show her hand. Her silence became its own pressure. In the end, I relented and invited her and Y to a party. When I opened the door, N entered first, composed as ever. Y followed, softer, warmer. She touched my shoulder lightly as she passed. "Thank you for the invitation," she said. Not long after, N slipped me a folded note. I excused myself and read it in the bathroom. Neat handwriting. Direct. No wasted words. A reminder of what had come before. Instructions, not suggestions. Repeat them. Think only of what you want. And then, at the bottom, Y owes you. No rules. No limits implied. No waiting. I folded the note and put it away. Later, when the party had settled, Y asked to see the view from the roof. I led her up. The night air was cool as I opened the door. She stepped out first, then reached back for my hand, pulling me forward without hesitation. At the edge, she turned, guiding my hands to her waist, placing them there as if it were the most natural thing in the world. We stood like that for a minute or two. Then she stepped away. "Show me the garden?" I did. When we'd finished, she turned back, holding our joined hands against her chest. "I'm sorry for last time," she said. Before I could answer, she kissed me. Soft at first, then deeper, more certain. Whatever hesitation had existed before was gone. Y had changed. By the time the party wound down, N had already left. No goodbye, no acknowledgement, just a bottle of wine left behind, identical to before, and a note. "Hold on to this." Y stayed. She cleaned in silence, efficient, uncomplaining. When she finished, we sat on the couch. I asked about her work. "Same as always," she said. "Long hours. 60 a week. It doesn't change." I'd expected her to take control. She didn't. But she wasn't passive either. She moved with intent now, subtle, controlled. Not leading, not resisting. Redirecting. A shift in posture. A touch held half a second longer. A change in tone. Small adjustments, but deliberate. Each one nudged things, never enough to challenge, always enough to guide. She wasn't defying me. She was shaping the outcome. And doing it well. In the morning, I tested her boundaries. Pushed harder. The scent of N lingered in the idea, if not the room. I expected Y to redirect again. She didn't. "That hurts," she said quietly. Then, after a beat, "For you, okay?" Slow. She guided me. Not away, but through it. Letting me know where the line was. Not resisting. Not yielding blindly either. It ended cleanly. No tension left behind. She curled into me afterward, calm, composed. I made breakfast. We ate in silence until my phone buzzed. N. I glanced at Y. Should I reply? She smiled, quick and certain. Let her stew. I laughed. Bath? You run it. I'll clean up. In the bath, the silence carried more weight. That was very good, I said. Thanks. She took my hand and placed it against her. I watched her. This morning, I thought you'd redirect again. Was that in? She shook her head. No. That was me. Anne says there's no formula. You read the situation. Mistakes cost you. I let that sit. Then why not redirect? A pause. I almost did, she said. But she's right, we need more than one tool. I needed to know where my limits actually are. Then, more quietly. And when to give. She shifted slightly, watching the water. In business, you trade value. In life, it's the same, just harder to measure. Different currencies. Different exchange rates. A faint smile. Give when your rate is high. When it's low, collect. Did I hurt you? I asked. She laughed. Not dismissive, certain. No. Upbeat. I wanted to see if I could slow you down. Learn something. About you. About me. She looked at me properly then. You gave me something useful. As we dressed, I asked, did Anne get what she wanted? Y stepped in, kissed me lightly. Anne doesn't work like that. She says only fools aim for one outcome. Then she left. Chapter 6, Leases. As the new year approached, I found myself increasingly preoccupied with the looming deadline on my leases. The hours stretched, each one spent turning over the same question, whether the groundwork I'd laid would hold when it mattered. I'd arranged the meeting just days before the holiday. If P was there, I'd stick to my mother's apartment. He wasn't. Instead, his sidekick sat behind the desk, an insipid man with the air of someone permanently irritated by the world. He didn't stand, didn't greet me. Just a grunt, a vague gesture toward the chair, then his attention dropped back to the screen. I stayed where I was for a moment. Shifted. Coughed. Nothing. Finally, with a long exhale, he looked up. You've come about your mother's property. I let a flicker of confusion cross my face. No, my place. I gave him the address. He stared at me, unimpressed. I should tell you to go away. He didn't. Please, I said. I need to get this fixed. That earned me a pause. He leaned back slightly. What is it? I slid the documents across. He flipped through them without hurry. By the river, he muttered. A few keystrokes. You've got 3 in the same building. I started to speak. What do you want? A long lease. Just one. Ground floor. Why that one? My mother's getting old. She's alone. He leaned back further, tapping the arm of his chair. Move into her place. I'll give you 50 years there. Taxes are higher. I let the reaction come too quickly. That's generous. A faint smile. He thought he had me. I wish I could, I said, letting it falter slightly. But the dust. I can't live there. He waited. I'm a Tyler, I said. It's in my lungs already. I coughed again, softer this time. That place, it's thick with it. He didn't look convinced. I need the river, I added. The breeze. That building's marked for development. I shook my head, leaning forward. It shouldn't be. When it rains, they pump sewage into the river upstream. The smell, no one wants to live there. That made him pause. Then why do you? Because the smell doesn't touch my lungs. I held his gaze. The dust does. Silence. I need that apartment, I said. Then, quieter, I won't last without it. He watched me, measuring. Not the words, the shape of them. What are you proposing? I compensate you, I said. You get enough to replace it elsewhere. No cost to you. A beat. And the other 2, no compensation. He leaned back again. Thinking. We can't clear the building if you stay. I'll keep all 3, I said. You get the taxes. You won't pay them. I'll pay 5 years. Up front. That shifted something. I reached into my pocket and set the small wrapped ingot on the table. Not pushed toward him. Just placed. His eyes dropped, then back to me. I'll see what I can do. Thank you, I said quickly. Too quickly. He turned back to the screen, typing. Longer this time. You keep all 3, he said eventually. Taxes go up 10%. 5 years, up front. Compensation for 2 apartments. He glanced at the ingot. And that. I looked at the figure. Let it sit. It's too much. Best you'll get. I hesitated, then nodded slowly. I'll need to borrow. A pause. Shall I prepare it? Yes. I paid at the cashier and left. Outside, I stopped against the wall, the cold concrete at my back. For a moment, nothing moved. Not relief. Just the silence after pressure. I was emotionally drained and didn't feel like attending any parties, but appearances still mattered. So I organized one for the third day after New Year and invited N and Y. The next morning, I slept in, then spent most of the day on the sofa, half watching cartoons. After lunch I drifted off again, and woke to my phone buzzing. The lease confirmations. He'd sent them straight through to the province. Confident. Careless. I'd visited my mother on New Year's Eve. She was already anxious. Word had spread leases were being reviewed, properties taken back where taxes hadn't been paid. Most of it didn't matter. The houses weren't worth anything. Only the untouchables lived there, scattered across districts that had already been half abandoned. Some scraped together the taxes to stay. Others took the compensation and moved, buying time somewhere newer. The government pushed them into the districts that still functioned. Easier to manage. For those with nothing, it was disruption. For those with something worth keeping, it was worse. People were starting to talk. My mother asked again when I would move in. I told her the leases had been renewed. She frowned. She didn't want to leave, but I explained it would be permanent. No more uncertainty. The place would be renovated. She'd have the garden, the river, the trees. She didn't argue, but she didn't look convinced. The party wasn't much of a party. Everyone talked about leases. Numbers, rumors, who'd lost what. When it turned to me, I said the bureau hadn't reached my district yet. That was enough. Anne came, alone. She stayed an hour, maybe less. Tilted her head, apologized, said she had to go. I didn't ask where. I should have paid more attention. The mood had shifted. You could feel it in the room, not loud, not obvious, just sitting underneath everything. People had time now. Time to compare, to realize who'd been squeezed and who hadn't. New Year made it worse. Too much time, too much thinking. I wasn't there when it started. From what I heard, it began at one of the outdoor barbecues. Nothing organized. Just people talking. Then talking turned into something else. In the past, it would have spilled into the street. Loud, obvious, and over quickly. Not this time. They went home. Left their phones behind. Waited. Sometime after 2, they moved. Groups at first. Then more. Coming in from different streets, keeping close to the shopfronts, staying out of the cameras where they could. Nothing rushed. No shouting. Just direction. They gathered at the station. The guards didn't have time to react. By the time they realized what was happening, the first bricks were already in the air. Then more. Windows went. Someone set the front alight. Inside, the officers tried to secure the doors. It didn't hold. Glass shattered. Fire followed. It was over quickly. 2 got out the back. 6 didn't. Then it was finished. No speeches. No crowd lingering. They left the way they came, quiet, fast, gone before anyone could organize a response. The sirens woke me. At first I didn't understand what I was hearing. I went to the window, then out onto the balcony. Lights in the distance, too many of them. I checked my phone. Nothing. That was worse. So I did nothing. Went back inside and waited. By morning, everyone knew. I stayed in. Watched the news. Said nothing. Something about it felt different. Not the riot itself, the way it ended. Clean. When the knock came, it was a surprise. 8 of them. No explanation. They took me straight out into the car. No one said a word. They didn't need to. Chapter 7, Detention. I was cuffed, tossed into the back of a van with blacked-out windows, the cold steel of the handcuffs biting into my wrists. The van lurched forward, a mechanical beast that swallowed the road beneath it as we sped toward some unknown destination. Each jolt of the vehicle was a reminder of my helplessness, the silence of the ride pressing down on me like a heavy, suffocating blanket. When we finally stopped, the screech of the brakes sent a sharp tremor through me. The doors opened with a grim finality, and I was dragged out, the chill air slapping me awake. We were in some industrial lot, the kind of place you'd never notice unless you were forced to. A loading bay loomed ahead, its closed roller door casting a shadow over the scene. 2 bulky policemen gripped my arms with rough hands, their fingers digging into my skin as they pulled me forward, their footsteps heavy against the concrete. They shoved me through a narrow hallway and into a stark, sterile room, its walls sheathed in floor-to-ceiling white porcelain tiles that gleamed in the harsh, fluorescent light. A drain sat in the corner, its presence cold and clinical, as if designed for something unspeakable. They threw me into a chair with a sharp, jarring force, and immediately, I felt the cold bite of chains at my ankles. Shackles clinked around my wrists as they bound me to the chair, my body suddenly immobilized, like a helpless insect trapped in a web. I sat there, frozen with fear, unable to move, unable to speak. The air in the room felt thick, suffocating, and my heartbeat pounded in my ears, loud and insistent. Was this about the riots? Or was it something else entirely? The questions burned through my mind like wildfire, but my mouth refused to form the words. What did they want from me? The darkness of uncertainty swelled inside me, and for the first time in what felt like an eternity, I wasn't sure if I could endure whatever came next. 4 men entered the room. Confess, one of them demanded. Confess what? Why am I here? I asked, bewildered. Then a fist crashed into my stomach and I could barely breathe. Don't bother lying, we know what you did, a second policeman yelled. But I don't know what you're. A fist smashed into my nose, and I felt blood dripping off my nose onto my shirt. Murderers never admit to the crimes. In the beginning, at least. When I tried to speak, blows rained down on me. I soon stopped speaking, but the beating continued. Suddenly a vicious kick was directed at my chest. My forearms were secured to the thick wooden sides of the chair, and I couldn't raise them to lessen the blow enough to prevent it, and me, from crashing to the floor. My head crunched hard against the floor and blood poured out, but I didn't know that at the time, I'd lost consciousness. I awoke to hose squirting water into my face and washing off some of the dried blood. Then they kicked me in the ribs. I was on the verge of losing consciousness again, as my chair was dragged upright and into its original position. Save yourself the pain, cajoled one of the officers. We always get our man in the end, said another. Or are you going to give us plenty of fun first? It's not worth it, said a third, who was leaning casually against the door. By then I was incapable of speech anyway. The beating stopped, except for being slapped across the face, a final flourish before a torrent of yelling. By then I'd recovered a little and could speak despite the blood leaking from my mouth. I almost confessed to stop it, but they weren't to know I could, and I remained silent. I knew that the police assumed that everyone would lie in the beginning, and beatings and sleep deprivation were routinely used to gain confessions. But seeing a dry recounting of it in a documentary did nothing to prepare one for the brutality and the absolute helplessness that one felt. It was not like a street fight where you could fight back and brace yourself against falls. The police seemed to enjoy it. I wondered what happened when they went home and caressed their wives and girlfriends. Did those women know what their partners did? Or if they did, would they care? Perhaps they thought prisoners were worse than animals, and didn't care that many of the confessions were false. I couldn't tell whether I didn't confess because the pain of speaking was too great or because my life would be over if I did. Not even irrefutable evidence would overturn a confession. Even so I was unraveling, breaking apart, but I had to try to stand my ground and outlast them. If they'd continued for another couple of hours, I'm sure I would have capitulated. I was already coming apart at the seams. I was uncuffed without warning, and dragged down a hallway and tossed into a crowded cell with the others. Perhaps they wanted to get on with other interrogations. The cell was a slightly larger replica of the one I had just left, though the squat toilet in the corner made it feel more grim, more suffocating. The air in the room was thick with the stench of sweat, blood, and despair. About half a dozen other men were already inside, each one hunched and downcast, their faces bruised and battered, their bodies bearing the marks of the same relentless brutality I'd just endured. The harsh, fluorescent lights above us never dimmed, casting everything in a sterile, unforgiving glow, adding a cruel sharpness to the silence that hung in the room. I was certain my ribs were cracked, and my nose was definitely broken. Every movement sent a jolt of pain through my body, sharp and unrelenting, and I could feel the dull throb of a concussion clouding my thoughts. My clothes were torn, and my skin was a patchwork of bruises, some fresh, some already turning ugly shades of purple and yellow. I must have looked like the others, disbelieving, disoriented, unsure of what was coming next. There was a shared sense of helplessness in the room, a common thread of exhaustion and terror woven through each of us. No one spoke. We didn't need to. We all knew what it felt like to be trapped, broken in some way, our bodies and minds struggling to hold on to any shred of dignity. The unspoken desire among us was the same. To close our eyes, to sink into sleep, or at least into a deep stupor where the pain, the fear, and the overwhelming uncertainty couldn't reach us. But I knew better. I had to stay awake. I had to keep my wits about me. I had to force my mind into gear now. They could come back at any moment. And when they did, I knew exactly what they'd bring with them, a relentless, calculated cruelty. I was up against an adversary who was clear-eyed about their intentions, while I wasn't certain of my own. I knew the outcome they were seeking, what they wanted, how it might end. The only question was how much more I could endure before I finally broke. I focused on my breathing, though it was shallow, pained. My ribs felt like they were caving in with every breath I took, but I forced myself to exhale, to take in another ragged breath. I needed to calm my thoughts, to center myself. To remember that the only thing that mattered now was survival. Understand your enemy. It was something I'd learned, something I'd lived by when I dealt with the leases. The interrogators didn't care about justice, about the truth, even. They weren't interested in who was innocent or guilty. They had one purpose: to punish. To break people. To scare the rest into submission, to make us believe that resistance was pointless. To teach us all that they could make us bend, make us fold, at will. I knew their game now. Their play. The goal was simple: extract confessions. Do whatever it took to make someone crack. It didn't matter if the confessions were true or not. Just as long as they had enough bodies, enough names to satisfy whoever was pulling the strings behind the scenes. But there was a gap, a window of time in which I could make a choice. I realized, with grim clarity, that more than anything, I needed to buy time. Time for what, exactly? I wasn't sure. But it was the only currency I had left. Once they had enough confessions, they might move on to the next person, the next target. They might get bored with me, might think I wasn't worth the effort anymore. But until then? There was no telling what they'd do. I had to hold on. I had to make them believe that I could endure whatever they threw at me. I had to make them see that breaking me would take years, not hours. I drew on every ounce of resolve I had, pulling up what was left of my dignity, of my strength. It wasn't much, but it was mine. I had no illusions anymore. I wasn't going to walk out of this room unscathed, unbroken. But I would not give them the satisfaction of seeing me crumble. Not yet. Not until I had no other choice. It wasn't long, barely hours, before they hauled me back into the interrogation room, and once again, the scene replayed like some grim, nightmarish ritual. The same shouts, the same fists, the same hollow promises. Only this time, I was more numb, dazed, disoriented. The concussion in my skull made it hard to gather any coherent thoughts. I didn't even try. What was the point? I was just a body to them, a vessel for their brutality, a target for their anger. They pulled back slightly, maybe mindful of not leaving permanent injuries, marks that would tell the story of their cruelty. But still, blood dripped from my nose, and there were gashes at the corners of my eyes that wouldn't stop bleeding. I looked at them through half-lidded eyes, my gaze dull and unfocused, as if they were ignorant children, playing at something they didn't understand. I imagined them one day facing the weight of what they'd done, the enormity of it all sinking in. But today wasn't that day, and there was no room for mercy in their eyes. The only thing I had left was endurance. Hold it together, I told myself. Just a little longer. They wouldn't break me. They'd eventually move on to someone else, someone less stubborn, less defiant. They'd get what they wanted from the others, but maybe I'd still be left to rot in this wretched place. When I was shoved back into the holding cell, I barely registered the faces of the others. There were around 15 of us now. My ribs screamed with every breath, and my throat burned, dry and raw from the outbursts of pain, the constant violence. I could barely catch my breath, but I hadn't given them my confession. I hadn't broken. And that, at least, was something. Days stretched on in endless torment. By the time I'd lost track, there were 25 of us crammed into the same fetid room, the air thick with sweat and fear. Some had cracked, confessed, and disappeared, probably sent off to whatever fate awaited those who complied. Those of us who remained were the ones who hadn't surrendered, not yet. We were the ones still holding out, no matter how frail, how broken, how hungry. We were given food twice a day, like clockwork. It was always the same, a thin, watery cabbage soup that barely tasted like cabbage, served with a plastic bowl that seemed to absorb all the warmth from the liquid before it even touched your lips. And then, there was the second bucket. The one that sat in the corner of the room, a grim reminder of the squalor we were forced to live in. It was filled with filthy water, murky and stagnant, and the bugs floating in it were so large that they seemed to be part of the environment, a feature of our prison rather than a mere nuisance. The toilet, if you could even call it that, had long since clogged. The stench was unbearable, thick and sour, mingling with the smell of blood and sweat that clung to our skin. And yet, in the midst of it all, the carrot was still dangled in front of us. The one thing we all clung to, as desperate as it was, confession. The promise of release, of freedom, if we just gave in. But it was a lie, of course. The carrot would turn into a noose, and we all knew it, whether we admitted it to ourselves or not. In the back of my mind, I tried to hang on to that one truth. They can't break me. Not yet. But the days blurred together in a haze of hunger, pain, and despair. And still, I waited. I marked that first week with a quiet, personal triumph. An unspoken celebration of survival. I'd made it through, and for all the suffering, I wasn't one of those who'd broken. But by the second week, the cracks began to show. More prisoners fell, their bodies and minds disintegrating under the pressure. I watched them deteriorate, their faces hollowing out, their shoulders sagging with the weight of what they couldn't bear. I told myself I was different. Maybe it was true, maybe not, but I was holding on. I was older than most, approaching 50. But I wasn't as worn down as they were, exhausted from years of hard labor or worse. I was fit, healthy enough to withstand it, and I knew how to pace myself. I told myself I was good at the long game. That's what kept me alive, what kept me surviving while the others broke. By the third week, the rhythm of it had set in. The cycle of interrogations, the beatings, the hunger, the deprivation. Every time someone cracked, confessed, and was dragged away, I marked it like a victory, a quiet tally in my mind. One more down. One more out. But there were too many who still hung on, fighting, despite their brokenness. And then, something shifted. Two others, the ones I'd seen fall into that familiar path of degradation, began to change. Their initial shock wore off, and instead of giving in, they simply stopped. They didn't break, but they didn't fight either. They became like stone, cold, implacable. They stopped reacting to the beatings, the threats, the screams. Something in them clicked, and they found a way to endure, to shut down in the face of everything. It was a strange thing to witness what the human spirit could withstand when it had no choice. But it was that moment of adjustment that caught so many others out. The point where the body and mind, worn down and battered, either gave way or adapted. Most didn't have the strength for the second. We didn't speak, but there was understanding in the quiet nods we exchanged. A brief glance here, a shared look there. You're not alone. And in some strange way, I think we saw something in each other, something that kept us tethered to our humanity amid the horrors we faced. Maybe they saw in me what I saw in them, a spark of resistance, a will to endure. One day, though, one of them was gone. He didn't return to the cell. I couldn't say for sure whether he confessed, or if he was released, maybe he'd escaped, but I told myself it was the latter. That he'd made it out, somehow. Perhaps it was just wishful thinking, but in this place, hope was as fragile as the skin on our bones. I needed to believe it. We all did. Because without hope, there was nothing left to hold on to. And in that moment, that tiny sliver of hope that he'd made it, that he'd found a way out, was enough to keep me going for a while longer. The guards, it seemed, had begun to realize they were losing the confession battle. Each time a prisoner faltered, broke, and was taken away, it was a small victory for the ones left behind. Every day that passed without my breaking was another step toward freedom. That's how I saw it, anyway. A quiet resistance in the face of a grinding, relentless machine. I'd been preparing for the shift. I'd known it would come, that they'd try something different when they saw their usual methods weren't working. So when they started barking questions at me, short, clipped demands for information, I didn't flinch. But as I began to speak, they cut me off mid-sentence, not allowing me the chance to explain. They wanted something from me. A confession, a slip of the tongue, anything. They didn't want answers, just noise. The danger was greater now, when there was no time to think, when they could trap me into a fatal mistake with their fast, impatient questions. But I'd learned. I'd learned from the first interview that the interrogator wasn't interested in dialogue. I adjusted my approach, no more explanations, no more details. Just one-word responses. Yes. No. Bullshit. That's what they were getting from me now. No more information. They wanted me to reveal something, anything. I gave them nothing. By this point, I'd already watched more than 30 people come and go through that cell, all of them disappearing into the darkness of whatever nightmare awaited them next. They had broken, confessed, and were gone. Others, like me, still clung to the hope that we could make it out of this, that we might leave this place, broken but unbowed. But it was hard. I was worn down, exhausted in ways I hadn't known I could be. My body was bruised, my mind fragile, but I was still holding on. It wasn't a surprise when they changed tactics again. This time, it was a man who looked different, a mild-mannered, educated type, neat in his clothes and quiet in his manner. He didn't immediately ask questions. He ignored me at first, leaving me to wonder what his angle was. Then, out of nowhere, he started speaking to me like we were just two people having a casual chat over coffee. There was no shouting, no threats. Just a soft, controlled conversation. Another shift. This time, I was given the luxury of time to think. He began with questions about my work, my family. It seemed harmless enough at first. But then he asked about that night, the night I was accused of something I hadn't done. He wasn't rushing me. He wasn't demanding anything. He simply let me talk. But I wasn't fooled. I knew he was trying to build rapport, to make me comfortable, so I'd open up. I wasn't sure what he'd do once I started speaking. Would he change again, close me down the moment I said something of value? It was the waiting game, the moment where you could either break or be broken. I had to be prepared for it. I'd spent countless hours under the blinding lights of that cell, caught between sleep and wakefulness, revisiting every detail of that night in my mind. What would I say if they ever gave me the chance to speak? How would I explain it, without giving them anything they could use against me? Every conversation, every question, I went over it in my head, hoping the opportunity to speak, to explain myself, would eventually arise. And if it did, I knew I'd have to be ready. But that was the trick, wasn't it? You never knew when the moment would come or how it would arrive. The man sighed, adjusting his glasses with an air of weary finality. We know you did it, he said, his voice flat. You may as well end the torment and admit it. I looked back at him, weary to my bones, and said, and everyone else knows that I had nothing to do with that night. You know I wasn't there, that I was home in bed. I let the words settle in the air, as if their truth might break through the walls of the room. That's a pretty arrogant assumption, he replied, his tone still calm, but now tinged with something darker, a hint of irritation. I don't have anything to be arrogant about, I shot back, adding, but if I have enough evidence to make it obvious that I had nothing to do with it, then you sure as hell do. He raised an eyebrow, a slight smirk tugging at his lips. So what evidence do you have? I leaned forward slightly, as if to draw him in, then spoke, what you've already seen. No one could have missed the video camera outside my door. It shows me coming home after visiting my mother before the riot. No one leaves between then and the police arriving. A flicker of annoyance crossed his face, but only for a moment. That's just one small piece of evidence. No court will believe you on that. You also have my phone records. I was at home, I continued, my voice steady, though I could feel the weight of each word. He chuckled, low and dismissive. Come off it. Everyone tried that trick. Left their phones at home, went and committed murder. That counts for nothing. I let the silence stretch for a beat, gathering my thoughts, before I responded. It would, except. I paused, allowing the tension to mount, drawing his attention. Except that on that night, I woke because of the sirens, opened the curtains, and saw flashing lights in the distance. I had no idea what was going on, but I checked my phone. There was nothing except a couple of messages in a group chat. I didn't reply to any, but I opened the phone using the fingerprint reader. You can check the timestamp in the phone's log. It couldn't have been opened by anyone apart from me. I also walked from my bedroom to the balcony at the other end of the apartment to get a better view. I was carrying the phone, and anyone looking at the location data will have seen the phone move. Anyone who sees the video knows I was the only one home. Did the phone move by itself? Even ignoring the video evidence, could I get back home in those few minutes between the fire and the phone moving? This time, his surprise was unmistakable. They'd checked the location data, but had they bothered to look for the movement? The question was hanging in the air, too heavy to ignore. The location data is too inaccurate because the signals are poor in your area, he recovered quickly, but there was a slight doubt in his voice now, a crack in his earlier calm. Seriously? I laughed softly, almost mockingly. We both know that's not true. We stared each other down for a moment. The game had changed, and he knew it. There's the river on one side of my apartment. It's completely clear for phone signals. Even on the other side, it's good, all old low-rise buildings like mine. Everyone who comes to my place comments on how good the signals are. There must be at least a dozen towers that pinged my phone, probably 20. You'd know its position to within about 5 centimeters. His face shifted again, this time more noticeable. He was on the back foot now. I pressed on. The police were sloppy. Checked where my phone was, but didn't check whether it moved. And you didn't check the time it was unlocked. I watched as he tried to hide his surprise. But it was clear. They hadn't done their homework. Maybe they were too rushed, too eager to make arrests. But whatever the reason, it was a mistake I had to exploit. So how did we find you if you weren't involved? He asked, trying to regain control. You think that was random? No, I replied, my voice low and certain. Nothing is random, and very obviously imprisoning me was not by chance. He folded his arms, leaning in, eyes narrowing. Go on. I inhaled deeply, preparing to take a gamble. It was P. He told you to go after me. The shock was evident in his expression. He didn't try to hide it. P? You've never met him. Why would he go after you? Revenge, I said, my voice steady, though inside I was treading carefully. I had no proof, but I was damn sure I was right. Revenge, he repeated, clearly unconvinced. He hardly has a reason to take retribution if you've never spoken or seen each other. I leaned forward slightly, meeting his gaze. Not having met doesn't mean he wouldn't want to get at me, I said, my tone more forceful now. P doesn't forget things. He doesn't forgive. And when it comes to land, he gets protective. I could see him processing the words, trying to piece things together in his mind. Go on, he said, his voice quieter now. I paused, choosing my words carefully, knowing this was my chance. My lease was up for renewal, and I was scared I'd lose my apartment. The position was too good for P to give me a new lease, so I thought I'd try my luck. You know, right before New Year's, some people get sentimental then. I was clutching at straws, but I was desperate. I could see it, he was hooked now. He wanted to know more. I lucked out, I continued, leaning in just a little. P was away, and I got his sidekick. The guy was greedy, a bit of a bean counter, didn't understand how much P wanted the land. He screwed me over, but he gave me the lease. I was forced to take all 3 properties instead of just the one I wanted, and had to pay 5 years of taxes up front. I paused again, letting that sink in. When everything went down at the police station, it didn't take the cops long to figure out they'd been attacked because of P's leases. They wouldn't have been happy about that, and I'm guessing they called him back from leave. But P, he's spiteful. He wouldn't have been happy when he found out about the dead cops. He'd be pissed off and scared. He'd want to cover his tracks, so he pointed the finger at me. Blamed me, gave me to you. A gift, you could say. His way of taking revenge. He was silent for a long moment, but I could see he was processing it. You think we're fools? He asked, almost rhetorically, as if the question had already been answered. No, I said, my voice growing sharper. But I think P thought you were. I think he thought you were dumb enough to take me down and that I'd fold under pressure. That's what he thought. He underestimated me, and he underestimated you. I know it couldn't be anyone else, and so do you. You're smart enough to know I go to work, see my mom, that's it. There's no one but him to point the finger at me. Then I took a risk, took a deep breath, and went on the attack. You want more evidence? Why in the fuck would I get myself involved in that shit? I just got my new lease, 50 years in a prime location. I'm the only one in the whole fucking neighborhood who doesn't have a gripe. The cops got shafted by P. First, by getting them killed with his greed and stupidity, and then by wasting your time with me. He thought I wasn't smart enough to work it out and that you'd force a confession. He took you and me for fools, I said angrily. I could feel the power shift back to me, and I seized it. I'm never going to confess, I said, locking eyes with him. And I wonder what the judge will do when he sees this hot mess. You think everyone's going to come out smelling like roses? You think you'll be the hero, and the police, and the prosecutors, they'll all walk away unscathed? I sat back, crossing my arms, my gaze never leaving his. Good luck with that. The sudden shift was so abrupt that it took me a moment to register what was happening. The rough hands that had grabbed me from the cell, the doors that had slammed open and shut, the clattering of keys, all seemed to blend into a chaotic blur. And then I was outside. The cold air hit me like a slap, a jarring contrast to the stale, oppressive air of the cell. The plastic bag they handed me was like a tether to something I couldn't yet grasp. It was only when the heavy door clanged shut behind me that I realized I was free. The guard's words were still ringing in my ears, keep your mouth shut and get the fuck out. It didn't feel like victory. It didn't feel like anything. My legs were weak, my mind still trapped in the fog of exhaustion and confusion. I had been so sure that my survival was a game of endurance, that I could outlast them, but this? This wasn't the endgame I'd imagined. There was no triumph in their dismissal, only a harsh, hollow relief. I stumbled a few steps before I managed to catch my balance, then kept walking, trying to keep the world from spinning too fast. My eyes scanned the dim street ahead, my surroundings barely registering. The world outside was still the same, and yet everything felt strange, as if I had somehow been torn from it. I forced my feet to keep moving, keeping my head low, the bag in my hands trembling slightly. The darkness felt foreign to me, a stark contrast to the blinding lights that had assaulted my senses for weeks. It took a few minutes for my eyes to adjust, but I hardly had the luxury of time to pause. The heavy weight of uncertainty pressed on me, even as my mind struggled to catch up with what had just happened. I staggered up the street, keeping my pace fast and steady. I turned on my phone and waited for it to awaken from its forced slumber. The screen flickered to life with a faint buzz, and I breathed a small sigh of relief. The battery was still holding, barely, but enough to do what needed to be done. I scrolled through the contacts list with trembling fingers, trying to focus through the haze of exhaustion and relief. It was 3 a.m. I quickly called a taxi, feeling the weight of the night still clinging to me. On the ride home, I sent a quick message to C, N, and my mother. I told them I was alright, that I'd explain everything when I had time to rest. I was still too disoriented to think clearly, both exhausted and restless as the car hummed beneath me. It felt like I was moving through a dream, half in reality, half lost in the aftermath of everything I'd endured. Time had slipped away in that hellish space, and now, outside, it felt as though I was playing catch-up with the world that had continued without me. I finally dragged myself out of bed at 11 the next morning, the weight of sleep still clinging to my bones. I called C, trying to sound normal, trying to ignore the exhaustion pulling at me. The business had been faltering without me, but that was a blessing. It meant C didn't get too many ideas. I wrote down his work schedule, and told him I hadn't yet gone through my phone, but that I would get to it as soon as possible. Both Anne and my mother had left messages. Anne asked if she could come over after work, and my mother's message was a frantic mix of worry and love. I couldn't bring myself to read it more than once. I needed to see her. I went to my mother's house for lunch. When I walked in, she gasped, her face flooded with an emotion I couldn't decipher: joy, relief, fear. To her, it must have felt like I had returned from the dead. She enveloped me in a tight embrace, and I had to suppress the wince of pain that threatened to slip out with the sharp ache in my ribs. She didn't know. She couldn't know the truth of what had been done to me. So, I told her what she needed to hear: how I had been grabbed after the riots, how I was eventually able to prove my innocence. The rest I left unsaid. It took hours to calm her down. She was beside herself with relief, and I was still struggling to grasp what had just happened, what I had just endured. But I couldn't afford to crumble, not now, not when she needed me. I left in the early afternoon, the weight of her embrace lingering even after I stepped outside. I needed to sleep. I needed to think. I made my way back home and collapsed into bed, finally allowing myself to rest, to process the madness of the past few weeks. When I awoke, it was already late afternoon. The world outside was quieter now. I checked my phone, sifting through messages, sorting them like files I had yet to open. I organized a couple of tasks for C to keep him occupied. When N arrived, she didn't hold back. She walked in, saw me, and immediately burst into tears. Her arms wrapped around me in a tight, almost desperate embrace. I didn't even try to hide the pain that surged through me, the sharp reminders of everything I'd endured. Up until then, I never thought I'd see Anne like this: vulnerable, unguarded. She had always been as hard as steel, more like tungsten. Tough, unbreakable, calculating. I'd never imagined that she cared for me, not really, but in that moment, I wondered if maybe I had been wrong about her all along. We were both players. We'd both learned early on that it was about using others or being used. But now, in this strange, fragile moment, it seemed that maybe we weren't so different after all. She brought dinner with her, but her eyes kept scanning my body, lingering on the bruises and abrasions that were still visible, no matter how hard I tried to hide them. Her gaze softened with concern, but I didn't want to go there just yet. I wasn't ready to talk about it, to go into the hell I had just crawled out of. I'd tell her eventually, I told myself, but not now. Instead, I shifted the focus, asking about why. It seemed she had found a boyfriend. He wasn't the most likely candidate, at least in the eyes of most people. Older, not particularly handsome, and a bit chubby. A plotter, really. No one had expected much from him, especially after years of struggling with his business. But Y had seen something in him that others didn't. She had moved quickly, securing her place before anyone else noticed. He'd just bought a new car, and business was picking up. And continued to look at me with a quiet concern that seemed to grow with every passing minute. "You've lost a lot of weight," she said softly, her eyes flicking over me, taking in more than just my physical state. "You look tired. I'd really like to understand what happened." I swallowed hard and responded, my voice weary. "Neither of us give away our secrets. That's how we survive." I paused, trying to shift the conversation again. "I'm sore. I need a bath." She didn't push. Instead, she nodded, agreeing with the way things were. "You're right about keeping our cards close. That's how we protect ourselves. I'm not suggesting we fundamentally change, just that maybe we might be better off sharing more. You know, I'm not asking for everything. Just, maybe a little more." And ran the bath and watched as I undressed, her eyes narrowing as she saw the extent of the bruising on my body. It was a mistake, I knew. She could see deep purple bruises over older, faded yellowing ones. I had done my best to hide the worst of it, but there was no escaping the truth now. Her lips quivered, and a tear leaked from the corner of her eye. She didn't say anything, but I saw it, the mix of anger and sorrow, for me, maybe even for herself. She supported me gently by the elbow and helped me lower myself into the water, wincing with every movement. The bath felt strange, like I was washing away more than just the grime of the past few weeks. It was as though I was shedding the last of the person I had been. And climbed in after me. She stayed quiet for a while, letting me settle, before finally speaking up. She began to tell me how we had crossed paths, how we had both ended up in this strange, twisted web we'd found ourselves tangled in. N's voice softened as she spoke, almost as if she were unraveling a past she hadn't fully considered in a long time. I could sense a vulnerability in her words, a side of her I hadn't expected. "I had a much easier start in life than you," she said, her gaze fixed on the surface of the water, though I could tell her mind was elsewhere. "I was smart, good at school, and pretty. I always got attention, and things were easy in a way. The only thing I ever really worried about was my fertility." She paused, the air between us thickening with something unsaid. I didn't know I was infertile back then, but I knew it was a possibility. My mom had trouble getting pregnant with me, and my periods were all over the place. I was worried. Impatient. I think, back then, I could never have imagined just waiting. If I was infertile, I could have blamed it on leaving it too late. N's voice was steady now, but there was a certain sharpness to it, as if these were memories she had spent years trying to bury. She shifted in the water, her fingers tracing the edge of the tub as she continued. "My parents were lawyers," she said, her tone matter-of-fact. "They mixed a bit with the rich seconds, helping them out of a few scrapes. Most of the wealthy people around us had no idea how to educate their kids. They just let them do whatever they wanted. They were wild." She paused, and I could tell she was thinking of someone specific. There was one though. He was about 30, seemed a bit better than the rest. He didn't just want to live off his parents' money. He wanted to prove he was better than them and used their money and connections, but he wasn't just riding on their coattails. He had ambition. He built a business that made asphalt and concrete for roads, she said, her voice dripping with disdain. One of the few good businesses around. He played the game well, and knew people. But I don't need to tell you how bad the workmanship was. It was always second-rate. Roads would be dug up again and again, first it would be sewerage, then electricity, and finally, water. Always a new problem, always another excuse for why things weren't done right, another reason to do the same work over and over again. It took me time to work out where my value lay, she said, her eyes meeting mine as if she were seeing something far beyond the present. I knew I was pretty, sure, but I didn't realize I was the prettiest. I was just another girl in a crowd, laughing and having fun like the rest of them. But I didn't jump into bed with those guys. Not because I wasn't willing to explore, but because they were airheads. She scoffed, her lips curling slightly. They were babies still sucking on their mother's teat, completely clueless. Everything was disposable to them, just a game to pass the time. They cycled through the girls, never taking any of them seriously, and compared notes like it was all some sort of sport. And I could see that. I didn't trust them. Many of the girls were enchanted by the sweet words and sparkling baubles, believing them to be tokens of affection, of real worth. They clung to the hope that one day they would be the chosen one. But of course, none of them ever were. The rich seconds would never stoop to marry a woman who had slept with another man in their circle. It would have been too much of an affront to their pride, a stain that no amount of wealth could ever wash away. I hadn't given it much thought at the time, but in hindsight, I had unwittingly made myself a prize for the whole group. Who could melt the ice queen? I became the ultimate challenge, the unattainable, and one after another, they all took their turns, unaware that they were little more than schoolboys trying to woo a supermodel. The man who eventually became my husband made his move after a dozen others had tried and failed. He seemed decent enough, so I granted him a chance, though I held my reservations, cautious of the company he kept. I was too young to see that his pride would never allow him to accept defeat. Caution made me unwilling to let him complete his conquest. It wasn't until much later that I understood the gravity of my decision. Had I allowed him to succeed, I would have been cast aside, discarded without a second thought. I had unknowingly maneuvered him into a corner, trapping him in a stalemate. I refused to sleep with him unless he publicly pledged to marry me. He was a man who could never concede, who could not relinquish control without a complete victory. It took me years to realize that this was one of our shared weaknesses, the stubborn refusal to accept loss, to let go. Sometimes, it's wiser to embrace defeat and move forward. I wasn't anything extraordinary, just passable, pretty enough and untouched by his friends. I fit the criteria, nothing more. Just another piece of breeding stock. In my case, perhaps a trophy of sorts as well, something to show off. I gave him the bragging rights he craved, and beyond that, he cared little for anything else. He was 32, and I was 23 when we married. The ceremony was grand, a lavish spectacle designed to flaunt his wealth and his acquisition. It was his moment to parade his prize, to take his victory lap in front of everyone. I can't say I had a bad life with him. I had the freedom to work as little or as much as I pleased, and I lived in comfort, surrounded by dinner parties and fine things. He, too, had his gatherings, entertaining his wealthy peers, prostitutes, group sex, old women, the morbidly obese, and more. It took me a couple of years to uncover their secrets. I planted an app on his phone, one that silently uploaded everything he captured, every photo, every video, the very things he would later delete, as if they never existed. I thought he loved me. At first, I was shocked, upset, mostly because he was such a skilled liar. I didn't know how to respond, so I did nothing. By some twist of fate, I stumbled into the right choice, or perhaps it was merely the absence of any wrong ones that saved me. Eventually, I understood that none of it really mattered. I was destined to be nothing more than his old trophy, slowly losing its luster over time. I had freedom, pretty clothes, a beautiful home. Everything except for the one thing that I couldn't have, not until I gave him a child. Only then could I dare to take a lover. It took me longer than I care to admit to realize the truth. The only thing standing between me and the door was not love, or even respect, it was my fertility. That was my sole value in his eyes. I wanted a baby, not just for myself, but for the security it would bring. I was willing to surrender to it completely, taking no precautions. He remained blissfully unaware, probably never considering the possibility at all. To him, it was my problem, not his. But deep down, I knew I was on borrowed time. By then, I had become smarter, more calculating. I began preparing for the inevitable, understanding that every move had to be measured. Large withdrawals would raise suspicion, so I took smaller sums, carefully tucked away. I bought an apartment among the untouchables, a hidden warehouse of sorts. There, I amassed things that could be bartered later: jewels, clothes, designer bags, unassuming items, all kept in their original boxes. When the storm inevitably came, I didn't know what I would be able to take with me, but I knew better than to be caught unprepared. In addition to his secret weekday gatherings, we hosted our own dinner parties. The wine always had to be the best, and would often go through several bottles. On nights when we drank heavily, I'd slip one away, hidden for later. At first, I hadn't given it much thought, but soon realized that one day a missing bottle might raise questions. So, I made sure to keep an empty one tucked away, something I could produce if I ever needed to explain its absence. When he turned 35, he began to take notice. I feigned youthfulness, claiming I was too young for a child, but he insisted I stop using birth control. What he didn't know was that I had never used it at all. A year later, he sent me for fertility treatment. That's when the truth came to light. I played my part, summoning tears, and to this day, he still believes I was unaware. A few months later, he asked for a divorce. Most women, I imagine, would have lost their composure, made a scene, but I simply pretended to be heartbroken. It was far easier to maintain than the endless theatrics, and besides, it fed his ego. I knew he wouldn't want anyone to know I couldn't get pregnant. The whispers behind his back would be inevitable. People would say he was pathetic, a man who couldn't get his wife knocked up, she murmured, her fingers gliding across the surface of the water. I struck a deal, agreeing to fabricate the reasons for the divorce in exchange for a substantial sum. Enough for a decent-sized place in a neighborhood that would fit the narrative people expected, and an income tied to the kind of salaries that would keep up appearances. But I didn't buy a house. I knew too well how I'd be seen: a cast-off, discarded. So instead, I pocketed the money. I joined the Untouchables, moving into the apartment I had already secured for myself. I took on part-time work, keeping my true hours a secret. It was essential to maintain the illusion of a modest existence, so I limited myself to 5 days a week. I knew how to keep a low profile. My clothes remained tucked away in the closet, and my hair stayed neatly pulled back in a bun. I participated in the occasional activity, just enough to avoid being labeled a recluse, a title that always carried the whisper of secrets waiting to be uncovered. After I had been gone for about a year, my husband stopped sending the payments. I knew he would, and why I hadn't told him about the videos. So, I paid him a visit. He didn't want a scene, of course, and led me into his office, telling me to fuck off. But I didn't leave. Instead, I showed him one of the videos and told him I had hundreds more. After that, I never had a problem again. I was protected, but my life felt hollow, a series of moments without depth. I didn't need to cook, rarely found myself in my own kitchen, dining out became the routine. I gravitated towards smaller places, and occasionally crossed paths with other women. It was one of those encounters that led me to a table next to a couple of ladies who had attended one of your parties. Curiosity sparked within me. It took weeks to earn their trust, but eventually, they invited me. I played the part of the shy, hesitant newcomer, wanting to observe, to understand before diving in. There was something about you, something intriguing. You were different from everyone else. I'd learned well from my ex. I took my time, building relationships with a few of your regulars, piecing together an image of who you were. And before you ever formally invited me, I had already come here once, unannounced. I went to bed early, my body heavy with exhaustion, and Anne stayed the night. She could see the weariness in me, the fatigue that had settled deep into my bones. Gently, she held me, her touch soft and reassuring, as I drifted into sleep, the weight of the day slipping away. The next few weeks slipped past in a haze. More than a month in detention had hollowed me out, leaving me weak, unsteady. For the first 2 weeks, I could barely lift a trowel. When I finally returned to work, it was in fragments, an hour a day, then 2, inching my way back toward something resembling strength. C was relieved to see me, though not long before he had welcomed my absence. He'd mistaken it for opportunity, convinced he could take over the business and keep things running without me. He might even have managed it if I hadn't kept him in the dark all those years. At first, his plan held. Clients, assuming I was gone for good, began paying him directly. But like anything built on guesswork, it didn't last. Work slowed, then dried up, and the obligation to pay remained. By the time I returned, the cracks were already showing. Panic had begun to set in. He had tried to cut me out. I let him believe I hadn't noticed. Instead, I congratulated him. Told him he'd done well. Said it had taken me 10 years to build what he'd managed to step into. I reminded him that in 6 months, he'd share in the profits just as we'd always planned. The city simmered in the wake of riots and arrests, the tension lingering like heat trapped in concrete. Barbecue restaurants that were once crowded sat half empty. People kept to themselves, retreating behind closed doors before nightfall. An unspoken curfew took hold. It would be months before the unease faded. Talk of parties disappeared entirely. Anne gave me space. When she returned a week later, she kept things light, almost deliberately so. Detached. She mentioned, casually, that Y's boyfriend had become infatuated with her. With his age and his urgency for children, she expected a proposal soon. It sounded like she was restoring order to her world. Mine remained suspended. I buried myself in work, rebuilding what strength I could. The bruises faded into dull purples, then yellow. The abrasions softened into thin red lines. My body was healing. My mind was slower to follow. The past clung on, persistent, intrusive. Then the message came. The lease guys are coming tomorrow. It landed heavily. That night, sleep never settled. The silence pressed in as my thoughts circled, tightening into something close to panic. Images from the past weeks replayed in fragments, jagged and relentless. I couldn't shake the sense that whatever came next would not be an ending, but another turn, another point from which there was no easy return. I stood by the kitchen window of the ground floor apartment, picking at the calluses reforming on my hands. The sun was low, stretching shadows across the street when I saw them, 2 men in official-looking uniforms approaching the stairwell. The first was unmistakable. Older, broad-shouldered, his bulk carried with the confidence of someone long accustomed to authority. P. The second man lingered just behind him, slender, quieter. A subordinate, no doubt. For reasons I couldn't quite explain, his presence was almost reassuring. I met them in the stairwell and led them inside, deliberately slow, keeping them contained to the lower floors. The 6th floor was off-limits. That couldn't change. I gestured toward the living room, offered them seats, poured drinks. Polite. Controlled. P didn't sit for long. You're going to have to return the leases, he said. No preamble. His voice carried weight, as if the matter were already decided. I'm sorry. I can't. My tone stayed even. Don't play games. Of course you can. You just sign the papers. He pulled a stack of documents from his bag, lit a cigarette with a practiced flick. Smoke began to coil through the room. My chest tightened. I coughed, sharp, deliberate. I don't mean to be difficult, I said, letting weariness edge into my voice. It's my lungs. The dust, it's too much. If I move away from the river breeze, I let the sentence trail. I won't last. A lie, but a useful one. P sneered. I don't fucking care. You'll sign. At least that part was honest. No, I said calmly. I won't. For a moment, he froze. The refusal didn't fit his expectations. His face darkened, color rising, hands tightening at his sides. Don't play coy, he said, voice sharpening. I know what happened. You think you can just walk back in here? Like nothing's changed? You've got it wrong, I replied. I haven't done anything. This is your mess, not mine. He stepped closer. When he spoke again, his voice had dropped, quieter, colder. You think this is over? I'm not threatening you, I said, lifting an eyebrow. The room held still. He wasn't used to resistance, not like this. I could see it in the hesitation, the calculation that didn't quite resolve. Finally, he exhaled, tension slipping just slightly. "Fine," he muttered. "You think you've won? We'll see." I checked my phone, as if bored. "The provincial court won't hear anything for at least 5 years," I said. "Plenty of time for you to start saving. I hear the city's broke." That landed. "Within months, you'll be begging," he snapped, voice shaking now not with control, but with anger. I met his gaze. "We're past the scheduled time," I said. "Get out of my house, or I call the police." That stopped him. For a second, he simply stared. His subordinate dropped his eyes to the floor. Then the control snapped. P crushed his cigarette into the cup, flung it against the wall. He kicked the coffee table hard enough to send it skidding, then turned and stormed out, leaving the door hanging open behind him. Silence settled in his wake. I stood there a moment, letting it pass, then bent to set the table upright, placing the cup back where it belonged. Had I gone too far? It didn't matter. P didn't understand nuance. To him, there were only outcomes, submission or resistance. And once I refused, there had only ever been one possible response. Rage. I had been ready for it. That period collapsed in on itself, each moment stacking over the last until time felt compressed, distorted. Too much had happened, too quickly. I moved through it as if displaced, watching events unfold from somewhere just outside myself. By the time the day came to collect the second set of videos, I barely recognized the person who had stepped into this 6 months earlier. Now I felt like a participant in something staged and dangerous, a spy thriller I hadn't agreed to join. The pace kept accelerating, the world spinning faster than I could process. I wanted it to slow, just enough to find my footing, to step off before it threw me. As the pickup approached, 2 fears pulled at me. The first was obvious: the police might be watching. The second was quieter, more corrosive: what if I'd become a liability? I kept close to routine, taking work with C near the store, keeping my movements predictable. On the way home, I stopped. 1138 was waiting. He handed over the robotic floor sweeper, but not without studying me. His eyes narrowed slightly, picking up on something beneath the surface. After all these years, his instincts were sharp, too sharp. He said nothing. The box passed between us, heavier than it should have been. I slid it beneath a stack of tiles in the back of my car and drove off, letting the exchange dissolve into something ordinary. But it wasn't. The risk had shifted. There was no reversing it now. Anne came over early on Saturday. I could tell she'd been waiting for this, waiting to hear what had happened. To her credit, she hadn't pushed. She made dinner. Steak. A rarity. We ate in near silence, the weight of unspoken questions sitting between us. Only when the plates were empty did she finally speak. "When the riot started, I was worried," she said. "But I thought it would pass. A few months, maybe. That kind of thing always burns out." She paused, watching me. "But when you disappeared, that didn't fit. You weren't there, and I knew the police would have noticed that too. I thought maybe it was the parties, but no one else got taken. That's when I realized I was missing something." Her voice tightened slightly. "And when you don't understand why something's happening, it usually means it's serious." She looked at me properly then. I started thinking I might disappear too. The only thing I was sure of was that I'd never see you again. A beat. And I was wrong about that. So what the hell happened? "It wasn't anything you missed," I said. "You couldn't have worked it out. You didn't have the key piece." She waited. Just before New Year, I had all 3 leases renewed. 50 years each. She blinked. What the hell? How is that even possible? I let that sit for a moment, then told her everything. From the beginning. When I finished, she let out a quiet breath, somewhere between disbelief and admiration. "I knew there was something about you," she said lightly. Whether she meant it or not, I couldn't tell. It didn't matter. We sat with it. Eventually, she frowned. "There's one thing that doesn't make sense," she said. "Why release you? Why not just leave you there?" I asked myself the same thing, I said. At first, I thought it was the evidence. I gave them enough to show I wasn't there. Maybe they didn't want a trial without a confession. Maybe they already had enough problems. She didn't look convinced. "It still feels off." "It did," I said. "Until 2 days ago." Her eyes sharpened. "What happened?" "I had a visitor." "Police?" "No." "P. What?" She leaned forward. "Why?" "He wanted the leases back." "What did you do?" "Told him no." "And?" "He threatened me." Standard approach. "Did you give them back?" I shook my head. "I told him I'd die without them. And that he'd spend years fighting it in court." She sat back, processing. "It's strange he came himself," she said. "That's what I thought," I replied. Then it clicked. "How?" "We assumed he knew what he was doing. He doesn't. He's just following a pattern: pressure, intimidation, control. It worked because everything was stacked in his favor. Not because he's smart." She didn't interrupt. 6 policemen died in those riots," I continued. "Because of him." I don't think I told them anything new, but I said it directly. That he'd used them. That he'd pushed them into it for his own reasons. "And they didn't like that." "No," I said. "They really didn't." She leaned forward again. "But what does that have to do with you?" "They couldn't just deal with him outright," I said. "That's not how they operate. They want fear first." Understanding began to settle in her expression. "They told him I was being released," I went on. "Let him know they knew he'd used them. Gave him a chance to realize how exposed he was. And he didn't. He's not that kind of person. He believes his own position protects him. So they sent him to you." I nodded. "They figured I'd make it clear." "Did you?" "No." She stared at me. "Why not?" "Because now," I said, "they'll think of something worse." That sat between us for a moment. After that, something shifted. We'd always kept things contained, careful, separate. But now there was a shared understanding. Trust, of a kind. Rare. Useful. I didn't know what it would become. Whether she'd try to push further, take control, make herself indispensable. If she did, I'd cut her loose. But if she could hold a secret, truly hold it, then she might be worth keeping close. For the next couple of months, everything settled into a cautious quiet. No parties, no noise, everyone kept their heads down. C grew restless in the lull, pushing for another dog's body. I didn't care. I'd made enough. More money just meant more attention, more tax. My mother, though, hadn't recovered. My disappearance had shaken her in a way I hadn't anticipated. To give her something stable, something tangible, I started fixing up the ground floor apartment. This time, it was easier. No stairs. The services were already in place, the gardens established. The citrus trees had filled out, not enough to fully obscure the view, but enough to soften it. It looked lived in. Ordinary. That was the point. I had the new dog's body handle the heavy work. Demolition first, then hauling the windows into place. He carried, I fixed. It suited us both. The apartment wasn't just for her. She might last a few more years, but after that, it would be mine. Age was catching up with both of us, whether I admitted it or not. I paid for the structural work: walls, electrics, plumbing, and made sure it was done properly. People I trusted. People I watched. The critical details, the drainage, the tiling, I handled myself. The rest I handed to C, with clear instructions. I told him it was a special job. No mistakes. I upgraded everything: fixtures, fittings, quietly exchanging them for better ones where I could. And I kept 1076's best furniture, the pieces he'd always treated as something more than decoration. Around that time, N told me that Y had married. And that she was pregnant. The parties returned gradually, but not as they had been before. Smaller, more controlled. And only came for the rooftop ones. She liked the view, the space, the distance from everything below. Dancing helped. So did the illusion of normality. KTV she preferred in private. Over time, she came more often. Sometimes during gatherings, sometimes when the house was empty. A rhythm formed between us, unspoken, but reliable. Trust, in its own way. Occasionally, when things were busy upstairs, she stayed below with my mother. Other nights, the three of us would eat together before she and I retreated upstairs alone. My mother suggested marriage more than once. I dismissed it. Too late for that, I said. But she wasn't entirely wrong. What we had wasn't so different from what others built their lives on. And watched the foreign films I showed her with quiet interest, though nothing seemed to surprise her. She never commented on the cleaning ladies. Not once. My mother did, though, her disapproval clear whenever one slipped out early on a Sunday morning. Then, unexpectedly, Y came to visit. Anne helped her up the stairs, then excused herself almost immediately. I stood there for a moment, unsure how to greet her. "How are you?" I said finally, hesitating before stepping closer. I had no experience with pregnant women, and Y, now visibly so, carried herself with a confidence that made my uncertainty more obvious. She noticed. And enjoyed it. "It's okay," she said, laughing lightly as she stepped in and embraced me. "I'm pregnant, not fragile." She held the moment just long enough to establish control, then let go. "You look well," I said. It was true. There was a certainty about her now, something settled. I wondered, briefly, if there would be more children. That depended on things beyond her, I suspected. "My husband takes care of me," she said. "I work with him, but only when I feel like it." Sounds ideal. Almost, she replied, with a small, knowing smile. There's always something missing. Her hand rested lightly against her abdomen, and I realized I was staring. Up close, it was different. Abstract no longer applied. "Strange, isn't it?" she said. "Seeing it like this." I nodded. She stepped a little closer, guiding my hesitation without forcing it. "You can," she said quietly. I let my hand rest briefly where she indicated, aware of how unusual the moment was, how far removed from anything familiar. "I'm not sure your husband would approve," I said, attempting to shift the tone. She smiled, unconcerned. "There are a lot of things he doesn't approve of right now." There was something beneath that, frustration, maybe. Or something less defined. "So that's why you're here?" I asked. "It's been a while," she said. "And I needed to get out." The explanation was simple. Too simple. She studied me for a moment, then shook her head slightly, amused. "You haven't changed," she said. "Still overthinking everything." "Someone has to." She stepped past me, glancing toward the bedroom as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "I didn't come all this way just to talk," she added lightly. There it was, not pressure, not quite an invitation either, but something deliberately ambiguous. A test, perhaps. Or a reminder of the kind of game she had always been better at playing. I didn't move immediately. Not this time. Because by now, I understood something I hadn't before. With Y, she'd learned, nothing was impulse. Not anymore. When we came back downstairs, Anne and my mother were in the kitchen, talking quietly. Anne glanced at Y. "Did he help you with that issue?" Y smiled easily. "He did. I'm feeling much better." Good, Anne said, stepping over to me and brushing a quick kiss against my cheek. My mother looked between us, curious. Why answered before the question fully formed. Just something small at home, she said lightly. That seemed to satisfy her. She turned back to the kettle. Why caught Anne's eye and gave a quick, playful wink. Anne's mouth curved, just slightly. I was the only one left out of whatever had just passed between them. They stayed for dinner. Conversation was easy, almost ordinary. Later, Anne and I left together, heading back to Anne's place as if it were the most natural arrangement in the world. Anne returned the next evening. She curled up on the sofa, legs tucked beneath her, watching a foreign romantic film with an intensity that felt almost studied. I'd seen enough of them to know the pattern. Boy meets girl, something goes wrong, trust breaks, then somehow it all resolves neatly in the end. When it finished, I looked over at her. Do you think relationships are actually like that anywhere? I asked. She considered it. People probably want them to be, she said. Trust, loyalty, all of that. But the rest? It's exaggerated. If that's what people want, I said, why isn't it like that for us? It was, she replied. Before the great cultural abandonment. I glanced at her. You really believe that? People used to trust each other more, she said. Doors unlocked. Neighbors helping without expecting anything back. Smaller communities. Less movement. If you broke trust, you paid for it over time. And now? Now trust's been stripped out, she said simply. Back then, people turned on each other old grudges, jealousy, small advantages. It became normal. You could ruin someone over nothing, and people did. She paused, then added, it taught everyone the same lesson, don't trust anyone. Not neighbors, not friends, not even family. That sounds like poverty, I said. It made it worse, she agreed. But the real shift came with anonymity. Cities. Movement. You could hurt someone and disappear. No consequences. The police only acted when it suited them. Even the system didn't trust itself. I smiled faintly. When I was a kid, the government always talked about taking back the breakaways island. Said we were stronger. Bigger. I used to think it was all lies. And now? Now I think maybe it wasn't, I said. Maybe we could have done it. But we wouldn't have held together. Not when it mattered. She watched me, listening. People would talk about loyalty, I went on, but once things got real? Once people started dying? No one would sacrifice anything. Not for something abstract. Not for each other. Because we don't think long-term anymore, Anne said. We don't invest in anything that doesn't benefit us immediately. I nodded. Even at my level. When I started tiling, no one shared anything. Techniques, shortcuts, everyone kept it to themselves. Slowed everything down. People reinventing the same solutions, over and over. And losing the good ones in the process. Exactly. It didn't just hurt us, it weakened everything. Even the government. They created a system that couldn't cooperate, then expected it to function when it mattered. They're no different, she said. They're just as afraid of losing what they have. I leaned back. So we end up where we are. Divided. Predictable. She studied me for a moment, then said, "You're not like most people." "I'm exactly like them," I said. "I just don't rely on anyone." That's the difference. Or the symptom. She smiled faintly. Maybe both. Then her expression shifted, sharpening. "You know you're not innocent in any of this," she said. "Those women, your parties. You're not thinking about what they want. You take what's available. Same as everyone else. And you're different?" I asked. She didn't hesitate. "No. I'm worse. I raised an eyebrow. I married knowing I might be infertile, she said. Took what I could when it ended. Protected myself. He did the same. No illusions. She leaned forward slightly. You and why, same thing. You didn't think about her husband. You just calculated risk and reward. I let that sit. There wasn't much to argue with. So what about us? I asked. We don't lie, she said. Not to each other. Not to ourselves. That's your foundation? That, and clarity, she said. We understand each other's interests. That makes us predictable. She held my gaze. You want other women. That's not a problem unless it interferes with me. If it does, I leave. If it doesn't, I stay. Simple. And it doesn't? It benefits me, she said calmly. I laughed once. That's convenient. It's practical. She shifted slightly, settling deeper into the sofa. You're afraid of being controlled, she continued. Of being tied down. That's your weakness. And yours? I adapt, she said. I remove obstacles. There was no hesitation in it. That's why you brought Y here, I said. Yes, she replied, just as directly. And why I stay out of your way when you need space. I watched her for a moment. So what's the endgame? You already know. Say it. I'm going to marry you. I let out a short laugh. That seems like a lot of effort. It is, she said. But it's worth it. For what? I stop working. I step into your world. Your business, your protection. She gestured faintly around the room. You've built something stable in an unstable place. Most people couldn't do that. You did. That's your pitch? That's my assessment. I shook my head, amused. You're ruthless. She smiled. That's why we work. And you think telling me this helps? There's no point lying to you, she said. You see through it anyway. That, at least, was true. You don't believe your own myths, she added. You know those women aren't there because of you. They're there because it suits them. And why? I said. Backup plan? She rolled her eyes. But she didn't deny it. Chapter 8, The Inner Circle. Anne spent more and more time at the apartment, often lingering after I went downstairs to eat with my mother. It became routine, unspoken, but steady. One evening, as we sat at the table, she said, almost idly, "Did you hear about the fire?" "What fire?" I replied. I rarely followed the news, most of it felt distant, irrelevant. "It's a dreadful story," she said, though her voice was calm. A government inspector was checking one of the older buildings. The floors were unstable, he fell through, dropped to the level below. Broke his leg, but he survived the fall. She paused, as if weighing how much to say. The place had been sealed. Doors, windows, everything closed up. He could have waited. Someone would have come looking eventually. A faint shrug. But he was a smoker. Lit a cigarette. I said nothing. The apartment was full of dry debris, straw, rotten furniture. It went up quickly. He couldn't get out. A silence settled over the table. You might have met him, she added. He handled lease renewals. I think his name was P. How awful, I said. And it was on the surface. Like those policemen during the riots. Anne gave the smallest tilt of her head. Strange coincidence, she said. There was no irony in her tone. I spent the following days working through the videos from the electrical shop, cataloging them one by one. There were more this time. Some required discretion. Trust, if that's what it was building, slowly, cautiously. My mother, meanwhile, had begun to accept what was coming. One morning, over breakfast, she turned to Anne. "There's something I'd like to do," she said. Anne looked up, half expecting something elaborate. "What is it?" "I want to see what my son has built," she said. "All these years, and I've never seen it." A few days later, she made the climb. It took time. 11 flights, with pauses at every landing. But she didn't stop. When she reached the steel gate on the 6th floor, she let out a quiet laugh. He always did value his privacy. I unlocked the door to the unfinished apartment. "This one's for visitors," I said. "The kind I don't want staying long." The space was sparse, deliberately so. Only the windows had been replaced, and even that, subtly. Enough to function. Not enough to attract attention. I used it for a while, I added. Before next door was finished. From there, I showed her the adjoining unit. Much older than the ground floor, but preserved. Carefully maintained. "I carried everything up here myself," I said. "Bit by bit." She ran her hand lightly along the wall. "It still feels new." "It was built properly," I said. But it was the rooftop that stopped her. She stood there for a long time, taking in the river, the garden, the quiet order of it all, the private utilities, the separation from everything below. "People would kill for this," she said softly. "They would," Anne replied. Their eyes met, briefly. Anne poured drinks, then turned back to my mother. "When did you realize he was different?" My mother smiled faintly. "Not when he was young," she said. "He didn't show much promise then." She glanced at me. "It was when he saved my life." Anne looked at me, surprised. "He never told you," my mother added, amused. "He keeps things to himself." And so she told the story. When she finished, Anne's expression had shifted, something sharper now, more complete. "That's how you recognized the wine," she said. I nodded. Yes. C was thriving. With 2 dogs' bodies under him, the workload had eased. They were learning quickly, taking on more each week. C lacked finesse, but he made up for it with drive. N, meanwhile, had begun stepping back from her own work. I offered her something part-time, not a real role, not officially. She helped with my mother, moved quietly through the background of things. The timing mattered. If she was going to be brought in properly, it had to happen before C became a partner. At the end of the month, I told him he'd earned it. Half the labor income, after costs, suppliers, wages for the dogs' bodies, and N. What I didn't mention were the margins I controlled elsewhere. His income jumped. His confidence followed. I still worked occasionally, just enough to maintain presence, to keep control. Clients stayed with me. That was the leash. Sometimes I brought N along, letting her observe. She learned quickly. My mother, by then, had slowed considerably. N spent more time with her, filling the space in ways I couldn't. They grew curious about the videos. They knew there were more. Eventually, I gave them access. 6 months later, I married N. With the marriage came another delivery of videos, this time complete. Not only the full set, but the missing pieces from the past year, including those that required discretion. Each one felt less like an object and more like a fragment of something larger, a quiet record of a world unfolding beyond our reach. They became ours. The videos bound us in a way I hadn't expected. Something shared. Something that anchored us. The parties continued. Y still appeared from time to time. But something had shifted. With N, there was a different kind of closeness, one built not on impulse or convenience, but on understanding. We spoke openly, without performance. There was no need to conceal intent. We spent long hours dissecting the videos, drawing parallels, debating motives. Books followed, recommendations, arguments, shared discoveries. It was unexpected. A kind of ease I hadn't known before. For years, I had thought of the apartment as a private refuge, a nest, hidden from the world. After the marriage, it felt different. Less like a sanctuary, more like a fortress. The trees outside had grown taller, their branches thickening, closing us in. What once felt like protection now felt deliberate, layered, intentional. We were no longer hiding. We were sealed in. Outside, little had changed. The population continued to decline. Most people still couldn't afford a second child. But something subtle had shifted, pressure easing, just slightly. As if the system, strained for too long, had begun to loosen its grip. Around that time, I stepped back from tiling. Anne took over the clients. She moved through that world with an ease I hadn't expected, measured, composed. It helped that she understood presentation. Where I had relied on reputation, she used perception. Clients who would have resisted higher prices from me accepted them from her without hesitation. It wasn't just charm. It was control. Without quite realizing it, we had crossed into a different phase, one where the risks felt more distant, the margins wider. Over the next 3 years, my mother faded. It was gradual at first, small lapses, moments of confusion. Then more frequent. We avoided hospitals, choosing instead to manage things ourselves. We learned what we needed to pain, dosage, timing, balancing comfort against clarity. In the end, there was no drama. One morning, she didn't wake up. That was all. With her gone, the line ended. There was no one left to carry it forward. I cleared the apartment in stages, sorting through what remained. Then I moved downstairs. The 6th floor changed purpose. It was no longer for living, only for gatherings. Each weekend, I retreated to the rooftop, tending the garden. Maintenance, mostly. Quiet work. Some of what I grew made its way into the parties. People took what they could carry. In the mornings, I returned to the ground floor with whatever I needed for the week. And stayed most nights. Occasionally, she returned to her own apartment, not out of necessity, but appearance. A signal to others that it was still occupied. In truth, it had become storage. A fallback. Nothing more. C didn't take well to the change. And stepping into my share of the business, marriage or not, didn't sit with him. The complaints came steadily, threaded through everything he said. She didn't know the trade, he insisted. Had no place there. What he had expected was simple: expansion, control, more profit. Instead, he had oversight. What bothered him most wasn't her presence, it was her authority. The fact that she scheduled work, that he answered to her, even indirectly. And called it what it was. Feudal thinking, she said. He's the kind that wants a wife to serve him, not stand beside him. To make the point clear, I suggested she visit a job. She chose her presentation carefully. Not extravagant, precise. A dark skirt with movement, a silk blouse that caught the light, heels that shifted her posture just enough. The hat was deliberate. When she arrived, she didn't look at the work first. She went straight to the client. "Oh, this is beautiful," Anne said, running her hand lightly along a heavy, overly ornate sideboard. "You've done such a wonderful job here." Lit up immediately. Compliment by compliment, Anne drew her in until the inevitable came. "Would you like to see the bathroom?" "Of course," Anne said, as if she'd been waiting for it. Inside, she paused just long enough to take it in. "I don't usually visit at this stage," she said, almost apologetically. But I couldn't resist. "It's coming together so well." Hovered beside her. "Do you like the colors?" "I do," Anne said. "It's calming." "And the lines," she tilted her head slightly. "Simple, straight lines. That's what gives it elegance." She glanced back toward the workers. "They might not look like much," she added lightly, "but I only use the best." E's expression shifted, uncertain now. Anne turned, as if remembering something. "What time did you start?" she asked C. 8, he said. No break yet? He hesitated. No. That won't do, she said gently. Finish the tile you're on, then take 10 minutes. She reached into her bag and placed 3 chilled drinks on the bench. Stay hydrated, she added, already moving back toward the living room. He followed, clearly unsettled. I know it seems unusual, Anne said, lowering her voice slightly. But each tile depends on the last. If the first is even slightly off, it compounds. Fatigue makes that worse. She gave a small, knowing smile. They're good. But no one works perfectly when they're tired. E nodded slowly. And leaned in just enough to close the distance. If you want consistency, she said, you manage the conditions. A pause. Then, lightly. A little encouragement goes a long way. Anne and I were already seated when C arrived, still in his dust-streaked overalls. He hesitated at the door, scanning the room. Anne caught his eye immediately, gave a small nod, and gestured him over. She had already ordered. When the drinks came, she placed an iced one in front of him, wiping the condensation from the glass with a casual, practiced motion before sitting beside me. How did the job go? I asked. It went well, C said, settling in. Finished Wednesday. E was happy. Thank God, Anne said, exhaling lightly. I was worried about that one. She's difficult. That's why I came by, I thought she might cause trouble. She smiled at him. But you handled it perfectly. Not a tile out of place. She turned to me, laughing. The student's overtaken the master. Then back to C, her tone softening. And I'm sorry you had to deal with her. Clients like that best avoided when possible. I know what they're like for you. C shrugged, but there was less edge than usual. We're used to it. But your visit helped. After that, she brought drinks, turned the fan on. I'm glad, Anne said. You guys work hard. I stepped in then. I should have done this earlier, I said. I didn't make things clear when Anne started helping. We've grown, taken on more work, but we never really defined roles. C listened. You and I continued, we're untouchables. People look down on us. That limits what we can charge. I gestured slightly toward Anne. She's different. Clients trust her. They'll pay more to deal with her. That's something we don't have. C nodded slowly. But none of it works without you, I added. You run the jobs. You bring in the labor. That's what makes this business function. I let that settle before finishing. If we expand, it's simple. Anne brings the work. You bring the people. I glanced between them. You're both running things. C looked at Anne, measuring. I could bring in another tiler, he said. If there's enough work. Anne didn't hesitate. There might be a slow start, she said evenly. But I can manage that if you can. Their eyes held for a moment. That was enough. Nothing formal was agreed, but it didn't need to be. The structure had shifted. Quietly, but completely. It had been years since 1076 died. By then, I had become a regular at the electrical shop, just another link in a chain I only half understood. G now ran things, and I assumed the business was exactly what it appeared to be, an illegal trade that worked because no one asked too many questions. I rarely saw 1138 anymore. So when G told me he wanted to meet privately, over dinner, I paid attention. He handed me another set of videos as he said it. 1138 lived in a building so ordinary it was almost deliberate. The apartment matched comfortable, functional, forgettable. The kind of place designed not to be remembered. I smiled to myself as I sat down. You've met the criteria for entry into the inner circle of the Middom Project, he said. I frowned. The Middom Project? And what criteria? Surviving long enough? He smiled faintly. That, and the AI. I stared at him. I don't follow. He pointed toward a small white box on the wall. See the light? Green. If it were red, you wouldn't get any further than this room. How do you know it would be green? Because of how you came to me, he said. 1076 trusted you. And you solved the numbering system. I considered that, then shook my head. That's not a test. You're right, he said. It's only part of it. The realization came quickly. You're watching reactions, I said. Facial recognition. Micro-expressions. You're testing whether I recognize what this place is, what it represents. He didn't deny it. The room suddenly made more sense. Too ordinary. Too carefully so. You're screening for people who understand without being told, I said. And for those who don't ask the wrong questions, he added. I leaned back, uneasy. And if I'd failed? You would progress no further. A pause. So what exactly is this inner circle? I asked. A group of individuals who've lived exceptional lives, he said. People who've created something beyond what they were given. My mind went somewhere else entirely, something armed, covert. He laughed when he saw it. Nothing like that, he said. We're not interested in revolution. That path leads nowhere. Too few people are willing to sacrifice for anything beyond themselves, and even if they were, it wouldn't change anything. That sounded familiar. So what do you want? Come, he said. He led me upstairs, through a secondary entrance, through another door that required both a code and a confirmation. Inside, the space changed. Not overtly, but enough. Clean lines. Intentional design. Nothing out of place. I moved toward the balcony, then turned. And stopped. The painting dominated the room. 3 meters wide, maybe more. Color that seemed to move even when it didn't. Not decorative, alive. I stepped closer, then back, trying to understand it. I couldn't. For the first time in my life, I felt the word untouchable apply in reverse. Not something imposed on me, but something I recognized in myself. Whoever had made this existed somewhere else entirely. Where did you get it? I asked. Local artist, he said simply. 10 years ago. That's not possible. He smiled. People would say the same about you. I didn't respond. You built something from nothing, he continued. So did the painter. So did I. That's the common thread. I glanced around the room again. It wasn't wealth. It was curation. The AI was right about you, he added. You recognized it immediately. I don't belong here, I said. You do, he replied. Out there, you're untouchable. In here, you're something else. He paused. You've already contributed. Your oasis. I turned to him sharply. How do you know about that? You made it visible, he said. You just disguised it well enough that most people didn't see it. He led me through the rest of the apartment. Rooms lined with books, old, foreign, preserved. Objects that didn't belong in a place like this. Religious pieces, artifacts, fragments of cultures that had been erased or absorbed. Nothing labeled. Nothing explained. In the master bedroom, a single book sat by the bed. English. You read this? I asked. He nodded. We returned to the living area. This isn't unique, he said. Most cities have at least one place like this. That was more unsettling than anything else. After we ate, he returned to the point. There's one requirement left, he said. To enter the inner circle. What? You write a book. I stared at him. About what? Your life. I laughed. Who would read that? That's exactly why it matters, he said. We have plenty of accounts from the top officials, academics, artists. Almost none from where you come from. I said nothing. You're rare, he continued. Not because of status. Because of perspective. I'm a Tyler, I said flatly. You're a record, he replied. That landed differently. I can't write a book. You can. And you will, if you want in. Why would I bother? He studied me for a moment, then shifted tactics. You think you understood 1076? He asked. I hesitated. You knew him, he said. But you never read him. I felt something tighten. He wrote about you, 1138 added quietly. Do you want to know what he said? That was enough. I exhaled slowly. You've convinced me. A pause. But I still don't think I can do it. You can, he said. Everyone says that at first. Then they start. And it comes out. He leaned forward slightly. Start at the beginning. Work forward. No embellishment. No performance. Just truth. And if I get it wrong? If we find a lie, he said calmly, you're out. No negotiation. Can I see an example? I asked. No, he said. That would defeat the point. Your voice has to be yours. He explained the rest, the editors, the process, the publication beyond Middom. Redactions. Risk. The government's interest in suppressing anything that revealed too much. It wasn't just a project. It was preservation. What about N? I asked. Outer circle, he said. For now. And later? If she's part of your story, she advances with you. If not, she writes her own. That felt deliberate. I sat with it all for a moment, then nodded. I'll do it. For the first time, it felt like the pieces were aligning, not just my life, but something larger. Not control. Not survival. Something closer to meaning. Chapter 9, The Book. I didn't know where to begin. It took me a month to write the first 5 pages. I kept the book from N. I wrote while she was at work, but most of the time I wasn't writing at all, I was thinking. When I pruned the trees, tended the rooftop garden, cooked, watched the videos, or read, my mind circled the same question: how to make sense of a life that had never followed a straight line. Once I found a starting point, it became easier. It was like telling my story to a friend. Someone who could understand the full weight of it, but wouldn't judge. Still, it wasn't simple. Writing forced me to organize everything, to shape scattered memories into something coherent. That was harder than I expected. Before I told Anne about the Middom Project, I wondered if she'd be angry. I had kept something significant from her. But when I finally explained it, she wasn't. She understood immediately. Information, she said, was a tool. Giving it away was like handing someone a weapon. In a world like ours, where trust was rare and fragile, it made sense to hold things back. We both did. It was how we survived. She also saw the parallel. What we had built together, expanding our lives to include one another, the project was doing the same thing, but on a much larger scale. Individual lives, drawn together into something collective. At first, she was astonished. Then she saw the logic. People want connection, she said, but in a world like ours, connection comes at a cost. To reveal yourself is to risk everything. It requires vulnerability, and most people aren't willing to pay that price. Between people, there's a barrier, a thick, almost impenetrable membrane. It takes something sharp, or something violent, to break through it. For us, that moment had been my detention. It shattered whatever distance remained and left something real in its place. By the time I told her about the book, we had reached a point where there was little left to hide. When you already hold 100 things that could expose or damage each other, the 101st barely matters. But that wasn't the only reason. Anne had become central to my life, and she occupied a large part of the story I was writing. It felt wrong not to tell her. Not because of the book, but because of what it represented. Respect. It wasn't something I had ever really given to anyone. Not properly. With clients, any respect I showed had always been calculated, a means to an end. With N, it was different. It wasn't strategic. It was real. I found myself wondering when that had changed. When had I started to see her that way? The answer wasn't clear, but the result was. Respect had bound us together in a way nothing else had. And it had made my life better. When I finally asked if she wanted to read what I'd written, she said yes, but not yet. Her patience surprised me. She was curious, I could tell, but she held back deliberately. "The project is right," she said. "It's your book. Your voice. I don't want to interfere with that. At the end, I'll help ask questions, point things out, but this is your life, not mine." "I might write things you won't like," I said. "I'd be disappointed if you didn't," she replied, smiling faintly. "I've done enough in my life to give people reason to judge me." There was something reassuring in that. She wasn't asking for the story to be softened, or shaped into something more acceptable. She understood what it had to be. Our story wasn't meant to be cleaned up. It wasn't meant to be comfortable. It was simply the truth. And I was beginning to understand that telling it wasn't just about the book, it was about honoring what we had built together. When the next collection day came around, G handed me a box of party lights. He raised an eyebrow as he did so. "How's the tiling project coming along?" he asked, placing a subtle weight on the word project. I glanced down at the box before answering. "Finding the right position for the first tile was the hardest part," I said. "But once that's set, it's just a matter of following the lines to the end." G nodded, as if that told him everything he needed to know. "It's a big job. When do you think you'll finish?" "A couple of months, maybe," I replied. "I'm not as young as I used to be. Some days it's hard to find the energy. But it's better to finish things while I can. I don't like leaving work incomplete. No one pays for a half-done job." He smiled. "Good luck with it. Let us know when it's finished. There's something satisfying about completing a project." "There is," I agreed, shifting the box from one hand to the other. There was comfort in that idea, the quiet rhythm of building something, piece by piece. Whether it was a floor, a room, or something less tangible, the act of carrying it through to completion gave a sense of order. A small certainty in a world that offered very little of it. It took another 4 months to finish the first draft. When I was done, I told Anne and suggested we read it together. She proposed connecting my computer to the television so we could go through it aloud. Hearing the words spoken changed them. What had felt solid in my head now sounded uneven in places, exposing flaws I hadn't noticed. And picked up on them quickly, small inconsistencies, awkward phrasing, things I had skimmed past without thinking. That first night, we only made it through the opening chapter. The next evening, we talked about it. She was encouraging. She liked the simplicity of the language, said it made the story clearer, easier to follow. More importantly, she said it felt honest. Every few days, we returned to it. One chapter at a time, reading, adjusting, refining. It took a month to work through the entire manuscript. When we reached the end, she told me she was satisfied with how I had written about her. "Honest," she said. "Accurate." After that, I went through it once more on my own. Just small changes, tightening sentences, smoothing the flow. Nothing dramatic. The work was done. End of Revision 1, received October 14, 2071. Revision 2 to 1647 post-manuscript submission. Chapter 10, The Story of 1076. I returned to the electronics shop and told G the book was finished. He sent a message to his father, who asked me to come by his apartment. The old man greeted me at the door and led me inside. "You're done?" he asked. I nodded and handed him the drive. He slid it into a laptop, opened the file, and began skimming, first page, then somewhere in the middle, then the end. He didn't linger, but he didn't rush either. "It's a good length," he said. "Are you satisfied?" "It's as good as I can make it," I replied. He seemed content with that. "From what I've seen, it's close to what we hoped for. The editors will review it. If they need changes, I'll let you know. Otherwise, you'll receive an edited version for approval. Come back in 2 months." A flicker of unease must have crossed my face, because he added, "You've done well. We usually offer something in return." He handed me a disc. "This is the work of another author, 1076. I think you'll find it worthwhile." As I turned to leave, he said, "Next time, bring in. It will make confirming her identity easier." When I got home, Anne was waiting. I mentioned the book, but while she was curious, it was nothing compared to my own interest. I started reading that night. The first surprise came immediately. 1076 hadn't grown up locally at all. He was from the capital, nearly 2,000 kilometers away. The son of university professors, raised in a household shaped by both the damage and the privilege of the great jump ahead. His education was meticulous, guided, deliberate. His parents ensured he stayed ahead of the system at every step. It made me reconsider everything. I had always thought I'd failed in school. But reading his story, I began to wonder whether it was really my failure or the failure of a system already broken by the time I entered it. The great cultural abandonment hadn't just destroyed institutions, it had severed something deeper. A chain of knowledge, passed quietly between generations, had been cut. What remained was hollow. 1076, by contrast, had come from the remnants of what existed before. On the surface, his life unfolded perfectly. A government posting. A position as a mechanical engineer in a state-run factory, designing industrial doors, massive structures, far removed from anything I had worked on. I had never asked about his past. Never asked about family. I had assumed there was nothing there. I was wrong. He had been married. He had a son. The marriage ended in betrayal, not driven by passion, but something smaller, colder. After that, he left for the far west, alone. I kept reading, expecting some kind of turning point. It never came. Instead, his life narrowed. He drifted into corruption, drawn in piece by piece, until he was complicit in something far worse than he understood. His role in building internment camps revealed itself slowly, first as abstraction, then as truth. When it did, it broke him. I had to stop reading. The weight of it, the guilt he carried, was overwhelming. It lingered in the apartment, in the silence. And noticed the shift in me. I wasn't going out. I barely spoke. She didn't ask directly. We had long since learned not to. Instead, she asked if she could read it. I hesitated, then gave her a brief outline. I told her it was a difficult book, heavy, uncomfortable. I needed to finish it, I said. For me, it was personal. For her, it wasn't. She let it go. 1076's life became a slow unraveling. He wandered through the ancient city, isolated, burdened by what he had done. He encountered the art he loved, and the man who would become his closest companion, someone who deepened his understanding, and with it, his suffering. The full scale of his actions only became clear when he was forced to confront their consequences. I put the book aside for 2 weeks. When I returned to it, something had shifted. He had tried to escape, to bury what he knew. But he had also done things that mattered. He helped others flee. He preserved fragments of a culture that would otherwise have been erased. In his own way, he had pushed something back against the tide. If redemption was possible, he had earned it. But he never believed that. What struck me most was how alone he had been, or believed himself to be. Only later did he begin to understand that he had been part of something larger all along. That his actions, however flawed, had contributed to something beyond himself. He hadn't been alone. I had simply never seen it. When I finished his book, I realized how badly I had misjudged him. I had seen competence, control, a man who navigated life with ease. I had never seen the weight beneath it, the guilt, the fracture. And I understood, for the first time, how different our paths through the project had been. I had been invited in. He had been part of it long before I arrived. And now, whether I liked it or not, his story had become entangled with my own. Naturally, I was curious to see what 1076 had written about me. If it hadn't been for that, I might never have finished the book. His was a story of suffering, a world that revealed us as a hateful mob, devoid of compassion, yet still capable of something better. There were moments of redemption and despair, and I couldn't help but wonder how he had seen me within that narrative. I wanted to know how long it had taken him to identify me as someone who might join the project. To my embarrassment, it had been almost immediate. He described our first meeting in detail, how I had chosen the 6th-floor apartment, how I had contacted the owner from my phone. It wasn't just that he understood me. It was that he had understood me before I understood myself. I tried to console myself with the thought that it was easy to recognize one of your own kind, that perhaps I had given myself away in ways I hadn't noticed. But the feeling lingered. I had never felt so transparent. What he didn't tell me outright, what I only came to understand through implication, was his role in the sale of the apartments. He had worked behind the scenes to make sure it happened. I had always believed I chose that place. Now I wasn't so sure. The call, the timing, the availability, it all felt too clean, too convenient. As if I hadn't found the building at all, but had been led to it. It was all too easy to assume he was just another part of the background. In reality, his actions had been far more deliberate. As I read further, I learned more than I had ever expected. Of course, he knew about the parties, about the girls, about the things I had tried to keep hidden. But what struck me most was not what he knew. It was what he carried. For all his material comforts, his inner life had been a burden few would willingly endure. His book painted a portrait of a man in constant conflict, with his choices, with the world around him, and with the weight of his past. I found myself wishing, in hindsight, that I had appreciated him more while he was alive. He had been trapped by circumstance, by history, by forces far beyond his control. He was a good man faced with impossible choices, forced to navigate paths that offered no real peace. It made me realize how different our struggles had been. I had faced difficult decisions, yes, but never impossible ones. There was always a way forward, even if it was hard to see at the time. When I finished the book, the weight of it settled heavily on me. I took a bottle of white spirit up to the roof and stayed there for hours, letting the silence close in around me. And, sensing the shift, left me alone. I drank slowly. When the bottle was empty, I threw it as far as I could, hoping it would disappear into the river. It didn't. It landed in the long grass along the bank, half hidden, and stayed there. And also read 1076's book, though her experience of it was different from mine. She was too young to remember the events in western Middom. When the Gunnikins first spoke out, their accounts were dismissed as propaganda, and over time, interest faded altogether. For her, the book felt more like a documentary. Distant, observational, detached. She saw it with a clarity I didn't have. For me, it had been something else entirely, a window into a past I had only just begun to understand. The next time I went to pick up the videos, I took in with me. She was welcomed warmly. Whether it was because of her beauty, she was still only about 40, or because they genuinely wanted her included, I couldn't say. G seemed pleased either way. He suggested I visit 1138 in 2 days, saying he was in need of company. I knew better. When I arrived, 1138 already had his laptop connected to the television. He ushered me to the couch. "The editors were satisfied with what you provided," he said. I felt a quiet sense of relief, though I couldn't quite place why. It was strange seeing my own words on the screen, clean, typeset, polished. My rough language had been smoothed into something more refined. It felt both familiar and foreign, like looking at a version of myself I didn't fully recognize. 1138 explained that the manuscript was comprehensive, perhaps too detailed in places, but that was preferable. It was easier to remove than to add. No major revisions were required. Only my final approval remained. I was given a month to review it, though I wasn't sure how much there was left to change. Then came something that felt inevitable, but still unsettling. My retina was scanned. It was quick, almost casual. But in that moment, it struck me that there was no way back. I wasn't just part of the project anymore, I was recorded, indexed, and stored within it. I would be granted access to the files, though the process was complex and deliberately opaque. The books themselves were heavily protected. Nothing about them could be made public, not easily. As for the copy of 1076's book I had been given, I was told it had reached its expiration. Today, it would be deleted. Once I was formally inducted into the inner circle, I would be able to retrieve a new copy. But this version, the one I had read, the one I had held, was now a thing of the past. It felt symbolic. As if the boundary between what I had known and what I was about to enter had been quietly erased. A month later, I returned to 1138's home and gave my final approval for the book to be made available. He handed me a disc and explained how to access it. He also mentioned that, from time to time, events were held where contributors could meet one another. Members of the inner circle were scattered across Middom, so the gatherings were small, usually no more than half a dozen people. He asked if I would be willing to host one. It was customary, he explained, for a newly inducted member to open their home to nearby participants and introduce themselves properly. While it was expected, the group usually allowed a few months after induction, giving hosts time to read the histories of others and prepare. When I returned home with the disc, my thoughts turned to the others, who they were, and how they had come to be part of something like this. I was still trying to understand my own place within it. My first instinct was that I didn't belong. The others distinguished themselves through ability and a willingness to break from the crowd. Most had strong educations, both formal and informal, and held respected positions. They were people who had cultivated skills, influence, and connections. Individuals who moved through the world with purpose. By comparison, I felt improvised. The group I was expected to host included a banker, 1486, a businessman, 1523, a retired international volleyball player, 1572, and, of course, 1138. Each had a story worth hearing, but it was the remaining two who held my attention. For very different reasons. One was 1511, the artist who had painted the piece hanging in 1138's home. I was eager to meet him, to understand how something like that came into existence. Art had always felt just out of reach for me, something I could admire, but never quite grasp. Now I had the chance to meet the person behind it, and I wanted to know how he saw the world. The final attendee unsettled me. He was a senior policeman, 1218, responsible for overseeing the district stations, including the one that had been burned out during the riots. I couldn't stop thinking about it. What would he make of what I had written? How would he read my account of those nights, the confusion, the anger, the violence? Would he see it as an honest reflection, or as an attack? The thought of sitting across from him, knowing he had read my words, made something tighten in my chest. This wasn't just a gathering anymore. These were people whose lives overlapped with mine in ways I hadn't anticipated, people whose roles intersected with my story, sometimes uneasily. And now, I was expected to invite them into my home. Chapter 11, The Painter. On the evening of the gathering, 1138 arrived first. I watched from the window as he approached from the rear, his silhouette moving between the buildings, framed against the lights across the river. He had chosen that path deliberately. He had sensed my unease. When I opened the door, he greeted me with a warm, steady smile, already easing the tension before a word was spoken. A few minutes later, 1511 arrived. To my surprise, he handed me a gift wrapped in thin paper. His smile was slight, almost imperceptible, but there was a quiet confidence in the way he stood. He was young, with clear skin and a slim, agile frame. His eyes were narrow and watchful, as though he saw something just beyond the rest of us. I felt my palms begin to sweat, but his presence pulled my focus. I peeled back the paper. Inside was a portrait. It was painted in the same style as the work in 1138's home, but this one was of N. She was captured in a reflective pose, her expression turned inward. Shadows curled across her face, folding into dreamlike patterns. Deep blues blended into yellow beneath her eyes, while purples, reds, and pinks gave weight to her expression. The colors were bold, almost defiant, pushing against the dullness of my apartment, demanding attention. 1511 had read my book. From it, he had found an image of N, one taken at the electrical shop, and transformed it into something else entirely. I realized, with a quiet jolt, that he had seen something in her I hadn't fully seen myself. Soon after, the others arrived, the banker, 1486, and the businessman, 1523. They regarded me with polite reserve, but beneath it was something else. Doubt, perhaps. A quiet assessment. For a moment, my uncertainty returned. I wondered if they were right. Then 1218 spoke. The senior policeman glanced at the two of them and shook his head. "Try surviving what he's been through," he said evenly. "Few people are that smart and that tough. He belongs here more than most." The words caught me off guard. I wasn't used to being defended, least of all by someone like him. I gave a small nod, unsure how to respond, and instead said, "How about we go upstairs? That's where most of the book took place. I hope it matches what you imagined." As we climbed the stairs, 1218 moved alongside me. "I'd been here before," he said quietly. I glanced at him. "Years ago," he added. "I'm glad to see some of 1070 CXS pieces are still here." There was no accusation in his voice. Just recognition. When we reached the roof, N was waiting. Her presence settled the space immediately. She moved with quiet assurance, pouring drinks as we gathered, the river stretching out before us in the fading light. It felt like a threshold between the life I had written and whatever came next. "It's exactly how I imagined it," said 1572, the volleyball player. Her voice was cool, almost distant. In the dim light, she seemed like a thin silhouette against the skyline, her gaze fixed on the river as though she were somewhere else entirely. 1523 had changed. He moved slowly through the space, taking it in with a more careful eye. "To build all this yourself," he said, glancing around, "and keep it hidden while everything else carried on below, that's impressive." There was no hesitation this time. No distance. Just acknowledgement. Their words were brief, but they landed. Something shifted. I wasn't being measured anymore. I was part of the room, part of the conversation, part of whatever this was. For the first time, I felt it clearly. I belonged. A few weeks after my induction into the inner circle, F passed away. He was 58, and his death settled heavily in my chest. He wasn't the first of the untouchables to go, but he had attended more parties than anyone else. He had been a constant, a fixture in my life. The untouchables lived hard lives. Their bodies wore out early, and most left no one behind to mourn them. But F was different. His death cast a shadow over what remained of us. 6 months later, H followed him. It felt like the end of something. Even C, whose back had given out, retired from the business and died a few years later. Still, the work went on. His first dog's body, R, stepped into his place, and the cycle continued. I stood apart from it. Time had been kinder to me. I had found ways to shield myself from the worst of the physical toll. My later years were easier, something few of the others could claim. As an aging Tyler in my 60s, without a government pension, I existed largely beneath notice. During this period, my world shifted. The parties had ended. I had long since stopped tiling. My hands no longer looked like they belonged to a laborer. I rarely let N interfere in my choices, but she suggested I dress differently. Something more fitting for a member of the inner circle. I didn't abandon my old t-shirts and shorts, but I allowed a few changes. Enough to pass, when needed. I found myself drifting toward the inner circle. At times, it felt like betrayal. Anne disagreed. She said that, apart from the early years, I had never truly belonged with the untouchables. She was probably right. Still, leaving that world behind wasn't easy. My first real connection within the inner circle was 1511. I had known 1138 much longer, and I respected him, but being around him still felt like standing before an old schoolteacher, someone who could quietly approve or disapprove of me. And said I was imagining it, that I was being overly self-conscious. She argued he should have been a natural friend, especially given my interest in his collection, and what I had learned through 1070 CXS book. Perhaps she was right. But with 1511, there was none of that. We met as equals. It became one of the few genuine friendships I had ever known, one not built on exchange or advantage, but on something simpler. Neither of us needed anything from the other. It began with the painting. I hung it above the bed and found myself drawn to it night after night. I would lie there, studying it in silence, often longer than I intended. Anne would laugh and say I loved the painting more than I loved her. But she loved it too. Sometimes I would walk in and find her standing before it, quietly absorbed. It reminded me of a mirror, one that showed her not as she was, but as she had been, and perhaps still was beneath the surface. No matter how time touched her, the painting held something constant: the line of her neck, the shine of her hair, the sharpness in her eyes, the hint of a smile that suggested more than it revealed. I asked 1511 how he had seen it. He told me that Anne had stood out immediately. Among all the women he had observed through the project, she was the only one who held his attention. There was something in her, a spark. Intelligent, unpredictable, untouched by the dulling weight of life. He later admitted that giving away his work always hurt him. That painting, he said, hurt the most. It was one of the best he had ever produced, and he doubted he would create many better. Whenever he visited, he would greet Anne warmly, kiss her on the cheek, and then joke that he was going to see her equally beautiful twin sister. Many members of the inner circle lived double lives. Their jobs were often little more than covers, ordinary roles masking something more private. That wasn't unique to Middom, but here, more needed to be hidden. Through the videos, I had seen glimpses of other lives, people with hobbies, passions, small pursuits that gave shape to their time. Gardening, woodworking, embroidery, languages. Simple things. But in Middom, those things were rare. When I was younger, the idea of hobbies barely existed. At training centers, especially for those preparing to study overseas, we were sometimes asked about them. The answers were always the same: sleeping, basketball, watching television. None of them were hobbies, just ways to pass time, or burn off frustration. The worst answer I ever heard was from a classmate who said his hobby was studying. The teacher praised him. I never understood it. What was he studying? It didn't seem to matter. The answer itself was enough. By the time Anne was in school, even that pretense had disappeared. Hobbies were no longer misunderstood, they were irrelevant. Part of it was money. Hobbies required tools, materials, space. We had none to spare. But it wasn't just that. No one thought about what was being lost. Elsewhere, people took pride in what they made. Their work was shared, admired, sometimes even turned into something larger. Here, those things were hidden. Not illegal, just discouraged. Anything outside the norm carried risk. And no one wanted to find out where that risk might lead. So we hid those parts of ourselves. And over time, our lives became like the buildings around us, gray, functional, and slowly forgotten. It didn't take long before 1511 became a close friend. His early life, though not identical to that of those in foreign countries, was as close to it as I'd ever seen. His grandmother ran a noodle shop, and she raised him there. During busy hours, he was given toys, books, and pencils to keep him occupied, but it was the pencils that held him. Later came markers, then acrylics, each step pulling him deeper into something he didn't yet have words for. As his skill developed, he caught the attention of a mysterious benefactor. Through a third party, the man slipped him a hard drive filled with art books, along with a simple instruction: keep some of your more experimental work to yourself. Though 1511 graduated nearly 30 years after me, his schooling followed a familiar pattern. He barely scraped through the middle school exam and ended up at one of the poorest senior high schools. Art wasn't especially valued even by him at the time, and he drifted into a fine arts course more by circumstance than intention. University offered little beyond a degree that gave him a thin layer of credibility. His real ability had already outpaced his classmates long before he arrived. There, he did what was required. He followed instructions, produced slogans, copied approved works, and designed propaganda posters and watercolors. He became a model student, earning top marks while finding little meaning in what he created. University life itself did little to inspire him. Dormitory living flattened whatever energy he had left. He focused on refining technique and kept his real ideas hidden. Only during holidays, when no one was watching, did he allow himself to experiment freely. After graduation, he was labeled a white-collar worker, though his degree opened no doors. Fortunately, his grandmother's noodle shop offered a way forward. She was growing tired and needed help, so he stepped in. It gave him stability and, more importantly, time. Over the next few months, he converted part of an old apartment into a studio, building tables and benches from salvaged materials. He painted intricate scenes of city life, women in flowing dresses walking dogs, every fold of fabric carefully rendered, every glint of light on fur precisely placed. The works were beautiful, but not yet his own. They took months to complete, layered and sealed with lacquer, but they followed rules he hadn't made. When the noodle shop closed for the new year, he turned his attention to its interior. He painted murals, redesigned the counters, and introduced new items to the menu. The shop took on a refined air, new bowls, new plates, and sales quickly multiplied. From that point on, shop fitting became his day job. The economy remained weak, and the business never grew beyond steady, but it gave him what he needed: time to pursue his real work. His talent, nurtured quietly over the years, eventually drew the attention of his benefactor again. This time, the man asked to see his true work. That request led to 1511's introduction to the outer circle, and eventually to the sale of his paintings into the Middom Project. At first, he didn't know who was buying them. Only later did he meet the inner circle. By then, he was just 32, one of its youngest members. In the early days, we didn't meet often, but our connection grew through a shared project, a coffee shop. Most of 1511's clients were content with a simple tiled floor. Some didn't even bother replacing the old one. When they did, and arranged the work and ensured it met a basic standard. But when 1511's cousin decided to open a coffee shop, things were different. Like many, she was trying to escape low wages and repetitive work. Coffee shops and small restaurants were common attempts at that escape, though most failed within a year. At first, 1511 was reluctant. But she offered him part ownership in exchange for designing the space. It would be her one chance. He accepted, not out of confidence, but because he had the time, and because it was an opportunity to create something of his own. Though our city lay far from the sea, he chose a nautical theme. He transformed the space into the interior of a boat, complete with surrounding scenery. But when it came to the floor, he ran into a problem. Wood was too expensive, and new timber looked too uniform, too clean. He wanted something worn, something lived in. Paint wouldn't last. So he turned to tiles and to me. He showed me his design: curved timbers, flowing lines, nothing that suited straight-cut tiles. We spent weeks experimenting before settling on long, narrow bathroom tiles to mimic deck boards. We sourced different shades of brown and gray from multiple shops, even collecting broken tiles to widen the palette. On the first day, I laid a single ring around the empty center of the room. Each tile had to be cut at an angle, creating the illusion that the surface could bend. It took hours. By the end, I still had no clear idea of what it would become. 1511 chose each tile individually. Sometimes the colors shifted subtly, other times they clashed outright. There was no pattern I could follow, no logic I could grasp. Perhaps sensing my uncertainty, he didn't call me back for a few days. When I returned, 2 inner rows had been placed. He asked me to cut and position the next layer without fixing them. Once I finished, he studied the arrangement and quietly replaced several tiles with others. It took most of the morning to complete just 2 more rings. I began to wonder if I'd taken on something beyond me. But the next session was different. As the design expanded, 1511 grew more decisive. He added rows on either side of the widening strip, and for the first time, something began to emerge. The colors, grays and browns at first, were broken by unexpected flashes of green, red, and other tones that shouldn't have worked, yet somehow did. I worked a few hours each day, several days a week, while he painted the murals around me. Gradually, the floor came together. Once I reached the aluminium frame at the center, I worked outward toward the walls, while he focused on the centerpiece. It took me a couple of weeks to finish the tiling, and another month for him to complete the rest. By the end, I could finally see what he had seen from the beginning. The floor wasn't random at all. Every cut, every color, every angle had been part of something larger, something I had been too close to recognize. The coffee shop opened soon after, and it was unlike anything else in the city. Not just a business, but a place shaped by intention, by someone who had learned to hide his vision long enough to finally realize it. 1511 held a grand opening for the coffee shop, an event that drew many members of the inner circle. It was only then that I fully grasped the scope of his vision. The cafe was more than a nautical theme, it was a complete work of art. The interior resembled a pleasure boat circling a tropical island. At its center was a viewing platform, covered in thick glass, where guests could look down into a reef alive with coral, fish, turtles, and seahorses. On the port side, the island unfolded in quiet detail, pale sand, blue sky, and a rocky headland curving into a long bay. Couples wandered along the shoreline, framed by palm trees and dense jungle rising toward a distant mountain. Birds circled lazily overhead, completing the sense of calm isolation. On the starboard side, the mood shifted. The sea stretched outward, darker and restless. A storm gathered on the horizon, whitecaps beginning to form. Seagulls dove for fish, while others perched above each table, as if waiting to snatch a careless bite. The contrast was deliberate. 2 worlds held in tension within the same space. Only then did I begin to understand the complexity of what 1511 had created. The floor, my part in it, the part one had doubted, was at the center of everything. The colors that had once seemed random now resolved into meaning. On the sea-facing side, cooler grays dominated, weathered and exposed. On the island side, warmer browns suggested shelter and protection. Over time, as the imagined boat circled its route, the balance would shift, the exposed side changing, the sheltered side enduring. Even the small bursts of colored blues, reds, yellows fell into place. They hinted at objects without fully defining them, a coil of rope, a stray bucket, fragments of life on deck. Details you felt more than saw. Standing there, watching others take it in, I felt a quiet pride. 1511 was quick to credit me for the tiling, a modest gesture, but the truth was clear. He was the artist. I was the craftsman. My payment came not in money, but in paintings. I chose a few pieces for myself, and though I felt a flicker of guilt, I knew I had received something far more valuable. They became part of my collection of treasures, in a way. I sometimes thought of it as one of the greatest scams of my life. No amount of money could have matched what I had gained. Later, I asked him what arrangement he had made with his cousin. What if the business fails? I said. He laughed. I bought the shop. 40 years on the lease. If it fails, someone else will take it. It was then I understood the scale of his thinking. The studio, the jobs, the paintings, they were all part of something larger. His work wasn't just a way to survive. It was a strategy, one that had been unfolding for years. As time passed, our friendship deepened. His usual projects were simpler than the coffee shop, but whenever something more intricate arose, I would help. As before, he paid me in paintings, and over the years I built a collection that became priceless to me. Most of our time together was now social. I stopped going to the barbecue places we had once frequented and visited him instead at his apartment. Sometimes I would sit and watch him work, absorbed in the precision of it, the way his mind translated something unseen into form. And also posed for him. In our society, where such things were condemned, labeled obscene, even punishable, it was a rare and deliberate choice. Whether their relationship extended beyond that, I never asked. It didn't matter to me. Anne and I had always lived on our own terms, and I respected that. Over the years, I attended many inner circle gatherings, meeting people who, like 1511, had lived hidden lives. I read their stories, watched foreign films, and immersed myself in worlds far removed from the one I had grown up in. Through 1511, I came to understand something I hadn't before. Life wasn't only about survival. It was about vision. And the courage to bring it into the world, even when everything around you told you not to. Chapter 12, Finding Peace. The relationships within the inner circle were mostly surface level, but over time, one member became an unexpected friend. It took years. She was 1572, a tall, aloof volleyball player who, at first, seemed entirely unapproachable. At gatherings, she kept her distance, standing slightly apart, as though separated by an invisible barrier. Her wary eyes would occasionally meet mine, and in those moments I felt exposed, like a perpetrator under quiet examination. Her caution was understandable. Her past had been shaped by unwanted advances and abuse, coaches, doctors, authority figures who had taken what they wanted. She had been exploited, as many of her teammates had been. Whenever I looked into those dark, watchful eyes, I was reminded of why. For a long time, she remained on the edge of the inner circle. Present, but not part of it. It was difficult to understand why she stayed at all. Yet she was always polite, even as she kept her distance. It wasn't until Anne became more involved that things began to shift. At first, 1572 didn't warm to her. But Anne had a patience that wore people down not by force, but by consistency. She never pushed, never demanded. Over time, that quiet confidence began to soften 1572's reserve. Anne was 2 years older than her, and unlike the rest of us, she hadn't written a book. That made her an unknown, someone without a defined narrative within the circle. It sparked curiosity. Slowly, 1572 began asking questions, drawn to Anne's ability to move through the world without being consumed by it. What she was searching for, I think, was control, some way to understand the trauma that still held her in place. Anne understood that. She listened more than she spoke. When she did speak, it was measured, never intrusive, never absolute. Over time, 1572 began to open up. She spoke of telling her mother about the abuse when she was 15, only to be met with blame instead of protection. That moment had hardened something inside her. The shame, the isolation, they lingered, pressing against her like a constant weight. Her relationship with Anne developed slowly, and my presence complicated it. To her, I was a contradiction. There were parts of me that resembled the men who had hurt her: desire, self-interest, a willingness to use others. She struggled to reconcile those traits with the parts of me that seemed quieter, less threatening. Anne played a role in that shift. She told 1572 that I lived in tension, caught between wanting intimacy and fearing exploitation. That conflict, she said, had shaped my behavior for years. She was generous in her interpretation, more generous than I might have been myself. And believed that people were inherently contradictory. That we were all pulled between our basest instincts and our desire to be seen as good by others, and by ourselves. Survival, she said, forced choices. The fortunate were those who never had to confront the full weight of those choices. Power, in her view, revealed everything. When someone becomes the king of their realm, she once said, that's when you see who they really are. She believed I had retained some degree of empathy, even in moments when I held power. That, she said, was the difference. It wasn't easy to hear. Especially when she explained that, unlike the men who had harmed 1572, I had always offered choice. I had never trapped anyone. I had used people, yes, but they had used me as well. There had been a kind of balance, however imperfect. She told 1572 that she trusted me with why for that reason. 1572 carried a deep, justified anger toward those who had abused her. They had faced no consequences, at least none she could see. And offered a different perspective, not to excuse them, but to reframe the weight of that anger. We don't see the consequences people carry inside themselves, she said. But they're there. Even those without empathy, she argued, live diminished lives, incapable of real connection, of the kind of joy that came from genuine human bonds. She never asked 1572 to forgive. But she encouraged her to loosen her grip on the anger, just enough to breathe. Their conversations were slow, careful. Anne would occasionally ask a question that shifted the direction of thought. Not away from pain, but away from its sharpest edges. She created space for 1572 to speak without fear of judgment, to examine her own past without being consumed by it. In time, 1572 began to change. And shared parts of her own life as well, her history with why, the mistakes we had made, the ways we had learned to forgive each other. That honesty mattered. It showed that healing wasn't about purity, but about acceptance. For years, 1572 had buried her past and blamed herself. With Anne's help, she began to see another possibility, that forgiveness, not punishment, was the only way forward. It made me think of Middom. We were a country that clung to grievance. We punished the past without ever reconciling with it. Even when those responsible were gone, the resentment remained. It turned inward, poisoning everything it touched. We never learned to let go. As 1572 found some measure of peace, her mental state improved. But she was never defined by what had happened to her. She had lived an extraordinary life. From childhood, her height and strength had marked her out. She was drawn into the harsh world of specialized sports schools, where only a few would ever succeed. The pressure was relentless, but she endured, and more than that, she excelled. Her career spanned nearly 2 decades. Through it, she saw more of the world than most people in Middom ever would. Her stories fascinated us. The places, the cultures, the people, it was all far removed from our own lives. But what struck me most was what she chose to remember. Not the monuments. Not the landscapes. It was the small things. Conversations over meals. Fragments of shared language. Moments of connection with people from completely different worlds. Those, she said, were what stayed with her. Looking back, what began as an awkward, uncertain association between Anne, 1572, and myself gradually settled into something steadier, something that, for a time, resembled closeness. We would occasionally draw 1511 into that orbit as well, though his place within it always felt slightly provisional, as if he were observing from just beyond the threshold rather than fully stepping inside. Anne, predictably, tried to shape things to her liking. She seemed convinced that 1572 and 1511 might one day find their way to each other, as though compatibility could be coaxed into existence through proximity and suggestion. But whatever she saw there never took root. In the end, 1511 chose a different path, marrying a woman whose sensibilities were far more conventional than ours. She was striking in her own way, but her view of the world was orderly, structured, perhaps deliberately so. 1511 once told me he had hoped to find someone artistic, someone who might soften the harder edges of the world for their children. Whether he believed he had succeeded in that, I was never quite sure. His wife remained on the periphery of our gatherings. She was present, at times, but never truly included, not even in what we came to think of as the outer circle. Still, 1511 held on to the quiet hope that one of his children might eventually find their way into it, as if that might offer them something more than the narrow rules laid out before them. 1572's path diverged in a different way. She never married, though in time she found something that suited her far better. Anne had a hand in that, as she did in so many things. There was a peculiar gift to the way Anne moved through people's lives, an ability to unsettle them, to reach into places they had long since sealed off, and to force something open. It was not always comfortable, but it was rarely without effect. With 1572, that process seemed to lead somewhere genuine. What began as friendship deepened into something more intimate, though the exact contours of that change were never made explicit to me. For a while, I stood outside of it. Not excluded, exactly, but not invited in either. I chose not to ask questions. There are times when curiosity offers little reward, and I had learned, by then, that some answers carry more weight than they are worth. Still, I wondered whether N had played the same role for 1572 that I once had for Y. It was a thought that lingered, though I never fully trusted it. Perhaps it said more about me than it did about them. In time, 1572's life settled into something more defined. She found companionship with W, a woman who, in many ways, balanced her. W carried herself with quiet confidence, her presence self-contained but unmistakable. Together, they formed something stable, though it was a stability that could not exist openly. The world we lived in had little tolerance for such arrangements. Their relationship remained known only to a small circle of us, protected less by secrecy than by careful presentation. A group of friends, 4, sometimes 6, was unremarkable. 2 women living openly as partners would not have been. We adjusted accordingly. Their time together was fragmented, borrowed. At times, they used my apartment on the 6th floor as a refuge, a place removed just enough from scrutiny to allow them a measure of privacy. At others, they stayed with us, never establishing a pattern that might draw attention. Even 1511 and his wife, on occasion, became part of that quiet concealment, though I doubt they ever fully understood the extent of what they were shielding. It was not an easy way to live, but it was, unmistakably, a loving one. Anne and I became, in our own way, custodians of that small world, witnesses to it, and at times participants in its preservation. Evenings would pass in a kind of fragile contentment, music, drink, conversation that drifted between the trivial and the deeply personal. In those moments, whatever missteps or compromises lay in my past seemed to recede, softened by the simple fact of shared happiness. By then, I was no longer young. But I found, to my surprise, that I took a certain quiet satisfaction in their joy. There was something in it that echoed my own past, not in detail, but in feeling. The sense that, despite everything, something worthwhile could still take shape. They had found their way there through difficulty, through constraint, through choices that required more courage than they would ever admit. Watching them, I felt not envy, but a kind of peace. Tempered, perhaps, but real enough to recognize. In my later years, there were signs, faint, uncertain, that society had begun to steady itself. The population had fallen to somewhere around 400 million, and with that decline came a strange quieting of the world. Many of the old buildings, once symbols of ambition and permanence, had given way. Some collapsed suddenly, taking lives with them, others simply surrendered to time, their shells cracking, their insides exposed to the elements. What remained was scattered across the landscape, concrete and steel softened by creeping vegetation, as if nature were slowly reclaiming what had never truly belonged to us. It was difficult to know what any of it meant for the future. There were those who believed we would continue to dwindle, generation by generation, until we simply disappeared. I was less certain. Predictions had a way of collapsing under their own confidence. We had seen it before: models, projections, certainties. All undone by the stubborn unpredictability of people. The political winds, too, were shifting again. A new leader had made a visit to Guernica, and the gesture carried the familiar weight of intent. It had the feel of something deliberate, perhaps even hopeful, but I could not decide whether it was strategy or desperation. We had reached that point before, where change was spoken of as renewal, and renewal quietly gave way to repetition. At the current rate, it was said that within 3 generations our population would fall below that of the breakaways. Perhaps it would. Perhaps it wouldn't. History had taught me to distrust clean lines drawn into the future. Still, the concern behind those numbers was real enough. The party, I suspected, was searching for stability, something to hold on to. They would want to restore relevance, rebuild ties beyond our borders, bring in foreign currency, encourage births, rekindle the idea of growth. It sounded, on the surface, like a beginning. But I had lived long enough to recognize the shape of a cycle. I found myself returning, more often than I would have liked, to a simple question: would the Gunnikins learn from what had come before? And, more pointedly, would we? Of them, I knew little. Of us, I knew enough. Our failing had never been ignorance. We understood more than we admitted. The problem was something quieter, more stubborn, a reluctance to confront what that understanding demanded. We preferred softer versions of the truth, versions that allowed us to move forward without changing too much. Our leaders were no exception. They were rarely the figures history later made them out to be. More often, they were ordinary in their flaws, ambitious, self-interested, occasionally competent, rarely restrained. Power drew them, as it drew anyone, and once accumulated, it had a way of reshaping intent. It concentrated, it insulated, and eventually, it was used. I came to believe that the only real safeguard lay in its dilution, in ensuring that power was never allowed to settle for too long in any one place, in any one set of hands. It needed to move, to be limited, to be shared in ways that made excess difficult. It was not a new idea. If anything, it was an old one we had returned to, time and again, only to abandon when it became inconvenient. That, more than anything, was where we failed. To solve a problem, one first has to name it plainly. We had always struggled with that first step. And without it, everything that followed, reforms, campaigns, promises, was little more than motion without direction. So the wheel turned, as it always had. And though there were moments when it seemed to slow, even to steady, I could not shake the sense that it would gather pace again, tracing the same path we had walked before. People used to ask, especially as I grew older, whether I regretted not having children. It was rarely said outright, but the implication was always there, that I could have, perhaps should have, when the opportunity was still within reach. The truth is, I could have. There had been time, and there had been chances. But regret never followed their passing. By then, I had and that, in its own way, felt like more than I had ever expected of life. She filled a space I hadn't fully understood until it was no longer empty. What we had was complicated, at times difficult, but it was enough, more than enough, if I'm being honest. Beyond that, the idea of bringing a child into the world never quite settled with me. I had seen too much of the pattern by then, the slow, relentless turning of it. Life had a way of drawing people in, setting them on a path that felt inevitable, the same struggles, the same compromises, the same quiet reckonings. It wasn't misery, not entirely, but it was repetition. A cycle that rarely asked whether it should continue, only whether it could. I couldn't bring myself to add another life to that motion without believing, truly believing, that it would be worth it. And I never quite did. Perhaps it was also a matter of odds. I had come to think of life as something like a lottery, not in the sense of wealth or fortune, but in the narrow chance of finding something that felt complete. For a time, I believed I had already drawn that number. Not many people do, and fewer still more than once. To try again, to press for something more, felt less like hope and more like temptation. So I left it as it was. I had what I needed, and I understood, perhaps better than I once did, how rare that was. The pain in my back began as a dull inconvenience, something easy enough to dismiss. Age, I told myself. Wear and tear. But then came the lumps, hard, uneven, unmistakable. By then, there was no need for speculation. I knew what it was long before anyone confirmed it. I went through the motions regardless. The scans, the consultations, the quiet conversations where time was measured in months rather than years. 6, perhaps 12, if I was fortunate. It didn't matter much. I had always lived with some kind of plan in mind, and I wasn't about to abandon that habit at the end. The practical matters were simple enough. My finances, the properties, they went to N without question. There was never any doubt about that. The paintings, though, were another matter entirely. They weren't just possessions. Each one carried a fragment of my life, a moment preserved, something I had chosen to keep when so much else had been left behind. Dividing them felt less like administration and more like erasure. There were 3 claims, as I saw it, in 1511 and the Middom Project. Each, in their own way, had shaped what the collection had come to mean. In the end, it was N who resolved it. She chose what she wanted to keep quietly, without sentimentality. And asked 1511 to paint one final piece, the two of us together, fixed in a moment that would outlast me. The rest, or nearly half of it, she agreed should go to the project. One of the portraits went with them. At the time, I didn't know what would become of those works. The project accepted them with a kind of restrained gratitude, the sort that suggested they understood their value better than I did. It was only later, when the pain had deepened into something constant, something that hollowed out the days, that I learned more. G came to see me once more, near the end. He brought with him a final video. 15 minutes, no more. It felt fitting. He gathered us NNW, 1511, 1572, and played it without much preamble. The footage showed an exhibition of Middamese art held in Beret, one of the great cities of Newzumia. The camera moved slowly through the gallery, pausing just long enough for each piece to be seen, to be acknowledged. Among them were the paintings I had given away, displayed alongside dozens of others, works that had survived, some of them, because of 1076. It was strange, seeing them there. Removed from me, from their original context, and yet somehow more complete for it. They belonged to something larger now, something that would continue without me. In that moment, whatever uncertainty I had felt disappeared. The decision had been the right one. There was no question left in it. G thanked me, on behalf of the project. I remember thinking, even then, that it should have been the other way around. There were debts that couldn't be settled, not properly. When the video ended, there was nothing more to say. And so that was how it closed, not with revelation, or regret, but with a quiet sense of completion. I had reached the end of things with little left unresolved, which is more than most can claim. In its own way, I suppose, that makes it a kind of happy story. End of Revision 2, received June 7, 2085. Revision 3, Final Word, written by N. Chapter 13, The End. The illness moved as these things often do, not with sudden violence, but with a slow, patient certainty. As the weeks passed, the pain deepened, settling into something that no longer receded. By September, there was no need for difficult conversations or careful phrasing. We both understood where it was leading. What remained was not denial, but acceptance, and with it, the long, quiet process of saying goodbye. We spoke often in those final days. Not in grand declarations, but in fragments, memories, shared moments, small recollections that, together, formed the shape of a life. We talked about how we had learned to love in a place that had rarely made it easy, how something genuine had managed to take hold despite everything around us. There was a kind of comfort in that, a sense that what we had built had not been fragile after all. It became, in its own way, a celebration. Not of the ending, but of what had come before it. Of the 30 bottles I had taken all those years ago, only 4 remained. We chose one on a clear autumn day and carried it up to the rooftop, along with some simple food we barely touched. The appetite goes before the body does, it seems. Still, we drank slowly, deliberately, letting the warmth linger. The evening stretched out around us. The sky softened into gold, then dimmed, and the first stars began to show themselves. It was a clarity I remembered from long ago, before the air had grown thick and dull. Below us, the river moved as it always had, indifferent and steady. For a while, we simply sat and watched, saying very little. It was enough. Later, as the night settled in, we made our way back downstairs. At the bottom, he paused for a moment, glancing out toward the faint outlines of the citrus trees. There was a trace of a smile, small, almost private. Invisible in life, invisible in death, he said, more to himself than to me. Inside, everything felt still. He walked to the fridge and reached into the back, pulling out a small plastic vial he had hidden there long before this night arrived. With it, he took a bottle of water, unscrewing the cap with steady hands. There was no ceremony to it, no hesitation, just a quiet, deliberate sequence of motions. He took the pills one at a time, the faded orange of them catching the light briefly before disappearing. There were about 20 in all. I watched, not because I needed to, but because it felt wrong to look away. By the last, the weight of it had already begun to settle over him. The tension left his body, replaced by a heavy drowsiness that seemed almost like relief. When he lay down, it was without effort, as though he had simply decided to rest. I lay beside him, taking his hand in mine. There was nothing left to say that hadn't already been said. I kissed him gently, and we stayed like that, in silence. Within the hour, he was gone. There was no sharp dividing line, no single instant that marked the end. Just a gradual stillness, as though something had quietly slipped out of reach. And in its place, what remained was what we had already come to understand in those final days: love, and the quiet weight it leaves behind. End of Revision 3, received December 12, 2085. I hope you enjoyed the Middom Project Folio 1647. If you enjoyed this book, I hope you will also consider listening to or reading other volumes in the Middom Project series. The Middom Project Folio 633 tells the story of a boy who comes from a poor village and navigates Middamese society to become a doctor who serves Middom's forgotten people, the disabled. The Middom Project 1076 is the memoir of an engineer who experiences Middom's darkest side, including Middom's uncomfortable past and the troubles of its dispossessed minority ethnic groups.